Mic check. What's up, y'all? Give me a second. I'm getting the stream together. I appreciate you guys waiting. As you can see, I got the stream starting going on. So while you guys are coming in, please hit the poll. Let me know who you guys are gonna win on the main card portion, and we'll get this show going. Like two more minutes and I'll get this going. What's up, y'all? What's up, man? We're about to be back. Let me see. Let me check the poll real quick. Okay, so a lot of y'all got Edgar Berlanga and Stevenson winning. Okay. Squiddy, I was hoping to listen to this background music for 3 hours straight. I'm working on these intros, man. What do you think? What's up? Zachy, what's up? What channel is this on what channel is this on other than DAZN? I don't know. Miss Golovkin, Pacquiao, no dramas. What's up? What time does the time start, Kenneth? We're gonna start pretty soon. We're gonna do a whole watch party for the whole card. So there's 5 fights. When the fights start, they haven't started yet. There's gonna be 5 fights, and I'm gonna do live commentary on it. Granted, if you guys don't have the stream. So as always, I like to do a precursor to let you guys know, set the proper expectation right away. This is not going to be showing the fight. This would be a live commentary and live watch along reaction. So setting that proper expectation so you guys know I will not be having full HD quality, but I'll have some screenshots here and there. But while you guys are coming in, you guys can share amongst your DAZN links with each other if that's what you want to do. I wouldn't do that, but more than welcome to do whatever. And while you guys are coming in, we got about 255 votes, so I'll probably start it right when we're about to get close to maybe 300 votes so I can get to understand how you guys feel. Cluminati, what's up? What up, Brotherhood Sports? Send me some beats. You guys like the beats? Somebody send him the websites. PXX says. When does Sheeraz fight Berlanga? That's the main event. And Shakur Zepeda is the co-main, so. All right. 273 votes, 75 votes. So it's probably about 25 more votes. I'll start the stream. I think we're at a good spot to get this stream going. Oh shit, real, what happened, bro? You didn't check your DM? Hold on, let me go check it. All right, I'll check my DM before I start the stream. Dude, you gotta understand, I was so busy today. Here. Where is it? Boxing at its finest. Hey, boxer, been trying to reach. Cool. All right, cool. I got your DM reel. My bad. You gotta bear with me, man. I'm so busy. All right, cool. Perfect. What do we crossed over 300, 296, 299, almost 300 votes. All right, cool. 300. All right. Let's switch right over, man. All right, y'all. It's your boy Ron Goodall here at FightHype.com. Let me get this stream closed right here. Let me close that. Boom. All right, perfect. All right, y'all. Let me make sure that I got the right fight. I guess we're gonna start with this one. Boom, 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 boom. All right, cool. What's going on, y'all? It's Ron Goodall here at FightHype.com, back with another live watch party commentary. So, setting the proper expectation once again. This would be a watch along where I occasionally probably throw some screenshots to let you guys know where we're at on the stream. Won't be able to play it, right? But I'll grab you guys a couple snippets here and there and give you guys my best description of what I see and my best opinion. Unfiltered, unbiased opinion at its finest. And while you guys watch along, I'll have the coming up next and who will be coming up next with the timer, the round, and the rounds. So for everyone who's been asking, why don't you just show the fight? Well, it's simple. We show the fight, we get a copyright strike. Not good for the channel. So this would be kind of a place where you guys could chat amongst each other, chat with me, react together. And if you guys don't feel like spending a crap ton of money on a card that you don't feel is worthy, then you can guys just chill here, read the chat, and get what I feel is the best honest commentary out there in the game. So other than that, let's do a quick roll call. Everybody in the chat, I want to shout you guys out while we guys are waiting. Like I said, there is no fights currently on at the moment, hence the coming up next. So once it starts, I'll let you guys know. But Brotherhood Sports, what's up, man? Bet on Sheeraz, Squid Ink Pasta, DJ Ron in the house. Legally, Hijabi, I want to sleep. Why? Lisa's, any solutions, please, for a link? Well, I can't provide any links other than the DAZN link in the description. But other than that, everything else is on you. But none of the fights are started. What time is it starting? The East Coast time. None of the fights start running order, right? I want you guys to understand what fights we're going to see in the particular order on hand. So let me get a graphic for you guys so that we are all on the same page so we know exactly how this card would turn about. So everyone is wondering who's the main event, who's the co-main, when does Edgar win, yada, yada, yada. So let me save this image real quick. Can I save this image? Bam. Can I? Yes, I just did. Did I? All right, cool. Anyways, maybe this is the one that downloads it. Sorry. Nope. This is the one that downloads it. Nope. All right. Well, I'm going to figure out how to download this real quick, but I'm going to show you guys running order real quick. We're going to start with Susumi and Ruiz. If you guys aren't familiar, Susumi is the guy that fought on the ring in in New York, Times Square, the Japanese fighter. I'm assuming they're giving him another opportunity to be showcased on a ring card. Then we got David Morrell versus Katiev, light heavyweight fight. Then we get into some championship fights. Alberto Puello versus Matias will be next after that. Then Shakur Stevenson versus Zepeda. And then to top it off, at the end of the night, Edgar Berlanga versus Hamzah Sheeraz. So, for everybody who's wondering the running order, has any of the fights happened? No. What is the next fight? Starts from the bottom to the right, left. That's how it goes. So, you guys didn't miss nothing. If you guys are at work, if you guys are getting some food, trying to put the baby to sleep, you guys have plenty of time. So, what time does the fight start on the East Coast? You got plenty of time. So, answering those questions, Brotherhood Sports, highest punch output versus lowest punch output. Zepeda wins by decision. I mean, look, I'm going to be pretty boring. I'm going to go pick Shakur Stevenson to win the fight, all right? I think Shakur Stevenson is going to be the more superior boxer. I don't know if the fight's going to be eventful, but that really depends on what Zepeda is capable of doing and what type of risk Shakur is going to do, right? For the main event, Edgar Berlanga versus Sheeraz is interesting because Hamzah is moving up in weight. We know Edgar is an extremely big power puncher. But at the same time, we haven't really seen him show his boxing ability, right? And I think Sheeraz has been a guy who's shown a lot of different levels, different skill sets, different boxing IQ. But he is moving up in weight, and he has a questionable draw in his last fight. So it's going to be really interesting. if I'm going to base it off of just kind of who I think is going to probably win the fight, if Edgar does not get like a clean one-shot punch, I think Hamzah will be able to get the win. So, and does Hamzah get have the power to knock out Berlanga? We'll find out, you know. But if it goes to decision, I think Hamzah has a high chance of winning the fight. Chet, Shakur easy, gonna look like Valdez fight all over again. I want Berlanga to lose. I mean, look, we saw Katie Taylor win against Amanda Serrano yesterday, so I know in New York you do not want to have two Puerto Ricans lose back-to-back main event cards, but it's highly likely that that can happen. So, but Shakur is part Puerto Rican, so if you guys do want to get behind somebody that could potentially ensure you a victory, Shakur is probably your best bet on the card. But you never know, right? Brittle hands is what people call Shakur, and Zepeda is a high output fighter, so we'll see. Jamel, what's up? Let's go, family. Meet Tias Morel Zepeda Berlanga. Okay, so you're going with high output, big puncher, and tough. That's a really interesting. You know, I mean, I don't think everybody in your list is going to win because you're going B side, A side, B side, A side. So I mean, a little risky, man. What's up, Famous J? Brutal says, I got Shakur beating Zepeda. Don't know about Berlanga and Sheeraz. Yeah, that's a tough fight, man. That main event is kind of a hard one to predict. I think Shakur is definitely the favorite. So say I won't drop the free links to the fight. I swear I will. I mean, go ahead. See if it works. I can't distribute any free links. So that's just kind of what I'm saying. Best wishes from Toronto. What up, Point Fire? What's up, man? You guys bumping that new Drake song out there? Or is it Kendrick? The Kendrick takeover. Vancouver up in here. What's up, Chet? I can't see the shrinking ring. I don't think that's going to be a real thing. I mean, I think it's just all jokes. I think Turkey's just been kind of advertising the idea of that he does not want any Tom and Jerry fight, which it seemed like we got some of that last night on the main event. On the women's card, which was supposed to be a banger of a trilogy. So we'll see. Maybe Shakur and Zepeda surprise us and gives us what we might not expect, right? FightHype mods and all in the chat, hit the like button on the way and share and subscribe. It's free. Absolutely. Show proof that I paid for it. Cali Trucking. What do you want me to do? I mean, I don't know. Does it show my? I don't know. How do I do that without showing any type of? Where is it? Purchases? Is there a purchase area? Manage payment history. All right. If you guys think I don't support my boxing, let me show you guys right here. All right. There you go. July 12th, 2025. $94.99. I bought the dual combo pack with the Usyk and Daniel Dubois. Like, that's what this incorporates. Let me see. Let me make sure I doesn't provide like my information. All right, cool. Yeah, shows my PayPal. Like, shows that I paid by PayPal, so I can pull that up. For you guys that think your boy's cheap, right there, PayPal, $94.99. Like I said, I bought the Usyk Dubois rematch and this. Not saying that I believe these fights are pay-per-view worthy, in my opinion, but I've been watching boxing a lot for a very long time, so I'm a lot more bougier. But I still buy it. I still support it. I'm a degenerate. So, Cali Trucking, if you needed your proof, hopefully you got your proof right there, man. And, yeah, I think, if anything, you got my email. But other than that, man, let me go back to the chat. Turkey has a PlayStation controller hooked to the ring in case Shakur runs. You're tripping. Oh, man. So right now, the first fight on the card, both fighters are entering the ring right now. Let me join live right here. Let me give you guys a nice little screenshot at some point so you guys know at what point I'll be calling it. Should I bet on Berlanga or Sheeraz? That's a tough fight. To be honest with you guys, I can't really lock in who I feel is going to win the main event because they both have a lot of questions. I thought I thought Hamzah did lose the Carlos Adames fight, but it's not because I think Hamzah's terrible. I think Carlos actually showed levels that I didn't know he can get there. And Hamzah is a pretty good fighter himself, but not proven. Edgar is a fighter who has a lot of power, but once again has not proven anything outside the fact that he can get up from a Canelo knockdown and go to distance. So really, for that to be in the main event, I do scratch my head a little bit, but it is what it is. Morrell by late TKO. I've heard that guy has a lot of power, Chet. So, let me pause this right here. Ron G, I'll be back. I will be in and out. Perfect. I'll be here, man. Calling the shots. Were they showing the prelims? You know, I thought they were going to do a YouTube prelim, right? Early prelims, but I was wrong. I guess they actually decided to put it all on the broadcast pay-per-view. So, kind of you know, but I get it. There's only 5 fights on this card. So, I mean, what are they going to do? Just show the Rito as it? So, and that one's actually a 4-rounder. So, let me adjust my rounds real quick. Awesome. Bam, bam, bam. Y'all sleep on Sheeraz. Yeah, I need to see what Sheeraz can do. This Edgar fight's definitely going to let me know a lot. Blaze said don't bet on that fight. I wouldn't bet on the main event. He stole Tupac's name. He was given Tupac's name. 347 Nick. We outside, man. I just uploaded a new free fight link to my YouTube shorts. Brooklyn, we outside. All right, support 347 Nick. I got money on underdogs, man. I do feel like an underdog's going to pull it out tonight. Someone will pull it out. Do I think it's going to be on this Michael Ruiz and Rieto fight? I don't think so. They're really trying to push Rieto on this as if we really are excited. But we will see. His debut was not really that great. And, yeah, man. It's just kind of an opener 4-rounder. So, Eric says, I got words Sheeraz versus Berlanga words. But I will save that later. That's perfect, Eric. No need for melatonin tonight. Shakur's fighting. Edgar got to bring because they are trying to blackball him. I mean, Turkey has definitely stated he wants Hamzah to win. He has plans for him. You got Hamzah in the main event versus I went 12 rounds with Canelo. What time's the fight on the UK? Well, the broadcast has already started. So for everybody that's wondering, once again, we'll be starting with this fight here. Then we'll go to Morrell. Then the Pollo Matias. Then Shakur Zepeda, Edgar Berlanga, and Sheeraz. So Sheeraz is going to Edgar to death. What does that even mean? Sheeraz has no chin. Bro, watch what you say, please. Damn, Eddie paid you? I don't know about that. Eddie does not pay me. If anything, I pay Eddie with these damn DAZN subscriptions. Sheeraz going to knock Berlanga's brakes off. Shakur Stevenson, Morrell. Berlanga's going to walk Hamzah down. What do you think about Alicia Baumgart's performance yesterday? Was not really impressed. And I think, to be honest with you, I think you can give the win to Jennifer Miranda. If you feel like, all right, she's the favorite. But no way in hell. 8-2. Those are terrible scorecards. All right. Let me make sure I got my bell. All right, I'm going to call the fight. For everyone that wrote in the chat, I'll be reading in between. So if I haven't read it yet, I will get to it. So, all right, cool. I'm just going to call this first fight. And then I'll get in between the chat, between the rounds. All right, Susumi starting strong. Putting a lot of pressure on Ruiz. From what I saw from his first fight when he fought in Times Square was he has a lot of athleticism. He has good hooks, but he was not able to actually get his opponent out. Maybe his opponent was a lot tougher than people thought, but they might have slowed down the type of opposition he's facing because he does not look like the same Susumi landing a good left hook. Ruiz definitely looks like he's running away from Susumi. Completely looks like a completely different opponent that Susumi faced when he was in the ring card in Times Square. Susumi's putting a lot of pressure on him. Ruiz was running around again. Oh, good left hook from Susumi. Guys, this fight ain't going to make it to the distance. This is definitely a fight where Susumi's supposed to look good in front of the New York crowd. Good left hook to the body. Susumi's in a southpaw stance, and he looks like he's about to get him out with these left hands, man. He's inching in with a jab. Michael Ruiz has his high guard up in the corner, trying to just get Susumi off of him. Susumi's teeing off with the lead right hand now. Susumi's landing a jab. Right now, what I'm seeing is clearly a showcase fight. Oh! Left uppercut from Susumi. I guess this was the type of performance they wanted Susumi to have on his debut, but the opponent was a lot tougher than he probably planned for, so. He's a lightweight, so apparently this is a 135 Japanese fighter, where the last Japanese fighter that was seen at the high level was Yoshino's, who Shakur Stevenson knocked out. So I am curious with this new lightweight division that's emerged with Abdullah Mason, Floyd Schofields, and the Scooter Davises. So, all right, Susumi's landing some jabs while Ruiz is running away. They clinch. Susumi's putting a lot of pressure on him again. Landing some jabs. Ruiz on his back foot. Back on the ropes. Susumi's starting to tee off. They clinch. Susumi lands a good body shot from the left. Oh, a right! Drops Ruiz. Susumi lands a right hook to the body that drops Ruiz. 6, 7, 8. All right, he beats the count. Ref tells him, are you good? All right, he lets them fight. Susumi's starting to put pressure on him. Ruiz on the back foot again. Eats a left hook to the body and he goes down again. He's shaking his head. He's looking to the corner. 6, 7, 8. He says he's good. He's back up. Got dropped 2 times in the first round. Susumi barely was able to get him out of there, man. Barely. If there was probably 20 more seconds, he would have got stopped. So, all right. Well, we got what we thought it would be, a showcase performance from the lightweight Japanese fighter Susumi facing the relatively unknown fighter Ruiz. And, yeah, we're going to get ready for this David Morrell fight pretty soon. So, in between, to answer your question again, though, D. West, I thought Alicia Baumgarten's performance yesterday was very, very subpar compared to what she's been made out to be as this knockout artist or supreme fighter. But to her credit, I got a lot of people saying Jennifer Miranda is going to be a good opponent, which she was. And I thought she has a good chance of winning the fight. And I did think she did win the fight. So, but hands down, I stand Shakur. That's my role model. I wish with the best. Any prelim? Yeah, we're watching the prelim fights right now. Berlanga is not the A side. Sheeraz is a Turkey guy. All right. Starting the next clock. So y'all just going to ignore Gervonta being arrested, huh? I mean, who's y'all we're referring to? I mean, I don't know if that really adds to boxing, except for if we're going to get the fight or not. I mean, he has been arrested quite some time, so. Oh, straight left has dropped Ruiz. They stopped the fight. It's over at 2:32. First professional knockout from Susumi against Ruiz, which, no offense to Ruiz, but this was definitely a showcase fight and a performance that gives fans to wonder what type of fighter Susumi is, and we see it. He's a very aggressive southpaw fighter that throws good hooks to the body. He's trained by Ismail Salas. Second professional fight. Not really a lot to take except for the fact that he is a little, like he has fundamentally good skills, but we will see. Ring has been pumping this dude in our face extremely a lot. So we're going to see him a lot. So we're going to see what he's going to be capable of. And like I said, the last Japanese lightweight fighter we saw was the one that Shakur destroyed, which was Yoshino. So who's fighting right now? It was Ryoto Susumi and Michael Ruiz. So if you guys see right here, this is pretty much how you guys would know what's on at what round at what time. So I'm going to set up the next fight. We're going to get ready for the David Morrell. All right, boom. Cool. And let me make sure we're doing 10 rounds for that fight. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Reset clock. All right, cool. All right, back to the chat, y'all. I didn't forget about you guys. BBC. Hopefully you're talking about the clothing line. Berlanga is going to knock him out. We all know y'all working together against him. I really don't know who's going to win the fight. I can't even give you guys a prediction on the main event. They're both like fighters that have a lot of questions, Obviously, if Edgar lands a good bomb, he gets him out of there. But if Hamzah lands a accumulation of good shots himself, you know, he has power. We just haven't seen him at 160. You thought Amanda won yesterday? Ah, man, I definitely disagree with you, my brother. But matter of opinions, man. Wasn't an exciting fight, but I thought Katie Taylor definitely, uncontroversially, won that fight. What's Hamzah Sheeraz amateur background? I really don't know. I mean, I can do a little quick research right now. BoxRec only has given us one fight on his amateur background, so I can't really say. At least BoxRec at least shows us only one, so I can't say there's a lot of information on there. But I don't know. They say that he's won, you know, defeat 2 undefeated fight. They say like he's won the Commonwealth Boxing Championship, which, you know, out in the UK, you know, it's important. The WBO European, the International Silver. So he's fought the feeder belts to at least land him into this position. It's just now, is he a type of fighter that can beat guys like Edgar Berlanga to get to like the David Morrells and the David Benavidez and Anthony Yards and Bivol. So, but he has to get past this fight. Tank ain't fighting today. Nope, he is not, Blaze, and that's kind of why. What time start the cartel? No, you just don't support Berlanga. That's a very vague statement to say, Flea. What makes you say that I don't support Edgar Berlanga? Because I have questions on if he's going to win the main event. I have questions if Hamzah's going to win the main event. See, listen, and I'm not taking offense to your comment, but I wanted to clarify something. When anytime someone says you don't support a fighter, right? If you go look at my track record, I've been covering these guys when they've been like 5-0, 6-0, 7-0. I've been doing interviews and covering these guys and traveling to their fights when nobody even really cared about him, you know, or even remotely even knew who he was. And I remember going to when he used to work with Andre Rozier, you know, and when he was around Richard Comey and Gary Shaw, and, you know, his relationships with like the pro box people now. At the end of the day, man, like, just because as an observer you see a fighter and you have questions and you don't immediately jump and say, yo, I think this guy's going to win, doesn't mean you don't support them. It means that you need a little bit more. Like, amongst Hamzah and Edgar, there's a lot between these two that they haven't shown yet. This is why this is an interesting fight. But to say you don't support fighters, it's very ridiculous, man, considering the fact that I've actually taken the time to cover these guys when nobody ever takes the time. You know what I mean? There's a couple guys that do, like Southpaw TV in the building. What's up, Southpaw? Who's about to crack 100,000 on his YouTube channel. You a good host, bro. I don't care how many speeding tickets you got. Yo, I appreciate you, man. And you know, you always gotta understand, like, us as content creators, like Southpaw, we take a lot of time to do a lot of research to look up fighters. And, you know, I know he's got a lot of young fighters that he's been interviewing before a lot of people even takes the time to watch. So other than that, I mean, everyone has a matter of their own opinion, and you gotta understand, just because someone has an opinion doesn't come off as hate or you don't support a fighter. If anything, by making content or even taking the time to do stuff about the fighter is actually supporting the fighter to a degree, because it gives them exposure. So, just saying. But Southpaw TV, what's up, man? What you doing, man? You doing a live as well today, man? If so, I hope it goes well. I pray Shakur loses, but he won't. I pray Edgar stops Hamzah. See? I mean, I think Shakur is going to win the fight as well. You never know what's going to happen. I always question what's going to happen if Shakur is forced to be in a fight up close. But I just don't think Zepeda is going to be the guy that's going to bring it out to him. And then Edgar stops Hamzah. It's interesting because Edgar hasn't had a signature win at 168. And Hamzah had a very questionable last performance, and he's moving up in weight. So we see the technical side that Hamzah can kind of show he can box and move and has some sneaky power, but that's at 160. So Edgar, who may be fundamentally not all the way there. When I mean fundamentally all the way there, is that you can see that at times he doesn't show the best setup punches, and sometimes you also see that defensively he can get hit. But at the same time, he has a power. He's been at 168 for a very long time. And this could be the first guy, by all means, that puts a good win on his resume, because I think Sheeraz would be a solid win. On top of it, Edgar is the favorite, so the bookies do think he's going to win. And his experience from the Canelo fight, I know that we give him a lot of shit because he has went and, how would I say it, celebrated his moral victory by losing Canelo. But anytime you face a good fighter, you know, you take something from them, you get better. And Edgar fought a guy that was nowhere near his league. Weird promotional stuff with Matchroom, so we didn't really get to see much. But he's going to learn from that Canelo fight. So potentially, Hamzah could see the growth of this young guy, Edgar. So I have no idea who's going to win the main event, personally. But anyone who has an opinion on either or is not wrong. This is just how I feel. I think Zepeda is a huge underdog, but at the same time, if Shakur has these little brittle hands and can't get Zepeda off of him and can't be as defensively sound as he's always been, then he's going to be in a tough fight. As a Midwesterner who was raised in NYC back in the 80s, I saw street rivalries between Dominican and Puerto Ricans, but not as much as in boxing. So I'll be locked in Puello and Matias. Yeah, this is a good fight because it's just boxer versus brawler, right? Matias is a guy who I've watched and covered for a long time. Win or lose, I've seen him in person lose on the Wilder Fury 2 undercard, but I've unfortunately seen the death of Dadashev, where Matias beat him up to the point where Buddy McGirt had to stop it, and unfortunately he passed away. So Matias is a guy who is essentially a buzzsaw, you know? He's going to throw a lot of punches, but you can see he can be outboxed because Liam Paro has outboxed him. And he even said that he feels that Puello is a better boxer than Paro. So he's stepping up in his mind in competition of a better boxer. Makes you wonder what he's going to be able to do in this fight. But it's a very intriguing fight. Alberto Puello was able to control another guy who's a buzzsaw, who had a 100% knockout ratio when he faced him, which was Gary Antoine Russell, who's a champion now. So Puello is a guy by far is a solid opponent. Had a tough fight with Sandor Martin, who arguably beat Teofimo Lopez and beat Mikey Garcia. That's going to be a great fight, Eric. 1,000%. So, exactly. Bullseye. The person along you to show you paid the fights probably didn't pay for the fights. It's all cool, man. I don't mind showing my support because really at the end of the day, you know, it is kind of like, all right, you're going to make money and cover boxers. What's your way of contributing, right? Yeah, I do pay for the fights, you know, so. When's the first fight starting? We just had the first fight, so we're getting ready for the David Morrell and Kaftia fight, which I'm interested in because I haven't watched a lot of Kaftia. Apparently, they've considered him as like a form of like a Russian Arthur Better be power puncher who's failed a drug test, which has kind of been the news lately. So I really don't know much about that, but there's controversy around it a little bit. But he's here. He's in the States. They're going to fight. And we'll see how that fight plays out. David Morrell coming off of a moral loss against David Benavidez, who on record dropped David Benavidez. Some people feel like it wasn't a drop, but technically it's a drop. So, but he had a good showing against Edgar, Benavidez. But glad the card is starting early. I know, and I hope it moves fast because yesterday felt like it dragged on for a long time. But glad the card is starting early. Yeah, it started. That's sad. You don't have to prove nothing, bro. Oh man, I don't care. You're talking about me, Sean. Yeah, but I get it though because boxing's expensive. Like the sport of boxing, while we wait for David Morrell's fight coming up, it's like you want to watch this fight, you got to get the subscription and then pay for the premium pay-per-view. And if you want to watch the other one, we have a package deal. You can get it for 21% off, which is extremely expensive. But at the end of the day, like it's something in the sport of boxing where we have to kind of like, you don't support it. If you do, show us you paid $1,000 this year, $20,000. You know what I mean? So, but Champ, provide us with some videos after round to round, please. I won't be able to show videos, but I can probably show some screenshots, right? Only because that's copyright infringement. So, you got Puello tonight. I think Puello should be the favorite, but you can never count Matias out because outside of losing to Paro, he did avenge his only loss prior to it by slaughtering his opponent. But he fought in a bad kind of manner. And I think because after he unfortunately killed Dadashev in the ring, it might have messed him up mentally a little bit, right? But he got that edge back. So, bro, I know they want you to diss Berlanga. Why do you feel like they want me to? Why do you feel like, who's they? Who is they? And why is it that you think I want to diss Edgar Berlanga? I don't have any beef with Edgar Berlanga. I cover Edgar Berlanga fights when I see him. I see his crew of people. Actually, someone from his crew called me up today. So, I don't know, man. I think you're just trolling in here. Want to farm some. But anyways, man. I can't give a prediction on the main event because I think it's one of those type of fights. It's a 50-50, man. Anyways. But New York is in the comments. Respect, man. Look, you got to back your people sometimes, man. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, they have to go out there and they have to perform. So the most you can do is support them. But other than that, you just have to watch your fighter show out and see if he can get the job done. So that's ass, not putting the prelim as free to watch. Yeah, usually they do one or two, but I mean, that ended so fast. I mean, it wasn't really worth it. Berlanga going to win by decision. Shakur going to win by decision. So for people that's coming in, once again, that's kind of wondering what's the running order. We just got done with Susumi, so we're waiting for the David Morrell fight to come up next. Then we got Pollo Matias, Shakur Stevenson, Zepeda, and then we end the night with Berlanga, Sheeraz. So 3 more fights before that main event. Which thoughts on Zepeda? You know, I think Zepeda is a fighter where they put a dress on that envelope. What up, Wovaka? We all have our picks, but you really never know until, you know, it happens. I agree. That's why we watch the fights, right? Even when I feel like a guy's going to dominate and why they make the fight, I'm still going to watch it because you never know, right? But what's my thoughts on Zepeda? I think Zepeda is a fighter where, with the right style, he looks amazing, right? I've seen him get outboxed, but then somehow miraculously gets the win by like a vicious stoppage. But for the most part, Tevin Farmer's kind of shown holes in his game a little bit, which I think Shakur does better than Tevin, especially at this point of his career. And for the most part, if Zepeda isn't able to cut off the ring and effectively set his punches up, he's going to get dominated. So I think Zepeda, with the right fights, like maybe a Pitbull Cruz, or even like a guy like a Maxie Hughes, right? When he faced a guy who was like not a big puncher, moves around, but eventually is able to get broken down because he's not really a threat when you walk in. Then I think Zepeda shines. But when you get him in there with guys like Javante Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson, Keyshawn Davis, you know, I think there is a complete different level between those two. So you can see Zepeda's been working against a lot of, I think, southpaws throughout his fight to really prepare himself for Shakur Stevenson. So it wasn't probably until Shakur's last couple of fights where they felt, all right, we can probably make this fight. If they feel like he's not a threat of a big puncher, but we'll see. We will see. But yeah, when the fight's starting, how long till it starts? Yeah, I already kind of went down. Morrell loses tonight. Interesting. Alicia wasn't that impressive. Given to the win to Miranda is crazy though. You know, I'll have to watch the fight again, only because I felt like there was a lot of close rounds personally. I just didn't like the 8-2. You know what I mean? I thought the fight could have honestly been a draw to a point, you know, because I think there was rounds that Alicia didn't really actually land more than Miranda did. So, but keep in mind, Alicia has been on a long layoff. Her last fight only lasted like 2 rounds. She did a trainer change to a trainer change to another trainer change. You don't really have success when you do stuff like that because you never really get acclimated to that trainer. And, you know, once you get used to one groove and you go into another and then you go to another, it doesn't really work that well. And because she's also dealt with her drug test failure testing situation, to the passing of her father, there was a lot of emotional things that are happening in her life. So, and she fought a girl, which Barry Hunter told me the other day, this is going to be a tough fight. And Lisa's going to have to go fight her to have success, opposed to box. And as you can see, when she actually went after her, she was having success. But when she boxed her from that range, she was visibly the smaller fighter who had a tough time getting to her. And the way that she fought was like right hand, right hand. She didn't really do too much outside of that. It was kind of a tough fight in the beginning with, if that's the way that she was going to fight. So I don't think it's crazy though to give Miranda the win, let alone the draw. What time does the fight in the UK is? I can't really tell you the time in the UK, but it depends on what fight you're talking about. Shakur Stevenson, Berlanga, parlay that. That's interesting. Dude, I'll be honest. I can't parlay this card. This card has a lot of like unknowns to me because there's question marks in the main event who wins the fight for me. And then there's question marks in the David Morrell fight because I really don't know a lot about Katiev. And I don't think there's a lot of quality opponents he's faced that really gives us an understanding of it. Puello Matias is a great fight. That's a stylistic fight where if Puello can't get him off, he's going to lose. But if he can box Matias, he wins. And then Stevenson is probably, feels like the for sure fight. But we've seen him kind of had performances like Edward De Los Santos where he was injured allegedly and then didn't really deliver and ended up being a split decision. So you never know. You never know. I'm just in New York. I respect that. Yo, Flea, I respect that. Understand this. When I was covering boxing like a decade ago, I spent a lot of time around Edgar Berlanga. Like, a lot of time around him. I was one of the early people covering Edgar Berlanga. And when we had some other correspondents, I made sure that they had a good relationship so that we had Edgar Berlanga content. You know what I mean? So, it's there's no hate. There's no hate from Edgar on Edgar, you know what I mean? So I respect you just respecting, just rock with your own people, man. That's what I'm saying. Rock with your people. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It happens, Like I'll give you this. Like I'm gonna I'm gonna support Terrence Crawford in the Canelo fight. Do I think Terrence is gonna win the fight? My mind's telling me no, but I'm gonna support Terrence because I was born in Omaha. Right? Wasn't raised in Omaha, but was born in Omaha. So naturally, you want to support people or things that are around you that, So I respect that. No hate in that, man. Yeah, the main card already started. We're just waiting for the David Morrell fight to happen. People underestimating Terrence Crawford's chance against Canelo due to names George Carpenter, Sam Lanford, Stan Ketchel, Henry Armstrong, and more. Recently, Duran, Leonard, Mosley, and Pacquiao. Means anything to y'all. Skills trump size. Yeah, I think a fight, though, with Canelo and Crawford just raises questions because he's clearly just jumping up 2 weight classes, right? Now, I want you guys to understand the pedigree of when a fighter jumps up 2 weight classes, and he only had one fight at 154. The last 2 successful times a fighter did that, mainstream level. I'm sure there's probably some sort of like smaller weight class, like Inoue might have skipped a weight class, like 115, and he went to straight to 118. But mainstream fights, right? Like Manny Pacquiao and De La Hoya. I really think the last one before maybe Inoue did it was Adrian Broner when he jumped from 135 to 147 to fight Paulo Malignaggi. Correct me if I'm wrong, but understand that the fight after that, he fought Maidana and he lost. So those weight jumps, and then on top of that, like Broner's never really had success in 147 anyways after the Paulo Malignaggi fight. So he was never even to be able to be dominant when he stayed there, when he fought Sean Porter and things like that. So it's just really just one of those type of fights where skillfully those are 2 great fighters. But now we have to look at the idea of like, all right, one might seem more skilled on like what we think pound for pound wise, like what he's capable of doing more. But one is done more, and one is clearly bigger, so. All right, cool. Let me speed through the chat because they're about to get ready to get David Morrell. Here, they got a tail of the tape up. Let me show you guys the tail of the tape while I'll get to the chat. Can I ask where you're streaming? I'm watching on the pay-per-view. Sheeraz and Shakur is going to win. That was an ass whooping. Jay Sweat says, Southpaw TV Curve's finna retire after this fight. He's going to be scared to come outside. Was not even close. Shakur's going to stick and move all night. KD Taylor beat Serrano 3 times in a row. I did think she lost the second fight, but only pay-per-view of Turkey Milkshake was on Power Slap. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why Morel quiet? Now he about to fight. Kerr getting dropped this fight. Who trying to bet? Berlanga must lose. He's too cocky. What fighter has impressed you the most this year? I might have to think about that. Bang, ask me that question after this fight because I'm gonna get through the comments. But I'll answer it. Just ask it a little bit later. Let's go, Morel. Shakur is gonna run. How Southpaw said in his last video. Zepeda puts hands on Shakur. This gives me Madonna Broner vibes. Interesting. I mean, it would be the makings of that if Shakur lost. Edgar is not the favorite. He's not? Last time I Googled, Edgar Berlanga versus Sheeraz odds. I see some started to shift. So when they started out, I think Edgar was the favorite. But I think you're right. I think it has shifted. Yeah, it says initial odds had Berlanga as the favorite, but the line has shifted. So some sports books currently favor Sheeraz at 155. So it's kind of a pick'ems fight is what I'm kind of saying. Like, that's why I can't really give you guys an honest opinion on the main event. I just got to watch it. Berlanga's not a pay-per-view worthy. This card should have been free. Yeah, it definitely, it's not my likings to pay, but I did. That's what I'm saying. Praise Jesus. Lonnie B explained everything perfectly some time ago. Yeah, you saw the interview? Yeah. So David Morrell is getting ready to get in the ring right now. Imam is in the ring as we speak. Yeah, I don't know the exact ring walk times. Shakur with another boring UD. I don't think his opponents has much power as Canelo, and Berlanga was getting hit with some hard punches there. He failed a test last year. Yeah, I saw that. Let's go, steroid guy. Oh my God, Zepeda did. I thought Turkey was gonna continue with 25 pay-per-view like, but yeah, well, it's boxing. People never actually stick to what they say, and shit always gets more expensive. What the F? They didn't promote it as a pay-per-view. Did you know that all week? Dude, all these ring cards are going to be pay-per-view. Just so you know, every ring card is going to be pay-per-view. There's always the nerds who never fought and they live covering boxing. What makes you say that? I hate when people come in here and they be like, here's two things when it comes to, just because someone hasn't fought, right, doesn't mean like they can't tell you what they see. And two, if you're referring to me, B, if you're assuming that I've never done any combat sports, then you're highly mistaken. So, but it's easy for people to come and just assume that. I get it. So, because for the most part, that discredits anyone's opinion, you know, if they never did. But because they do it, now they know. I know a lot of people that actually box or have done some form of contact sport, combat sports, and they suck at it. So why would I even listen to their opinion if they suck at it? You know, I mean, I give them credit, but at the end of the day, there's people that try something, they suck at it, and just because they do it, now I gotta listen to them. Like, you know what I mean? So that whole analogy never makes sense. Like, everyone's entitled to an opinion. Now, does your opinion grow when you actually have experience? For sure, because you actually can recognize things that isn't really obvious, right? You can relate to the feeling. But other than that, come on, man. That's a weak argument, you know? But would I give someone more credit if they were a world champion opposed to a person who's not? For sure. But people see stuff with their eyes. And, you know, at the end of the day, I'm sure a lot of people in here hasn't done the combat sports, but they listen to what these people tell them from time to time, and they gain knowledge and they apply it. So when Sheeraz fighting, probably a couple hours from now. So giving you guys like a quick little update. I'm going to give you another screenshot. They're announcing Imam right now, and they're going to announce David Morrell. Ron, what did the Yard and Benavidez face-off affect your did it affect it? I didn't know Yard was that big. For sure, Yard is big as hell. First time I met him, I was like, holy shit. But they're light heavyweights. Every light heavyweight that I've ever met in my entire life that's competed there or started there or a weight class below and moved up there, have always been gigantic guys. So Yard is a big guy. It's an interesting fight, really, because we haven't seen Benavidez stop or get anybody out. But, you know, those are good fighters that he's faced. And David Morrell is a relatively young, athletic, crafty guy where him not stopping him isn't a bad thing. But he's starting to look more like he's fighting guys that aren't undersized and getting destroyed because they are so much smaller. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles Yard. You know, Yard is strong, powerful. He's gained experience from his 2 losses. So I'm interested. 3 losses, technically. I don't know. I'm just still upset about Amanda. I mean, look, I get it. But understand that was just not Amanda's best game plan that night. Like, she just chose to do something completely different. And it didn't work. And because she tried it in 2-minute rounds, 10 rounds, that stuff adds up fast. And just like that, she lost the fight pretty fair and square. So, all right, cool. Like I said to you guys, if I haven't read the chat, your question or your comment yet, I'll get to it. I'm just going to call the fight right now. Morrell better win. It's back-to-back ends. So, I'm just going to call the fight. Boom, boom, boom. Yard's going to get KO'd by Benavidez getting knockout bonus. Oh, yeah, they do have a knockout bonus. Berlanga, Stevenson, Matias, and Morrell. I meant the other way around. Benavidez sleeping Yard. Question, have you boxed before? Yes. All right, cool. All right. So this is going to be a 10-rounder. And David Morrell fighting in the southpaw stance on his back foot, throwing a couple jabs while Katiev walking David Morrell down, pushing him up on the ropes. Definitely seems like he has power punches for sure. He landed a very strong right hook to the body. Very flat-footed but strong planted shots. You can tell that he's definitely trying to throw some bombs on David Morrell, while David Morrell, laughing, sticks his tongue out, while Katiev is throwing a combination of punches. David Morrell throws a couple of jabs, trying to get Katiev to take a step back. From right now, Katiev definitely looks like the slower fighter. And David Morrell is teeing off, throwing some combinations, but Katiev throws a counter punch and lands a kind of a strong shot in David Morrell and gets a little respect. Morrell on his back foot again, moving around, changing angles. Definitely feel like if Katiev lands a good shot on David Morrell, it can inflict some serious damage. However, he's going to have to time it right, and he's going to have to take some chances because David Morrell is moving around a lot. He's throwing a lot of jabs. He's trying to set up the left hand. Barely misses. David Morrell throws a lead right hook. Blocked by Katiev. Katiev threw a good right hook. Katiev threw a lead left hook, barely misses. David Morrell throws a left hook, barely misses. Right hook to the body landed from Katiev. Ooh, another right hook landed from Katiev. Ooh, sneaky counter left hook by Katiev. Kataev's a very accurate counter puncher, pretty strong. This could be a very tough fight for David Morrell. Very close round. You know, David Morrell has landed some good shots. But you can definitely feel like Katiev has the heavier hands, slower hands. Threw a sneaky right hook. Oh, Kataev's landing a lot of right hooks on David Morrell. I don't really see David Morrell winning this round with all these hooks landing, clean hooks to the body from Katiev. Katiev starting to tee off to the body. Left hook lands from Katiev. First round goes to Katiev. Nah, I don't show the fights, man. It's called a copyright shit. Just live commentary, man. All right, I'm gonna read the other stuff a little bit later. I'm not gonna forget, but I'm gonna read the more up to date ones right now, just because we're talking about the fight. Someone's blocking Edgar promotion algorithm. I don't know how that works. I'm going for Edgar, but something tells me he gets stopped. I don't know why. How slow you gotta be to come to YouTube to see a pay-per-view? 2025. Tom and Jerry, Shakur's Jerry. Chill Brotherhood Sports. In my last say on the Southern versus Northern boxing rivalry names amongst great Northern boxers, Hopkins, Barkley, Sandler, Syed, Muhammad, Walcott kept boxing the sports map. Yeah. Morrell face definitely looks worried, for sure. Morrell's not good at this weight. Yeah, we kind of get this effect from both guys, from David Morrell and David Benavidez, that they don't look as monsterish as they did at 168. Crawford has a chance, but he's going up against a great fighter. Just can't envision TC hurting Canelo. The chin's legendary. Yeah, I agree. Oh, snap. Morrell lands a good left hook on his back foot. This is a fight where if Morrell stays on his back foot, boxes really well, he can squeak out some rounds, but he can't exchange with Kitaev because for some reason it seems like he gets hit more. The better exchanges comes from Kitaev. The heavier punches seem like from Kitaev. Kitaev jabbing his way to Morrell. Morrell throwing a couple jabs to kind of keep Kitaev at bay. Good jab from David Morrell. A couple jabs from David Morrell trying to keep Kitaev back. Kitaev just missed with a lead hook, but lands a good right hook to the body. These shots are definitely affecting Morrell. Oh, good lead left hook by Kitaev. Good jab from Morrell. I don't really get a good, comfy feeling that David Morrell is going to win this fight comfortably. Good right hook from Kitaev. Kitaev is really digging some solid shots, and David Morrell hasn't really landed anything like significant. You know, he's landed some good jabs and some good combinations here and there, but the power punches is clear coming from Kitaev. Good right hook to the body and lands on David Morrell. Kitaev lands a good jab on David Morrell. Got him on the ropes. He's throwing some hooks. He's throwing some right hooks to the body. David Morrell on his back foot. Might be a slight cut on Kitaev's right eye. I don't know if that's from a headbutt or a punch, but he's pawing at it a little bit. Very small cut, but it's visible. 44 seconds. This definitely feels like a Kitaev. David Morrell definitely has to box smart. Oh, he's a right hook from Kitaev. Kitaev lands a good right hook. Rocks David Morrell. David Morrell smiles high guard. Oh, David Morrell lands a good left hook. Oh, David Morrell lands a right hook. Oh, David Morrell lands a good right hook. Kitaev lands a good jab. Oh, they're exchanging. They're exchanging in the middle of the ring. They're exchanging. Oh, 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 good left hook from David Morrell. Woo! All right. David Morrell showing some life after getting rocked. He got rocked. Hear me. He got rocked. I don't care what nobody says. David Morrell had a good poker face, ate a good shot. But he needs to get his shit together because if not, Kitaev is there. This is the type of fight he kind of wants. You know, he doesn't have to chase you. For some reason, it seems like he's outboxing David Morrell. So I don't know if by switching the pace, by being aggressive will work. But I'm assuming you don't want to get in a firefight with this guy because he seems like he has power. So, holy shit. Already, I see why people brought up his failed drug test because this dude got some power. David Morrell leaned down to evade a hook, but he went right into the right hook. David Morrell got hurt. David Morrell got hurt that round, for sure. And I got 2 rounds to Kitaev. Morrell footwork's too basic. Now, he's not really moving around so much. Why is Morrell so damn close? Oh, shit. Morrell's getting the KO bonus. He might get KO'd. They fight on pay-per-view. Yeah, Morrell gets hit too often. I think he's getting stopped. Somebody's definitely getting knocked out. Good round for both guys, but probably better for the Russian. Really good body shots and good right. Interesting. We're in the third round. Let me change the round. Kataev's landing some good right hooks on David Moreau in the beginning of the round. Hands up, Moreau. He got that clambuterol power. They brawling. Excellent exchange. Might not last long. I agree. Moreau got to turn it up. Kataev's definitely the better power puncher. There's no question without a doubt. He's the one that lands the significant power punches that definitely turns the tide of the fight. It's strange because I always felt like David Moreau had great elusive ability, but he's getting caught with a lot of shots. Bro, you calling the shit out of this fight? I'm hyping. I appreciate it. Yeah, you got me hyped, bro. Dude. Oh, shit. Good lead left hook from Kataev. Oh, and he lands a jab and a right on David Moreau. David Moreau has a great poker face, but he's getting rocked. He's getting rocked. Holy shit. Kataev is just slowly breaking David Moreau down. I see why they call him like a Arthur Bed. Oh, good right hook from Kataev. This man does not respect David Moreau's power. The way he just walks. Oh, good left hook from Kataev. Holy shit. David Moreau. Get your defense together, brother. These hooks just land at ease. He's not even like setting it up with a jab. He's just like landing the hooks just comfortably. Just winging one-shot hooks and he just land. His timing's solid. Good jab to the body from Kataev. Kataev has his hands down following David Moreau. David Moreau is not firing back, just on his back foot. He eats a punch and a three-punch combination. High guard from David Moreau on his back foot. Did something in the David Benavidez fight do something to David Moreau? Or is it the fact that he's fighting guys his size that can punch that makes a huge difference? Because at this moment, he is losing this fight. He's about to be 3-0 in my books, and we've seen him get hurt. Possibly a couple times. David Moreau's activity is low. Almost feels like he's good counter from David Moreau. Definitely was a get off me exchange so that Kataev can get off him. But he's not. Kataev is still walking towards him. The blood seems like it's pouring out a lot more from Kataev's right eye. David Moreau might have a target. He lands a couple jabs now. Oh, good right hook to the body from Kataev. Moreau throws a couple jabs. Moreau on his back foot again. If this card is called like no Tom and Jerry, man, there's a lot of Tom and Jerry going on from David Moreau because he is not trying to exchange. He's not trying to take risk. He is definitely, to a certain point, feel like he's trying to survive. Def coming here when I can't afford to buy the pay-per-view. I appreciate it. Moreau needs to land the power jabs. He does. SMH. This is better watching than the fight. Can I see the Alvarez Crawford fight for free? Yes, it will be on Netflix, Steven. But as a Midwestern from the North, I'll place Foreman, Frazier, Whitaker, Jones, Jr., Robinson, Lewis as my favorite Southern boxing legends. Oh, for sure. For sure. What fight are we watching? We're watching David Moreau and Imam Kataev. So if you're questioning what fight is on, all the information is right here on the screen. I got my own clock. I'll start it when it happens. Moreau for sure is in trouble. He definitely didn't want to take a lot of risk in that round because he definitely got hurt in those last couple rounds. Anyone know what time Berlanga Sheeraz fight starts? We got 2 more fights after that. The reason I'm gonna read that one in a second, Eric Bell. All right, we're in the 4th round. Moreau on his back foot again, high guard, circling away from Kataev. I don't know what punch is the more devastating punch, but we've seen the lead left hook from Kataev hurt David Moreau, and we've definitely seen the right where Moreau leaned into it. David Moreau is not really taking control of this fight. Kataev is just kind of having his way, walking in on David Moreau. Moreau is able to get away at times, but not making anything of it, giving you the idea that Kataev's aggression is effective and is going to win these rounds if Moreau does not make anything off of these movements. Good body shot from Kataev. Oh, good lead left hook from Kataev. Does this dude have like a crazy amateur background that I have to look up? Yeah, Moreau is losing bad. He is. I mean, he got buckled a little bit in the 2nd round. He had a great exchange at the end of it, but it was just kind of just out of reaction to try to get it back. But Kataev's been the more accurate puncher. Oh, good left punch from David Moreau. Lands on Kataev. Oh, okay. David Morrell lands a good 1-2. Breaks the guard of Kitaev. Seems like David Morrell is starting to get him to bite on some feints. Morrell's starting to pick up some shots a little bit. Kitaev's actually showing some good defense. Not the flashiest fighter, but definitely the strongest fighter on this card. Oh, shit. Good right hook to the body. Oh, shit. David Morrell moving around again, relying on the high guard. Hopefully not getting his guard broken, but Kitaev finds a way at times. David Morrell needs to set up his shots, but Kitaev's not biting off any feints. He's just walking at him. No respect. Right hook to the body. Left hook to the body. Lead left hook from Kitaev. Good jab from David Morrell. Kitaev fires back. Good uppercut from Kitaev and a left hook to the body. David Morrell's trying to retaliate, but I think he might be hurt. He gets pushed down. Ref calls it down as a push, not a knockdown. But that was a body shot. Boy, was that a body shot. Whoo! How is David Morrell standing? That was a flush-ass body shot. Oh, good right hook from Kitaev. David Morrell getting cooked. David Morrell getting cooked on the ropes. David Morrell gets off the ropes. Kitaev has his high guard slowly dropping down. He picks it back up. David Morrell throws a couple jabs. You get a feeling that Kitaev might be getting a little bit tired with his high guard not being consistently there. But it seems like he's getting the timing of David Morrell at moments. But he's pushing David Morrell. David Morrell is doing a lot of upper body movement, but it doesn't mean anything because he's getting caught in these exchanges. Every round so far, I've given this to the underdog, which is Kitaev. Ain't nothing to it. Now I get why he's been quiet the whole build-up. I did one interview with David Morrell, which he didn't really give me a sense like he really knew too much of his opponent and didn't really feel like it wasn't like a disrespectful interview. It just seemed like, I'm just going to fight my opponent. So what happened to Morrell? David really changed him because Morrell used to KO everyone. Well, I can't really say that because he's in a new weight class, which we're seeing Benavidez having a lot of resistance to. Obviously, he fought a guy that moved up too, like David Morrell. And we'll find out with the yard fight with that. But Morrell may have to be more mobile at this weight. I agree. What round is it? Everything's going to be on the screen, Humberto. Yes, Morrell is in huge trouble. I agree. All right, cool. Let me clock this. Yes, sir. Come back, my boy. What's up, Brod? What's the order of this fight? Next fight will be Puello and Alberto Matias, and then Shakur and then Edgar. As in right now, if everyone that's coming in curious, I've given all 4 rounds to Kitaev. Oh, goodly left hook from Kitaev. Kitaev doesn't look like a flashy fighter, but you can see that he has a lot of solid experience with his ability to time a guy that moves like this, set up shots without really using a lot of jabs, sitting down on punches at the right time, slowly being able to cut off the ring. Not all the time, but he definitely gets that lead foot at times to kind of push Morrell in a certain direction. That good combination from Kitaev. Right hook to the body and the left lands. David Morrell has not shown any type of fight. Oh, good right hook from David Morrell. But Kitaev lands a good shot back. Morrell has to fight Kitaev. This is going to sound crazy, but he might have to fight Kitaev. Maybe he feels like he can maybe get Kitaev tired. Oh, good left hook to the body. Might have been a little low. To be honest, maybe. Oh, good right hook to the body. Like I called it a round or two ago, Kitaev looked like he was getting a little tired with his high guard going down a little bit. I don't know if that's just kind of his style, but if David Morrell kind of can take this to the later rounds and maybe push him a little bit, he might tire him out. He's breathing kind of hard. David Morrell starting to tee off on Kitaev. Kitaev looks tired. He might be tired. Oh shit. Some body shots. Morrell's going to the body. He might see something. He might see something. David Morrell seems a lot more active. Kitaev looks tired. Them hands are low. Throwing all those strong winging punches from round to round. And to be honest with you, even though he landed some good shots, he missed a lot of shots as well. And that tires you out when you miss, because you're not being able to connect on something to kind of break that force. So swinging in the air is going to definitely tire out. And Kitaev's throwing with bad intention. So, but David Morrell, even though he did look like he was losing the fight, he still looks like he's still in it in the 5th round. This might be the first round he wins. Kitaev, who's been dominating, looks like the fighter's being dominated because of the blood coming out his nose and the cut. But he's definitely the more powerful puncher, but he might be the fighter that's slowly going to fade. David Morrell's still moving around, comfortable on his foot. Oh, shit! A fucking right hand drops David Morrell. The rope barely keeps him up. His mouth guard is almost out. He puts it back in. The ref is counting. David Morrell's in the corner, bouncing up and down, saying, I'm good. But holy shit, what a right hand from hell. Holy shit. David Morrell is bowing to the crowd for some fucking reason. And Bob Santos is telling him, get your ass in the corner. What the fuck you doing out there bowing? Ronnie Shields, his trainer, is yelling at him some shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck. Yo, Kitaev hit him so fucking hard, he bowed like the fight was over, y'all. Kitaev hit him so hard, he thought the fight was done. He thought he won the fight. Yo, Morrell got hit so fucking hard, he thought the fight was over, and he started bowing to the crowd. Like, holy shit. Let me get y'all a screenshot of him on the fucking, like, on the fucking, yeah, right here. Quick screenshot, y'all. Can't show the footage, but yeah, man. Oh, shit. He ate a right hook from hell. God damn. Holy moly. Oh, my God. David Morrell, when you were finally winning a round, you get dropped. What the hell? Stay focused. Oh, man, dude. Now David Morrell on his back foot again. He was having his best round until he ate the canvas on the last 5 seconds. Holy shit. David Morrell, man. I think you, what was it, Brotherhood? Morrell playing around too much. I agree. It almost seems like he's trying to shake off the embarrassment by doing these little smiles and giggles and bows. But it's not a good look. You got to get your head in the game. Kitaev is a fucking problem. And he's throwing some serious bombs. Holy moly, man. Good right hook to the body from Kitaev. It definitely feels like, yo, if Kitaev can actually make it to the 10th round, he easily wins this fight. But I do question his gas tank, but I don't question his power. Because even when it seems like he might be tired, his timing's solid. He's digging to the body of Morrell. Left hook to the body. Morrell just high guard. Not throwing anything effective. Just throwing a couple pity pat kind of jabs here and there. But not really being able to set up a shot with it. But, you know, we got to see if Kitaev makes it through the 10th round, man. He has his hands still low. Oh, good lead left hook from Kitaev. It just seems like his exchanges are just better. He knows when to throw it when David Morrell throws. He knows when to set up a shot. And even when he's kind of at a disadvantage at a point, he still finds a way to preemptively set up a shot where it lands clean on David Morrell. So he is still locked in. He's still focused. Maybe not as energized as he was in the first round, but man, this dude is a dangerous fucking fighter at any time. He could be tired. It don't matter. You have to stay locked in. And David Morrell, who seems like the more active fighter and might be even the more energized fighter, especially after getting dropped, which is crazy to think, probably has a maybe even a better chin. Good body shot from Kitaev. But Kitaev at any point of this fight, even tired, can put your lights out. So Kitaev hasn't really landed anything significant in this round. David Morrell is starting to look like he's picking up the fight just like he did in the 5th round. Starting to target the body a little bit. Kitaev's definitely looking tired. He's definitely looking tired. These combinations, Morrell's starting to pick it up. Good right hook to the body. Good right hook from Kitaev. Kitaev fights in spurts. I would give that round to Morrell. Kitaev is going to the corner,
Little bloody, very tired, but very dangerous. Morrell, if he can keep this activity up, he can win these last couple rounds. But that knockdown really set Morrell back, because if we're in the 6th round and Morrell wins all the next 4 rounds, he still loses the fight because of that 5th round knockdown. So if you think about it, Kitaev won 5 rounds and a knockdown that puts him ahead. So at the end of the day, if David Morrell does not land like a knockdown himself or land some devastating, significant shots that can give him a 10-8 round, he's gonna lose the fight, even if he wins these next couple rounds. So Morrell's gonna have to step up on the gas. Jesus Christ. No, Edgar hasn't fought yet. It's called Hype. Yeah, man. 300 amateur fights. He has 300 amateur fights? I mean, them Russians, dude, they always got crazy amateur backgrounds, dude. So, do you have any update on Sheeraz? It hasn't happened yet. Sheeraz and Edgar hasn't happened yet. We got this fight that's on right now, and then we got 2 more fights in the main event. The guy looks slicker than Arthur, but his gas tank doesn't seem nowhere near like Arthur. Arthur can go 12 like this. Because Bivol's movement activity is a motherfucker. Kitaev is starting with pressure again. Not respecting David Morrell. Throwing just a couple jabs right now. Morrell just needs to be active, needs to be busy. Kitaev's resting, breathing, hands low. He don't seem scared of Morrell. He definitely does not, Aiden. Who's winning? Kitaev, for sure. Morrell's wary of his power, which is why he's so hesitant. Got to go broke. I agree. At moments, he has to really capitalize on these low activity rounds to actually get back into the fight and maybe be fortunate to get like a knockdown. But at this rate, if he allows a low activity fight to happen and then gets caught with a couple good strong shots from Kitaev, he loses the round. So Morrell definitely needs to pick up the activity. A couple good jabs from David Morrell. He's fighting well on the back foot. Kitaev looks like he's kind of chasing Morrell now, opposed to landing cleanly and flush. Morrell needs to just pick his activity up a little bit. Oh, eats a right hook, though. Morrell eats a right hook after landing a good shot. Oh, good uppercut. Breaks the guard, David Morrell. Kitaev throws a right hand that breaks the guard of David Morrell. I got to give Kitaev props. Even when he's tired, he's fighting. He's like fighting through his tiredness. But I do see some sort of weakness. He might be a front runner. Throwing all those strong punches early on might tire him out. David Morrell lands a couple good punches in the combination. Nothing dangerous, but those are points. You think the 5th was 9-9? Well, he got knocked down in the 5th. So it automatically turns into a 10-8. Oh, good double left from Morrell. Taking advantage of Kitaev being tired. Kitaev starting to be a little bit defensively irresponsible. Looking tired, hands low, being a little lazy, lackadaisical, not respecting Morrell, but he's getting caught with shots. Kitaev got Morrell in the corner. Morrell gets out of the corner. Kitaev just doesn't have the energy to keep him in the corner. He couldn't let his hands go. He's just tired. David Morrell lands a good left hook to the body. Not an exciting round, but definitely feels like a Morrell round. Why is it only 10 rounds? That's what they agreed upon. There's no like hardware on it. Anytime you compete for like an interim title or any type of belt of sort, if it's the real belt or just some sort of random belt, typically those are 12 rounders. This doesn't have any hardware on it, so maybe it's just the fact that it's just no need to go 12. So, yeah, and to be honest, you really don't have to don't really need to go 12 unless you're like thinking like you're gonna need it. But maybe Kitaev didn't want to go 12 because he clearly looks tired. Solid shots, I agree. Kitaev's tired, but Morrell is scared to go in there to him. And Kitaev's breathing hard and hands low. Yeah, Morrell definitely needs more body shots. Yeah, the commentaries definitely also recognizes that too. But he might be a little hesitant to throw to the body. Kitaev's throwing bombs. He always been throwing bombs. Kitaev was a bronze medalist at the Tokyo Olympics? Yep, I looked up. Said over 300 fights? Shh. All right, well, I'm not embarrassed for not knowing. I just didn't know. Like, I just didn't know. So thanks for letting me know. Now I'm informed that he's a medalist in Olympics, over 300 fights. Explains why his style doesn't really look like he's setting up shots, but he's able to with just bare minimum movement, because his experience just alone gives him the opportunity to just know when to throw shots when he needs to without doing anything crazy. Just very impressed with his timing. Good lead left hook lands from Kataev. Kataev's starting to look a little bit more active than he did in the last 2 rounds. He's starting to let his hands go a little bit more. David Morrell's throwing some jabs, still on his back foot, doing a lot of movement. Good lead right hook to the body from Morrell lands on Kataev. A lot of these body shots are landing pretty comfortable from David Morrell, but he's not throwing as much as we probably all would like to. But that's probably because Morrell was scared to kick. Oh, good right hook in the clinch. David Morrell lands. David Morrell is starting to win some of these later rounds. Kataev does not answer back like he did in the previous rounds. Kataev lands a right hook to the body, but David Morrell circles back to the middle of the ring. David Morrell definitely looks like the fresher fighter. Even being dropped and hurt, he's still active with his footwork, still being able to circle Kataev, walk away from that right hand. Double jab from Morrell. It seems like the rounds that Morrell wins aren't flashy, but they're the ones that Kataev is not doing anything in. So Kataev tries to go with a lead left hook, misses. Tries to throw a right hook and misses. David Morrell on the move. David Morrell's movement is definitely giving Kataev a lot of problems. And these hooks that he's throwing is going to tire him out even more. Lead right hook catches Kataev from David Morrell. Good lead left hook from Kataev. Good right breaks the guard David Morrell, and a right stab jab lands on David Morrell. Kataev starting to land some good shots. David Morrell digs a lead right hook to the body and catches him with a left. Kataev tries to land with a right, misses, but he lands a jab. Oh, good right from Kataev. Catch David Morrell in between the guard. Oh, shit. David Morrell lands a good jab and a left. David Morrell is giving a lot of problems to Kataev with his movement. Kataev's definitely trying, but David Morrell looks like he's in control of the rounds right now. Good fucking left hand from David Morrell. Lands flush on Kataev. Kataev's pushing Morrell on the ropes, trying to get back in the last couple seconds. Can't catch David Morrell. David Morrell on his back foot. Yeah, he definitely won the last 3 rounds. David Morrell, in my personal opinion. I mean, by all means, he should have won the 5th round if he didn't get dropped. So he lost to Ben Whitaker in Tokyo. Okay, y'all giving me some context. So he lost to Ben Whitaker. Oh, shit. Ben Whitaker must be a bad boy. Watch Kataev get robbed. I mean, yo, all it takes is get one knockdown from David Morrell, and we're in an interesting fight. You know, it's going to be a close fight then. Let's go, Hamzah. Good fight. What up, TM? What's up, man? Morrell's going to change trainers if you lose. Watch. Man, that'd be 2 losses in a row. Saludos. What's up? That's crazy. Crazy amateur steroids as well. I mean, that's also true. It's certainly competitive, that's for sure. Couldn't watch for free. I'm on YouTube. I'm sorry, Jay. I'll try my best for you. What up, Naomi? He about to, all right, boom, boom, boom. We're in the 9th round. He's about to try to catch up in the second half of the fight. I mean, he definitely is. I don't know why the streaming sites don't work. I pay for mine. They're working. Only 10 rounds to protect them. Boxers today can't hardly go 12 or 15 rounds like boxers in 20s and 30s. And yeah, they used to go like 89 rounds in the bacon sun. Ben polished him with the boxing, yeah. Ben just came off that knockout. Whitaker is sharp and fast. I'm keeping them private. Sorry, my friend. Morrell's trying to be active enough to get a robbery, but the knockdown sealed his fate. His own commentary is terrible. Morrell's losing big. He is. And even if he wins these next 2 rounds, like, I think he loses by the default, like my brother says right there, because of that knockdown. I'm sure Whitaker is a nightmare in a 3-round fight. That's true. That's funny how you preference that 3-round fight. I have to see how he looks in the later fights. Later rounds. But yeah, David Morrell seems a lot more comfortable. Not really exciting second halves besides that really good straight that David Morrell landed on that last round. But Kataev, tired, not being as accurate. Now, this is where setting up the shots is important because your timing is off. And Kataev, who relied on great timing, he's tired. He's not being able to get to David Morrell. David Morrell lands a good straight left. David Morrell is boxing his ass off. He's peppering Kataev. Good jab. David Morrell's in a rhythm. He's dancing on Kataev. Kataev just walking. Biting. Oh, Kataev's biting off feints now. Kataev's biting off feints. Oh, Kataev pushed David Morrell in the ropes. Might have landed a shot. He pushes David Morrell in the ropes. He's starting to get busy. Kataev's throwing some shots. Oh, sneaky right and a left from David Morrell. Oh, shit. David Morrell's catching some. He's catching him with some hooks. Kataev pushes David Morrell in the ropes. He's starting to get busy. Right uppercut and a right lands from Kataev. David Morrell, high guard on the ropes. Oh, but David Morrell. Hey, be careful, Kataev. Don't get caught up. Oh! David Morrell catches him right on a sneaky pump fake break. He acts like he's about to clinch. He lets go and catches his ass. Oh, shit. Kataev pushes David Morrell back on the ropes and he's getting busy. David Morrell's throwing punches to get him off him. Right uppercut from David Morrell. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. David Morrell's landing some fucking bombs on Kataev. And Kataev just walking him down. He's eating these punches. He's walking him down. He's going to take one to give one. That's Kataev. All right. Good right hook to the body from Kataev. Oh, shit. They are fighting. Oh, shit. Hey, yo. David Morrell won that round. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right. I'm going to give you my honest fight comparison. This is like Andre Ward versus Sergey Kovalev, where Kovalev was dominating Dre in the first half, and then he got knocked down in the first half, which pretty much, in my opinion, sealed his fate. But they gave it to Andre Ward, right? And that's why he did the rematch, in my personal opinion, because he heard all the criticism. But Andre came strong in that second half and started punking Sergey, right? Not saying Morrell was punking him. He kind of boxed his way in, but now he's starting to beat him up. And if maybe it's a 12-round fight, it might be similar to that. And because of that knockdown, that might have sealed the fate. This is literally, in my opinion, like Andre Ward versus Sergey Kovalev, an amazing round from David Morrell. He was peppering him. He was beating the shit out of him. Sounds exciting as fuck. I'm fucking tripping. Yo, are they... Were they checking on the ref? Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, no, shit. Where's my stream? I fucked up. Where's my stream? Oh, shit. All right. Oh, shit. David Morrell must win this round. He definitely needs to win this round. He's got to drop him. Facts. He definitely has to drop him. Oh, shit. Kataev's getting busy on David Morrell. Kataev saying, fuck it. We gonna fight. David Morrell, high guard, walking down Kataev with confidence. Like, all right, you want to fight? We can fight. David Morrell's first time walking Kataev back on the ropes. Getting busy, unleashing punches. He's actually going after Kataev. Kataev looks still tired. Throwing strong hook after hook. David Morrell high guard blocking him. Morrell's blocking him. He says, come on. David Morrell eats another body. Morrell getting tagged up to the body. Now he getting caught. Don't get stupid. Kataev's smart. I can't hit you in the head. Well, I'm going to go to the body, and that's what he was doing. He was tagging Morrell's body up. Then he opened up with the upstairs. So now Kataev's on his back foot, hands low, lowering Morrell on the ropes. Kataev in the corner. Morrell getting busy on Kataev. Oh! Oh, good left hook. Sweat flying off of Kitaev. Kitaev lands a good left. David Morrell getting busy. David Morrell's fighting Kitaev. Oh, shit. Kitaev looks tired. He looks tired. David Morrell still looks fresh. Looks like he can go another 5 more rounds. Oh, David Morrell getting busy. Oh, good right hook to the body and a left from David Morrell. Oh, David Morrell getting busy on Kitaev. Oh, double left hook in the clinch and a right from David Morrell. Yo, David Morrell was punking Kitaev with boxing. Keep that in mind. He's using good slickness, but he's walking him down. Oh, he catches Kitaev with a left hook. He's hurt. Kitaev's hurt. Kitaev's hurt. Kitaev's on the ropes. Oh, shit. Kitaev fights back. He's walking Morrell back. He's wobbly. He's still like, come on. He won't go down. Oh, he's a left hook. Oh, he's a right. Oh, shit. Oh, is he going to stand up? He's fighting. He's fighting Morrell in the last second. Oh, my God. Morrell almost dropped him. This is crazy. Hey, yo, my girl came in and was like, yo, you're going to wake up your son. I'm sorry. Y'all understand how exciting that fight was. So if y'all could talk to her and tell her what we were watching right there was valid. I wasn't selling a fight just to be exciting. I didn't even hit the timer. I definitely forgot to hit the timer. Oh, my lordy. Yo, Morrell was baiting for the first half of the round, and he was blitzing in the second. What a fight. Morrell won that fight. Let's think about it. 6-10 was all Morrell. Like, all Morrell. And then Kitaev won the first 4, but was losing the 5th, but got the knockdown. Oh. I think Kitaev won simply only off of that knockdown. Yo, Kitaev definitely won that. I feel like this is Sergey Kovalev and Andre Ward. Like, this is Sergey Kovalev and Andre Ward all over again. Which I thought Sergey won the first Andre Ward fight. So, I feel like Kitaev won this fight. But if this was a 12-round fight, David Morrell wins. David Morrell wins. But, let's go Kitaev. Drive it while it's hot. The baby gotta wake up. Facts, man. He gonna have to wake up. He's in a boxing household. Yo, that's what a boxing household sounds like. That's the household I grew up in. What you know in a fight song, cause all you hearing is screaming. All you hear is screaming. Cause like when it comes to football, you get the touchdown, you get the crazy play. But when it comes to a fight, it is screaming after screaming after screaming after screaming after screaming. I couldn't stop screaming. Berlanga take TKO Sheeraz. Who won? I mean, we're waiting for the decision. I thought Kitaev won. Classic deer. He needed to scream. I agree with you. Draw. You can't have a draw when there's a knockdown. They might give Morrell a 2-point round. Dude, I'm bougie with my 10-8 rounds. Like, he really had a... Kitaev is a tough dude, and because of his toughness, allowed that to be a 10-9 round. Because he was fighting back. He was fighting back and pushing Morrell back after those exchanges. But I think Morrell at least earned a draw. But it's hard. If you give 5, this is how it works. If you give this guy 5 rounds, the first 5 was Kitaev, and the last 5 was Morrell. But now one of them got a knockdown, which turns into a 10-8, which is one round is more significant than the other rounds, right? That round was the deal sealer, the knockdown, 10-8. So you got to give him an extra, you got to remove an extra round, like it can't be 10-9, it has to be 10-8. So because one of the 5 on this side is 10-8, while everyone over here is 10-9, that round is the reason why it's not a draw. This fight would have been David Morrell's fight because I thought he was winning the 5th round until he got knocked down, meaning I would have gave him 6 out of those 10 rounds. But that knockdown in the last couple of seconds cost him the fight. I gave David Morrell 5. You gave him 6? 100%? Okay. That was the most excited you have sounded commentating. No, you got to see my Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney. That Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney one I was losing my shit. It's a split decision, y'all. $95-94. So $95-94 Kataev is how I saw it. $96-93 to Morrell. That's what Brotherhood Sports had it in the chat. $95-94 is going to be Kataev. Oh shit, they gave it to David Morrell. Wait. 95-94. How does the 95-94 go the other way? How did it go 95-94 the other way? They need to rematch that, man. How does it... He deserved the win over the cheater anyway. So, well, if y'all want to put it that way, right? Because of the fact that he's failed a drug test and now he's a cheater, you know. 6-4 Morrell loses. I had it 5-5, but one of the rounds was a knockdown. So that is the reason why I had Kataev winning the fight. Morrell won the fight. They gave Morrell with a split decision. 95-94 Kataev. 95-94 Morrell. And then they had like a 96-93 to David Morrell. So 2-point round, and they didn't give Kataev the other round he earned. Morrell won the third. Told you Morrell won that. Yeah, I mean, I thought Kataev won the first 5. But it was a great fight. Like, just do a rematch and call it a day. I ain't watching the rest of the card. Corruption afoot. That's enough for me. Good night. I thought Kataev won the fight. I did thought Kataev won the fight. See, that's what's wrong with boxing. But Morrell was violating him at the end. No, they violated. That was a great call. They had to rob that man. Morrell did fight those last 5 rounds though. He earned that shit. So I'm not gonna say like he didn't have a great effort. We're really, to be honest with you guys, we're really of a round difference. So obviously we want to be fair, right? But everyone doesn't see fights the same way. So if someone's a round off from what I see, I can't be mad. But I had it 5-5, but one got a knockdown. So if he won based off a round, I can't be mad because we're talking about a round. But that was kind of the same thing with Andre Ward and Sergey Kovalev. That was the same thing with Andre Ward and Sergey Kovalev, right? Wasn't it a round? Right? So at the end of the day, man, Kataev had a great fight with David Morrell. David Morrell had a great fight with Kataev. I don't see why we don't see that fight again. That fight alone belongs in some sort of rematch category and needs to be on the next ring match card. I mean, obviously, Morrell wants to progress with his career, but if Turkey got that bag, make it a 12-rounder, man. Great fight. But I do feel like if it's a 12-round fight, that benefits Morrell more than Kataev. So if they do another 10-round fight, we might get an interesting fight just like this. But if it's a 12-round fight, I think if Kataev does not get his stamina up, I think that would be a very clear, easier fight to score. Because imagine if David Morrell had 2 more rounds. None of us in here would have called robbery or, you know what I mean? So, yeah, Dre and Kovalev, right? Put that on pay-per-view. And Sergey's never failed a drug test. So, but see, I love the comments though. Because he's failed a drug test, fuck him. So, I mean, I don't know if he didn't. I don't know the story. But I'm not a fan of drug cheats, right? Especially ones that have failed. All right, so let me get some of these fire emoji ass chats out of here. Oh, damn, dude, these bots are getting smart. Because like I can't not have fire emojis as a comment because like as a banned thing, because fire emoji is fine. Did David get a belt? It did look like a belt. So it could have been a 12-rounder. But I don't know, man. Belts, they do whatever they want. From my understanding, how belts work is that when you fight for a belt, any type of form of belt, is usually a 12-round. So whatever, got robbed. What do you think is Zepeda and Shakur? I think Shakur will win the fight. Morel robbed Kataev. I can't say Morel was the one. It's the judges. You know what I mean? The fighters fight. But you would never see a rematch because Kataev is dangerous. Facts. What do you think of Hamzah versus Berlanga? It's a 50-50 fight because I feel like they both have vulnerabilities. And I need to see a little bit more at both. Tell him he'll get his rematch when he pisses clean, Mr. Grandy said. Fair. Hey, look. If the moral victory of the fact that you felt like, regardless if you thought he won or lost, you're just happy he lost because he was a person who tested positive for some sort of banned substance. I'm not mad for you guys rooting against that guy. But me just trying to base on what I saw and what I scored, I thought it was 5-5, and the difference was the knockdown round in the 5th. And that's just how I had it. But, shit, Dave Morrell, that's a bad dude. Because you got to understand, he took all those shots in the early rounds and still was able to dish it out in the second half. Still was able to move. Has a great chin. So, F boxing community. It's a cooking show all about money. Give me a wrench to clean up the bots. I won't do anything crazy. I don't know, brotherhood. I don't know. I mean, the bots has been kind of tamed lately. Won't be surprised Crawford gets a UD against Canelo. Hey, chill out. I don't condone any of that. We keep it boxing. You know what I mean? Don't do that. Extreme. We got to respect everybody. We don't do no blanket comments that are towards, communities, race and culture. You know what I mean? There's good and bad in everything. So, I will be a world champion. That's what's up. So, all right. So let me get my my clock situated right, because the next fight is going to be a world championship fight. So that's going to be a 12-rounder, and it's going to be Alberto Puello. There we go. Back in the day, Morrell loses that fight. Yo, these dudes like David Benavidez and David Morrell got to watch out. 175. They're fighting out real quick. The heat is here. The heat's at 175. Yo, I am wondering if any other fight tonight will have me screaming like that, because that was an amazing fight. Like, forget the scoring for right now. That was an amazing fight on both fighters. We saw two different styles. They both had amazing dominating rounds, and they both showed great heart, great chin, great everything, man. Great fight. Someone has to lose, you know what I mean? But Daylight Robber, I think Kataev won. Yeah. I mean, the women card yesterday had a lot of questionable decisions. I think the women's card was really an eye-opener outside of the Katie Taylor fight. And even the Katie Taylor fight, there was a judge that had it as a draw. Once again, it's my personal opinion. I did not think that fight was close enough as a draw. So, I don't know, man. Like, I just really don't understand what judges see, I mean, I do want to see their scorecards. I really don't score out of, like, any personal interest because I don't get nothing out of it. I don't, especially a fight like this, like, I'm just being a fan like you guys and I'm watching it and I'm screaming it. I get nothing out of the idea of, I'm not a bettor. I don't bet money on fights. I don't have like an exclusive relationship with David Morrell or Kataev, so it's not even an interview relationship thing. So it was just kind of It is what it is. But it does make me wonder, like, what judges see. Well, I know the ringside, what they don't see. But you also have to take into consideration, y'all, that the way that judges score the fight is by sitting at one side of the ring, and sometimes you don't really get a good viewing angle. Like, when it comes to media, they would sit as ringside at times. And when I'm ringside, I am able to hear punches and hear, like, the fighters grunt when they get, like, caught with a shot better. I can kind of feel the intensity, if that kind of makes sense. I can feel the I could feel the, how do I call it? Like, I could feel the guy getting the better of the two. So sometimes that might be a part of the scoring, right? Maybe a shot sounded a lot more flush than what it seems on TV. When I covered Wilder Fury 3, there were so many punches that Deontay Wilder threw that looked like slap punches, but when you're really actually watching the fight up close, the punches that Deontay Wilder was landing, any of those punches sounded like they would have knocked out any human being, which was shocking to me, because the poor technique that Wilder was throwing didn't matter, because the shots were still like deliberately like painful, like huh, huh, huh. I was like, holy shit, holy hell. I see why Fury's like falling all over the floor in his later fights, because the punishment he took from sloppy punches, but they were punishing shots. So judges do have poor viewing angles. I personally like watching fights like you guys do, because it's a way better viewing angle. It's the best, really, to be honest with you guys, the best seat in the house is at home. And then the second best seat is like on the risers above the floor. Like ringside and floor seats is more like a status thing. Like, oh, I'm on the floor, and you kind of, you know, and yeah, if you're really close to the ring, you can kind of, like I said, hear and see the punches, and you can get a feel of it. But the ropes are in the way. You know, sometimes the corner, depending where you're sitting, the corner gets up. You know, like, it's really not the best viewing. So judges, unfortunately, don't have the best viewing angle at times, and so they do judge it very differently. And they have one on each different side, so that's 3 different judges watching it. So if the fighter is at a bad view, like there's back to like a corner to 2 judges can have a shitty viewing angle while one actually has a great view. And sometimes where you're like, what were the other 2 viewing, and this one was able to see it. So that's just kind of how it works, unfortunately. But anyways, corrupt judges made Morrell win. Who won? Morrell. He was on the snack pack, so I'm glad he didn't get the win. Robbery. Shakur didn't fight yet. The Russian still won the fight. That's what I thought. David Morrell won. He did win. Morrell did enough to win for me. It was tied going to the 12th. Well, Jay, it went to the 10th. And if it was tied, the knockdown would have been the difference maker. So, no, should be Puello and Matias next. Yes. Yeah, Puello and Matias. These guys rooting for the cheater. The cheater won the fight, crazy as it sounds. Yeah, it's the cheater won the fight. Yeah. Who's up next? I got it right here. Alberto Puello versus Sabrina Matias, which is going to be another fight similar like that. You got a guy who's active, you know, a brawler, aggressive fighter, and a guy that can box and move. So if Puello is able to box and keep Matias off him, it's going to be a very easy fight. Not an exciting fight, but easy fight. But if Matias is able to get inside and kind of rough Puello up, then we might have a similar fight where I'm forced to scream and yell, because Puello got some dog in him too. Puello got some dog in him. You just don't really see it a lot because he boxes people out at a good range and keeps them at bay. So, but if you have to make him fight, he got some dog in him too. But Matias has to really know how to cut off the ring with these top boxers at this weight, because, you know, a lot of the fighters that he's been facing, he's been dominating, are nowhere near the boxers that he's been losing to, like Liam Paro and especially Alberto Puello. So it's a style matchup that really doesn't favor him. But if he's able to cut off the ring and make some adjustments from those fights that he lost, then we can really see an action-packed fight and can really bring up the Puerto Rican spirit in New York, because I know Amanda Serrano lost yesterday, so this would be huge. And when I talked to his promoter, Demetrius Salita, after he was released from Matchroom, or like they split, he told me like they really were trying to get him to fight in the New York crowd, because what better way to get a Puerto Rican fighter to get more attention and win a world championship than fighting in New York City, right? So great promotion. I think it's a great crowd for him, but it's a very tough opponent, a very great opponent if he can beat tonight, and it will probably put him potentially a candidate of the best 140 pounder if he wins in a dominating fashion tonight. So Benavidez gets an easier fight with Yard. I mean, we'll see, man. We'll see. Yard can be crafty. Bro fault. He on steroids. He got caught. Edgar W. Zepeda W. Ooh, okay. That's why that gave it to Morrell. I think Zepeda got it. Let me check So the popular opinion tonight is Edgar Berlanga and Stevenson. The second is Sheeraz versus Stevenson. So in other words, majority of people think Stevenson's going to win the fight. That's the popular too. And Berlanga is the favorite in this sense amongst you guys. So, but we'll see, man. Best fight of the night, I think. I agree. F Stop the Cap says don't do peds. I mean, listen, if Kitaev is really like a person who did steroids and he intentionally tried to do it and he's a bad person, then yeah, I'm happy Morrell won. But do I think he won? It's like two different things, right? So, how to watch it? It's on DAZN. As fans, let's just enjoy a good fight, right? So for everyone that's coming in right now, I'm going to show once again the running order. We just got done with Susumi and Ruiz. We just finished an amazing fight between David Morrell versus Kitaev. Next, we'll be getting ready for Puello versus Matias. Then afterwards, we'll be getting ready for the doubleheader between Shakur Stevenson and Zepeda, and then Edgar Berlanga versus Sheeraz, Hamzah Sheeraz. So we're almost to the main event portion, which is the doubleheader. And yeah, it's still kind of early, so I think we can get this card going pretty soon. A-side judging, the judges follow the money. I mean, that's how boxing's always been. Who's fighting right now? We're waiting for Puello Matias to get in the ring. You should have retired. Boxers be judges. Should be a requirement. You should have retired boxers be judges. I mean, you'd be surprised how many boxers don't even know basic boxing rules, though. So, but I get what you're saying. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know what needs to be fixed. They're very like nostalgic about how they score fights and judge fights. You know, instant replay is kind of okay in certain areas, and that's still slowly being implemented. But they really want to try to keep the integrity of how boxing has been, you know, because it's kind of like the drama and the suspense of the scorecards being read. That's why they don't do open scoring. That's why they don't really do instant replays. And they kind of feel like it affects the outcome of how fights come. They almost like, we don't want to tamper with anything, but we just want to give surprise scorecards at the end because that's where the drama it heads into. If it doesn't end in a knockout, the suspense is the scorecards, and that's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of stupid, but Morrell got blessed. We're probably not far from AI judging entirely. Yeah, but I don't know. I sometimes still question how AI gets their information from scoring, you know. What fights are they reading to kind of get? Because you got to remember, everyone scores fights differently. It's a subjective thing. You might see a fight differently than I see a fight, right? So at the end of the day, they're basing it off what? Whose opinion? To really be able to inform it that they're doing the right scoring. Because it really comes down to a subjective opinion. Now we're programming AI with subjective opinions versus factual. You know what I mean? We could say it lands this punch and this equals that. But sometimes you might score around, even though this guy landed more punches, these might feel like the more effective punches. Or the state of the fighter, how they looked, might have affected, or how their legs went when they took a shot. So it's so subjective that it's really hard to imagine that an AI bot's going to be able to get it right. But they're going to try to do it. Ain't the same drive, you know, you lose, go back to your mansion versus cardboard box. Glad he lost. You should not use PDs. David worked hard for it. I've been writing you from Granada, Nicaragua. How are you? Oh, that's what's up. That's great, man. Hoping to cover another great fighter from that area at some point. I think who's some of the great fighters that came from it was Roman Chocolatito is from there. Wait, I think I read that wrong. That's not Nicaragua, is it? Right? Am I tripping? Oh, that's not Nicaragua. I'm tripping. That's like Nicaragua. Where's that located? Wait, no, that's Nicaragua. Wait. All right, y'all. I'm sorry. My geography is tripping right now in my brain. Right? I'm looking at the flag. Let me pull up the map. Where is this at? Okay, yeah, it's right near Costa Rica. Okay, all right. I ain't tripping. Roman Chocolatito is from, and Mayorga, right? Right. Alexis Arguello, right? Roman Chocolatito, Felix Alvarado. Okay, all right. Sorry, my brain wasn't working for a little bit. But yeah, hopefully we get a new one that comes out of there, because I didn't get to cover Alexis Arguello. I watched Mayorga growing up, but I covered Roman Chocolatito, and he's a great fighter, a warrior. He was able to succeed his successor. Succeed and become the successor of Alexis Arguello, because Alexis Arguello wanted to be a 4-division champion, lost to Aaron Pryor in that sense. Roman Chocolatito grew up around Alexis Arguello, then later became a 4-division world champion. So great story to pass it forward. So we'll hopefully be able to see more great fighters from there. I think Christopher Rosales is from Nicaragua. Yes, sir. Mayorga, Alexis. Okay. Yeah, Mayorga. Okay. My brain just didn't really register it. So, all right. Let me get back to the comments. Puerto Rico, Berlanga. Respect the Morel win. Morel did win. Very controversial. Chat seemed split on who they thought won. Morel already fight. Yep, he did. He won. Very close fight. Great fight. Go back and watch it. Berlanga playing Jurassic Park music. Sure, that was funny. That was funny. I give him that. Some things can be cringy, but I give him that. Boxing ability, aggression, ring generalship, activity, last rounds are the things judges look at, and every judge see different. The only thing is, like, you already submitted your previous rounds. You can't, like, go back and erase. But I don't know. Like, are they writing in pencil? Are they writing in pen? Or did they scribble? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. Do they have another piece of paper that they write on that and submit that? Dude, I don't know, man. I've never been a judge. I've never been around the judges when they judge. So I'm so uninformed about what that whole situation looks like. But you only hear stories, and that's what I'm going off of. Moore lost the fight, but won the decision. Yep. Kerr losing tonight, and I can't wait. Ron, despite whatever racial, nationality views people got, I can speak on you as a content creator, knowing how those topics off your comment section. That's why I respect you as a content creator. I appreciate it, because, I'm not ignorant to say, vamos. I'm not ignorant to be naive to say, like, those things don't happen. But at the end of the day, like, we're just here to really focus on the idea of boxing. And, like, 9 times out of 10, sure, if you really dig into it, I'm sure there's some sort of truth to it. There's truth to everything. But I don't want to highlight that and blanket that, because really you get caught into a whole type of thing where it just becomes like, you know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? We're talking about, like, social problems and adding it to boxing. Sometimes your fighter just got their ass whooped. Sometimes the fighter that looks like you just got their ass whooped. And yeah, it sucks. You know what I mean? Like, I'm half black and half Korean. It's not a lot of Korean fighters. So when a Korean fighter goes up there and they get their ass whooped, don't get me wrong, I would love to see a Korean fighter get some dubs, but, I'm going to be like, they're trying to keep the Koreans down, the Japanese fighters, and no, man, anyway, just beat the shit out of that last Korean fighter. You're just the better fighter, you know what I mean? No conspiracy theories. Not saying it don't happen, but, you know what I'm saying? It's just, dude, we can, it's like things like that exist, but at the same time, we also can see that sometimes it's not the case. It could just be boxing, right? But anyways, with the knockdown, it was tied in the 12th. It was 10 rounds, Jay Sweet. It was 10 rounds. I'm afraid Matias will not be able to get inside. So Matias is walking in the ring right now, and that's what I'm feeling like. If Matias can't get in inside, it's over with. And I have to see the first couple rounds and really see if Matias can cut off the ring, because he struggled with Liam Paro. Shakur is going to win. Easy work. Yeah, I think Shakur is going to win. A draw wouldn't be out of the question. Rematch should be ordered. It's just hard because you can't have a draw when it's 5-5. And one of them was a knockdown round. Then, one weighs heavier than the other. Take the Berlanga. He take the era. Berlanga talks too much. You take Hamzah. Berlanga, Moy, these first two matches are crazy. Do I sniff the moolah, dog? What does that even mean? Oh, is he a management consultant? I hope that's not your business, and that's not how you're coming in here. Australia rules boxing. No, you got an undisputed champ yesterday. I get sick of hearing AI. I do too, man. Alberto Mucho Gusto from Grania. My pleasure, bro. Respect, man. Who got blah blah. All right, so Alberto Puello's about to get in the ring right now. What up, Carlos? The judges be old as hell. They can't even see good. I just wish I'm able to sit with a judge one day and really understand like what they score, What up, Westy? Watching the fight with no commentary, you see a whole new perspective, no bias, and you don't get drawn into commentators' perspective, opinions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I think sometimes it is important, though, to listen to the commentary because they do give you insight of things that you may not seen or not realize as well. But you really have to be strong and be convicted on what you believe in. So you really just have to not care about what other people's perspectives are and not really try to please or go with the flow. So if you're capable of watching with commentary and do it, you'll be surprised like how much extra information you can get from it as if you're able to be like. But if you're watching with casuals, I think when it gets tough with commentary is when it's a close round, and that's when they can steer you in another direction. But if you guys like in the chat know boxing, watching boxing with commentary just, if anything, only just pisses you off, But it does change your perspective a lot especially when they have a network fighter they're pushing. So Chocolate Gonzalez, yep. I enjoy Edgar Berlanga being funny. He was funny at the press conference. Kind of shocking what he did with De La Hoya throwing the money, you know what I'm saying? Was cracking my brother from another mother. What up, Big T? What's up, man? What up, L? Berlanga's good sport. Wins the Berlanga fight. So letting everyone know, we just finished the Morrell fight, so we're getting ready for Puello Matias. Those two have entered the ring. Then we'll get to the Shakur Stevenson Zepeda fight, and then Berlanga and Sheeraz. So Puello looks like sticky fingers. Nah, bro. What up, cool? Facts, Ron. Bro, Sheeraz will beat Berlanga. Yo, he turned into the favorite on a lot of these betting odds. I think Berlanga KOs him. Oh, I can respect that. Who you got? Puello Matias. I got Puello. Just because he was able to tame a guy with a lot of great aggression and great footwork, which is Gary Antoine Russell. And even though there was things that he could have done better in that fight that he improved in the Rayo Venezuela fight, I mean, it's still impressive. I did think he might have lost the Sandor Martin fight, but that's another great fighter that just doesn't get credit. So, and then he fought for the title against another great opponent. Who was it? Puello has a great track record of opponents. He fought Akhmedov, who was a guy that gave Kenny Sims hell, Mario Barrios hell, Oscar Duarte a good, decent scrap. He knocked out Barroso, the one that gave Rolly problems. So I really think that Puello beating Gary Antoine, having a very close, controversial fight, but winning against Sandor Martin. I mean, these are good wins. These are good wins that he has since he entered the States. And now he has Matias. His American fights have been really good opponents after he left the Dominican Republic. So I really have to favor Alberto Puello in this fight. It's silly, Ron. I can't live like that. I can't either, man. You get lost into that, and then you start picking sides of just stupid shit. And then the worst part is, like, they start calling you, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're against your people. But you're really not. You're just a boxing fan. And you can actually point out the idiocracy narratives about certain stuff where, that was, like, that concept and mindset really drags you into it. And it doesn't even turn into boxing. You know what I mean? Like, really, are you fighting the narrative or are you fighting the fans? And if you're really fighting the fans of their stupid opinions, then who cares? Just really fight your fight as a fight fan and fight what you believe in. So, where you guys can see the fight. We have 3 main events tonight. Yeah, this is like a main event. Delo Hoy low-key wanted to try those pink panties. WhatsApp channel is the fight. I want Matias to win so he can see him with Tio and catch a body. I mean, that'd be a great fight. Just so you guys know, Pitbull is fighting for the WBC interim. So if Matias wins and Pitbull wins his fight, that would be next in line. Pitbull and Matias would be... Those two would have to win their fights for that to happen. For the unification of the interim and the actual. So I can't show the fight because of copyright. Yeah, I hear you, mate. Fair play. Interview Pam and shit. I'll look him up. Susumi won the fight, L. Yo, what's up, J Lex? We're about to get this fight going. Yo, Smiley, what's good? At least we can count on tonight being better than last night. Facts, man. Somebody tell... Yeah, Morel already happened. I think people are choosing Shiraz because he comes across like cold as ice. Is that what you mean? All right, already. Matias is cutting the distance pretty well. Puello throws a good body shot with the lead right hook. He's fighting in a southpaw stance. Matias is just high guard. You know, I've seen Matias fight a couple times, man, and he definitely will lose a lot of the early rounds, but eventually he becomes a buzzsaw and start breaking fighters down. So it really comes to the mental focus and boxing ability of his opponent to win this fight. Matias, high guard again, walking him down, but he's eating a lot of shots flush from Puello. He's landing some good jabs, good shots to the bodies. Matias, a lot of pressure, but nothing effective off of it. And Puello is definitely digging into solid shots, getting off the ropes, pushing Matias off. Matias throws a very slow left hook to Puello. Puello seems very active, very comfortable. Matias throwing a couple shots that are blocked. Puello's getting busy on the inside, and this is what I was telling you guys. Puello has a really good inside game that's underrated, but you would have to get inside. I saw it in an Akamedo fight that he can fight in the inside. You know, this is a very, very tribal fight. You know, I don't want to get into the whole race thing, but there's a lot of Dominicans and Puerto Rican in New York, so there's going to be a lot of shouting and support in this crowd for their countrymen. So there's going to be a really emotional fight between these two fighters because their fan bases are strong and thick in the crowd today. What up, L? $5 super chat, man. I really appreciate that, man. That's going to go to the... Oh, shit! Good shots from Puello. Matias is starting to pick it up a little bit. Appreciate the $5 super chat. That's definitely going to go to the Tank Roach fight if it happens on travel fees. If not, Crawford Canelo for sure. And obviously, if not, towards the pay-per-view of today. Bad idea to fight inside. Well, I think he's kind of forced to fight inside because Matias is definitely... Oh, good! Uppercut from Puello. Puello is just having a very easy round to score. Just great movement. Great jabs. Good uppercut again from Puello. Manny Pacquiao wins. I'll give him my opinion in like 10 seconds. Matias needs to pick this pace up a little bit, man. He is walking down, but he's eating a lot of shots. Oh, shit. Good right hook to the body. A shot after the bell by Puello. Unintentional. But Matias started to land some serious shots in the last 5 seconds. You know, my brain's telling me pick Mario Barras, but the fan inside of me, my childhood is screaming Pacquiao. And I think that that fight's a 51-49, where I think Pacquiao can edge that fight out. But it is not a favorable pick. It's kind of more of like a delusional pick. But I kind of think what my head, and that fight I'm picking my heart. So understand that when I pick Pacquiao, I'm picking with my heart, not my head in that fight. But I think he can get it done. But he's old. Morel Jr., another internet boxing community hype job. Sheesh. Shout out to my beautiful wife. Shout out to your beautiful wife. Shiraz Nimi. Shout out to her. Cool. Boom. I give the first round to Puello, but Matias started to heat things up in the last round. Last 10 seconds. But Matias is putting a lot more pressure now. Oh, shit. Matias. Oh, shit. Matias eats a hook. Matias is putting a lot of pressure on Puello. He's throwing a lot of hooks, left hooks to the body. Very infamous Puerto Rican shot. Puello's getting busy. Now left hook to the body from Matias. Puello's starting to have to fight in the inside. I don't know if this is a great idea, like Brotherhood said. Keep that distance. I don't know if he can. Matias is very aggressive in this fight. He eats a left hook. Oh, nice straight left from Puello. Matias high guard, just walking him down, just not even respecting the jab that Puello throws. Now left hook, pushing the fight, throws a right hook that lands on Puello. Ooh, Matias looks like he's trying to bully Puello. Puello definitely doesn't seem panicking right now, but he clinches and he turns Matias. He throws a left hook to the body. I don't know if this is going to go the distance. The way that these guys are having a fight at this pace. But Puello's a dog. Puello is a dog. We've seen him time and time again take good competition. But Matias is putting more pressure than he did the first round. He's throwing more shots with conviction. They clinch again. Ref breaks him up. Puello definitely needs to use his boxing ability and his movement and not try to get into a firefight all the time because he gives Matias free shots. Another left hook to the body from Matias. Puello throws a good left hook. Good uppercut. Lead the uppercut from Matias. Puello's back on the ropes. Oh, shit. Oh, good right uppercut from Matias. Double left hook from Matias. Puello throws a left hook. Constantly, Matias has Puello on his back foot, just putting pressure. Just the pace that Matias is pushing on Puello is absolutely insane. This is insane. Right hook to the body. This is the Matias that people are accustomed to seeing, a guy that is the boogeyman of the division. High guard and just pushes you back and just constantly breaks you down. But Puello is fighting in the inside. Pushes Matias off. Uses his boxing ability again. Puello is definitely a dog. He's fighting Matias at his own game. Seems calm and poised. Doesn't seem panicking. Throws a right hook. Not a nice sneaky left hook from Puello. Ooh, do I give that round to Matias? Do we give that round to Matias? That was a close round. Matias gonna get him. That pressure is relentless, man. Pacquiao's the best. Matias on VADA. They have some sort of low tier VADA testing for WBC. So Junior, just think of it like they have a bronze, silver, gold package of drug testing. So just because you're in VADA testing doesn't mean you're in the premier premium testing of VADA. They're kind of like in this WBC testing pool, which many people considered it like the bronze level. It's testing, but not the best testing amongst the other tiers that they have. So, but there is testing. So, and he's never failed a drug test, so I won't, push that on him. So, Puello's underrated as fuck for sure. I agree, and you can see how comfortable he looks in the inside. But Matias is Matias. That's how I feel also about the Pac Barrios fight. Yeah, I agree. It's a great fight on paper, which is winnable by Pacquiao, but it's also a fight that he can get completely outclassed. So, because Mario has a good jab. Man, Puello is constantly having to deal with this pressure, and these left hooks is just digging in from Matias. These are going to be some tough scorecards, I'm not going to lie. Because they're both very active and they're both accurate in their punch placements. Matias is throwing a lot of good left hooks and good sneaky uppercuts. Puello has good hooks, good punches to the jab. Good jabs. And he's sneaky too. But Puello needs to stop getting into this firefight where he gives Matias allow these left hooks to constantly be applied. And now Matias mixes right hooks. They clinch. The big thing that I'm noticing that Puello is not seeing, or I mean, he might be seeing because he's feeling it, is that every time that Matias puts pressure on, he goes to the body. He's not head hunting. He's digging with left hooks, right hooks. And when he starts to kind of get Puello to focus on that, he throws good uppercuts. Another good left hook to the body from Matias. Matias is starting to kind of break down Puello, it feels like. And Puello's clinching again, and Puello's throwing hooks to the bodies himself. But consistent pressure, left hook, left hook, left hook. Matias, once again, putting pressure again. Puello lands a couple good headshots. Back on the ropes, Matias digs to the body, pushes Puello. Puello clinches. This might be a Matias round again. Puello's throwing good headshots, good boxing when he's on his back foot. But when Matias puts the pressure on, he goes to the body and he lands effective. Puello lands a good hook. 2 good hooks from Puello. I don't know if these are going to hurt Matias. Matias, once again, pushing Puello in the corner, throwing hooks to the body. Consistent pressure. This might work for him and the judges because he's constantly putting Puello in the ropes. Puello has good headshots, but these body shots are definitely going to have to add up at some point in the 12-round fight. Matias putting pressure again. Good uppercut from Puello lands. Oh, a good left hook from Puello. When Puello has distance, he is landing great shots. But, oh, shit. Good left hook from Puello. Oh, shit. Puello got caught with a good uppercut. Matias got caught with a Puello uppercut. A right hook from Puello. Oh, shit. Good left hook from Matias. Oh, shit. Puello on the ropes. These two are dogs, man. These two are dogs. Big T, man, I want to thank you for hosting this fight, my brother, from another mother. Yo, I appreciate it. Yo, like I said, all this stuff definitely goes back to the stream. If it's adding to the look, if it adds to paying for a pay-per-view, or if me traveling to a fight, getting an interview. But that was a close round, to be honest. Can we watch along? Go ahead, man. I just can't show the fight. Barrios, he's not Tango Pacquiao. That left hook be hurting people. Pacquiao will be better than Barrios. You think Puello can move like this all 10 rounds? Well, you notice he's actually kind of not moving as much as I thought he would be. He's actually fighting a lot on the ropes, but I don't know if that's because he has to or if that's part of the game plan to fight fire with fire. But these sneaky uppercuts, man, that Puello throws in between the guard are great. On Hamzah Sheeraz, we got 2 more fights. We got after this Shakur. This definitely is an insane pace that I would be shocked to see these guys go 12. And if they do, I take my hat off. Like, these guys are incredible athletes. Because right now, Matias putting pressure and Puello's fighting off the back foot. But Matias is constantly high guard. Left hook to the body. Oh, my God. His left hook just landed. And then right and then left. He gets warned for throwing low. Matias got warned, but he's constantly putting pressure. Puello on the ropes, getting a lot of left hooks. Puello's fighting in mid-range. Good. Oh, shit. Puello looks hurt. Puello looks hurt. If not, off balance. But I feel like the pace is starting to get to him a little bit. Because these left hooks to the body. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Matias looks like he's in his bag. I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to get worried for Puello. Puello's taking way too many flush left hooks to the body, right hooks to the body. And yes, he is landing these solid headshots. But Matias definitely looks like he's in great shape. Puello's in great shape, but this pace, these hooks, Puello constantly initiating the clinch to get him off, it just gives me kind of the sense where he's forced to have to resort to those type of tactics to get him off of him because he can't really box him. You can't box him. He can't get him off him. So when they clinch, when they fight up close, I'm always seeing hooks to the body that always land for Matias. Oh, kind of low for Matias. Right hook right now. And Puello clinches again. You said Crawford predicted Puello over Matias. I mean, I think he typically picks the boxer over the brawler. You know what I mean? But and that's what I did. I predicted Puello too because of the people that he's faced. But he said Puello's eye is closed. Damn. Dude, the way that he broke down, why don't you show fights? Because of copyright. Matias is eating his lunch, dude. He is tearing his body up. And Puello, unfortunately, who I do feel like he has a great inside game, is fighting Matias' fight. And because of that, you have to think, who's winning the fight? It seems like Matias is, because he's forcing Puello to fight that fight. I think Matias is obviously dominant in that type of style, and he looks like he is dominant. You know, it seems like Puello was forced to fight a fight where he just looks more willing to exchange, but not wanting to exchange. He wants a mid-range fight, and Matias is just constantly just putting pressure, man. And Puello lands good shots here and there, but Matias is constantly keeping him on the ropes. Pure great pressure, good body shots. Puello definitely seems light on his feet still, but looks very uncomfortable. And these left hooks, man, insane. Michael Becker, what's up, man? Appreciate your energy, Ron. Great shit as always. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yo, like I said, all those super chats, it just goes to like me paying for pay-per-views or going to fights and stuff like that. Travel fees, you know? Like, I'm a very simple person. Like you can see, I wear graphic tees. I don't buy anything extravagant. I'm just a simple guy. I get jokes every once in a while. Like my haircut looks crazy, you know? But for the most part, everything just gets reinvested into just content, you know? So I appreciate your love and support. Puello's getting that head pop back, 2 more rounds, and Matias will start to pick it up. He's already picked it up. Like Puello is doing desperate stuff. He is. You feel like a lot of the stuff he's doing is like resorting to do it, not because he wants to do it. So when Berlanga Sheeraz, 2 more fights, they better not let Puello clinch all damn night. Me kind of is. Yeah, it's another great fight, TM. Puello punches have no power on it. I mean, they have probably respectful power, but nothing seems devastating. You know what I mean? Because he was able to get a lot of great wins against great opponents. So I don't think that's the case. But Matias' pressure is preventing him to kind of actually fight that kind of mid-range style. So he's not able to actually fully extend his shots. I wouldn't say actually full. He's actually gotten really good shots. You might just be right. He might not have no power on it. You might be right. But Matias has a dog chin, dog mentality. The way he fights, clearly, got. Oh man, they are digging to the body. And Matias, once again, shoulder to shoulder, head to head. Puello was forced to fight a fight where, unfortunately, he's not being able to show his best attributes in box from a distance. Puello putting high pressure again. Couple good boxing. But damn, how is Puello taking these body shots? All I'm seeing is consistent body shots every time they get up close. Matias is starting to just tee off on him. And Puello's throwing a lot of get off me punches. Like get off, get off, get off. I mean, I think Puello won the first round. Maybe, oh shit, good shot from Matias. There might have been a swing round, but for the most part, I think Matias has probably won 2, 3 of the rounds outside of the first. And Matias right now is just constantly putting pressure and digging to the body. Somewhere along the line, these body shots have to take a toll. And I'm expecting to see Puello to take a knee somewhere. But Puello is getting some good shots, a couple good jabs, a couple good straights. Puello is a good fighter, man. He's fighting really well on the inside as well. And when he gets some distance, he really gets good shots off. We got a round, a minute left. It's definitely a closer round than I thought it was in the beginning. Puello does have a lot of moments in this round as well. He's definitely stealing this last minute right now by getting a lot of good mid-range exchanges. Matias is not getting those body shots off right now, and he's not able to get him on the ropes. Puello is starting to tee off a little bit more. He might be able to sneak this round. These shots are starting to catch up on Matias. He might steal this round. They clinch again. Oh, really low right. Yeah, he gets warned for that very low attempt of a body shot. Good left hook from Puello. Puello's boxing way smarter this round. Great fight so far. Got champ 2-1. But he snapped Matias' head back. Yeah, this is definitely a fight where I can see it kind of being close. Even though I might have given Matias an extra round, Puello for sure won that. Puello hurt to the body. His eyes isn't closed, you lied. Yeah, his eyes isn't closed. Yeah, his eyes wasn't closed, brother. I hate refs that let the clinch all night. 2-2. I respect the 2-2. I can see. What's up, Hatcher? What's up, bro? I'm interested in the Shakur fight. I'm interested too. Can't read that, Enrique, but I'm sure it's love. Matias is a robot. He feels no pain. Facts. First time here. You're doing great. Good knowledge. Appreciate it, Maestro. I'm glad. Hopefully you can stay and support more. Matias is so good at what he does. I got to admit that. He's great at what he does. But Puello's doing great as well. Matias is going to win. Could Shakur handle Sabria's pressure? I mean, we'll see by Zepeda tonight, you know. They're about to let Puello clinch all night, just like Paro. I'm sick of it. Clinching is part of boxing, though. You think Matias will begin to slow down after 6? I don't think he'll slow down. I think it's if Puello can get into a rhythm, which Puello seems like he's able to kind of establish some sort of distance, and because of it, he's having success. Matias is not getting as close where he can land those body shots as he did as early on in the round. So if Puello is able to get off the ropes, throw a couple jabs, a couple straights, and then turn Matias while he's getting off the ropes, Matias is going to have a really rough night. Right now, the first minute, Matias is not having any success getting in the range of throwing to the body shots. Puello using his stick and moving Matias off that jab. Good uppercut from Puello. Matias is having some struggle now. They clinch. They're clinching. Excessive clinching is illegal. Well, I mean, maybe the ref, I think the ref kind of warned a little bit, saying like, so, but Puello's using that mid-range distance to box Matias off him. And Matias right now isn't having as much success, but 3 jabs land from Matias on Puello, and he puts high pressure again, pushes Puello back on the ropes. Puello's on the ropes. Matias is starting to let his hands go. Puello looks a little uncomfortable, but he pushes him off. High guard Puello. Throws a hook, lands. Matias lands a good left hook to the body, but Puello fires back with a left hook. Matias is starting to get busy. Got Puello on the ropes, but Puello is exchanging with him. A good uppercut from Matias, and they clinch. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought the ref was going to warn Puello for clinching. I mean, he's clinching, and they break. Oh, good uppercut from Matias. Oh, good right to the body from Matias. Matias just attacking the body again. But Puello's keeping that good mid-range and letting his hands go. Keeping Matias off him so he can't dig to the body as consistent as he was in the earlier rounds. And for that alone, good right to the body from Matias. Puello's using that jab on the ropes. Matias is starting to tee off. Left hook to the body. Right lands on Puello. Puello's a little bit getting torn up. He's getting caught up on the ropes. Get off the ropes. Good right lands on Puello. Matias is starting to land some good shots. Puello pushes Matias on the ropes. Pushes himself off the ropes and pushes Matias on the ropes. Puello is starting to let his hands go again. They're starting to dig to the body. Good uppercut from Matias. The toe-to-toe in the middle. Uppercut lands by Matias. Left hook to the body. Oh my God. Good right from Puello. Man. What it seems was the left hand was the problem. Was now the right hand that's starting to catch up on Puello. But Puello might got that wrong for me because he was kind of more in control of the fight. So Matias got a cut on the eye. Matias is going to knock him out. I mean, look, that pressure's there and it's going to be there all night. The thing is the adjustments that Puello needs to do, which it seems like he's starting to kind of get in some sort of rhythm. He is using some clinching tactics, which he's getting away with it. You know what I mean? There's no, but without the clinching, the fight would be over already. It's 3-3. I could respect the 3-3. It's very close. It's very close. Very close. William's going to win by knockout. Matias needs to target that eye. How long to the main event start? We got Shakur next, and then we got Edgar after. So. Good jab from Puello. Matias once again starts off with a lot of pressure. They clinch. Referee separates them. But as of right now, Puello still seems very lively. So good left from Matias. Oh, they're clinching. Matias is starting to let his hands go, but Puello keeps that good mid-range distance and pushes him to get some leverage on mid-range shots. Matias right now is not able to have success like he did in earlier. Good lead uppercut lands from Matias. Pops Puello's head back. Good left hook to the body from Matias. A good right hook from Matias. Matias is starting to pick it up. He's starting to land. Good sneaky right. Puello's starting to land consistent. That was 4 shots landed flush from Matias in the first minute of this round. Puello's on the ropes, not seeming as active. His punches are starting to miss a little bit more than he did in the last round. Matias is starting to tee off to the body. Matias seems to be more in control of this round. Puello's punches are being blocked. Good right to the body from Matias. Matias seems very dominant right now in this round. He seems very comfortable. All his shots seem to be landing while Puello's starting. It's good sneaky right from Puello. Matias pushes Puello on the ropes. Good sneaky left from Puello, but Matias still puts pressure on Puello. Matias looks good this round. Good right to the body from Matias. They clinch. Crowd boos a little bit. Good left from Matias. Puello's throwing some get off me punches. Oh, good uppercut from Matias. This is a Matias round. Double jab from Matias. Matias is starting to land some jabs. Oh, sneaky right from Matias, but he gets caught with a right from Puello, but he still puts pressure. Walks Puello on the ropes. Puello jumps and clinches. Referee just comes in and just pushes them off. Good left hook to the body from Puello, but Matias does not seem tired, and he's pushing the pace once again. This Matias round. This is Matias round. This is Matias round. Good right hook to the body, and left lands from Matias. Matias is starting to tee off on Puello. Puello does not have that nice mid-range that he was doing in the last round. He's starting to, Puello is getting tagged up. Oh, my. Yeah, Puello cannot get his shots together this round, and Matias is just mauling him. Good lead left hook landed from Puello. Matias round. What round? So if you guys ask what round, if you look into this little circle, this would tell you what round and obviously the time. So we're about to go into the 8th round, and it hasn't started yet because I haven't started the timer. So 4-2 Matias. So that was so you probably got 5-2 Matias now after that. Who's fighting? Puello Matias. Shakur IQ is definitely I think Shakur is going to beat Zepeda. Are these top 10 boxers in this weight class? Yeah, for sure. Matias is definitely a boss. Matias is winning. I think I could see 3-3, but that round for sure was Matias, so I could see 4-3. Either or, I do see Matias slowly getting in the momentum, and he did win that last round. That Morrell fight was crazy. You called it great. I am being a little bit more poised because, you know what I mean? I ain't trying to wake up the little one. But that fight, I couldn't contain it. This is more like a technical fight where both these guys are in great condition. But no one's really been rocked, hurt, dropped. Like, that fight was insane. So this just seems like a methodical breakdown fight. It's kind of like a Corrales-Castillo kind of fight where, like, two guys are in great condition and they're just going at it, and they don't have any type of quit. They're just constantly just throwing these solid, clean, flush shots that doesn't really... they just exchanged hooks right there. And Puello is starting to fight Matias a little bit. He's starting to fight him back. Matias is starting to put pressure again. Which round? We're in the 8th round right now. Shakur talks too much. Very entertained. Morale won. I missed it. Yeah. He won the fight, but I thought he lost it. Matias is putting pressure again while Puello is trying to get in a mid-range to kind of get some shots to get off him. It's a tough fight. Oh, shit. A couple good shots landing from Puello. This, honestly, is like a good... This is like a Showtime co-main event. Like, if Showtime Boston was around, this would be a fight that would be made. Like, this would be like a support to like a Gervonta Tank Davis card or something. This is a good fight. 2 double left hooks land by Matias. Neither guy has... Oh, good right uppercut lands from Matias. These guys are in great shape. Matias once again pressing. Ooh, Matias eats a left hook. And a lot of clinch in this round. Man, Matias' pressure is definitely going to win a lot of judges alone because he's going to constantly push Puello on the ropes, and that makes me feel like the judge is going to give him more of the rounds. So Puello definitely needs to make something about this pressure because if not, this fight's definitely going to be in Matias' favor. Like Matias just walking Puello down, landing hooks, landing jabs, right hook to the body, left hook to the body. And then Puello's just firing back, kind of like trying to get him off. But Matias is dictating the pace of the fight. He's pushing him in the corner. He's pushing him back. He's throwing to the body. Puello's output seems like it's slowing down a lot. Good right uppercut lands from Matias. Matias does not respect Puello at all. Dude, he's just walking him down. This is absolutely insane. The fight that let me know he has a hell of a chin is when he fought Ergashev. I think it was on Ryan Tank undercard. I couldn't remember. Dude, he just... Was it Ryan Tank? No, it was David Benavidez versus Boo Boo, I think. Whatever fight when he fought Ergashev. He just took an ass whoop, and then he just stopped him. I can't stand Puello's style. It is like the traditional boxing move style. I mean, it's effective at times, but Matias' pressure is just preventing him to allow that to be a thing where I think Matias is going to be winning this fight from here on out if Puello can't do something about it. Morrell got lucky in the classic. I agree. Puello's activity is just not matching Matias. A lot of it just kind of seems to be responding to Matias. So, or I just changed it to the 9th. In your opinion, which upcoming fight tonight's card do you have an upset alert? Well, it already happened. I mean, I think Kativ should have been it. If anything, I mean, the main event's a toss pick'em fight. So, I don't think Shakur is going to lose, so I just don't think there would be an upset in that sense. So, if anything is going to be an upset, it might be this fight because Puello should be the favorite in this fight. Matias is once again putting pressure, push Puello on the ropes. Puello's not really doing anything too much to really convince me that he's going to be having comfortable rounds. You know, he might have maybe silent rounds where a judge might give here or there if they appreciate some of the work, but you can comfortably say that Matias has a case for almost every round. You know, in the later, Matias just landed a vicious shot right there. Very, very competitive fight. I feel like I got Matias up, but there's some sneaky quiet rounds. But for the most part, I think Matias is just dictating the pace from the last round. I think he's consistently keeping the pressure, and he's landing effective shots on Puello. Every shot, you know, they're powerful shots. Puello just has a hell of a chin himself as well, and he's in great shape, so it doesn't look as vicious. He's wearing it well. But Matias is just constantly digging good shots to the body. But, man, Puello is firing back in these exchanges. And that's where these rounds get hard to score at times because Puello does fight back. Puello does show inside game. And Puello will let his hands go and will exchange and will fire back. And those shots land. So, at some point, you have to appreciate what Puello does as well. And not just only look at Matias constantly putting pressure. But, man, this is a great fight. very Corrales Castillo like, because both guys hasn't shown any type of quit. Great conditioning, lots of body shots, lots of headshots. They clinch right now. And when I say Castillo and Corrales like that, I know that's all action. But just the pacing of these two guys constantly just fighting. No low in action outside of the clinching. Good sneaky uppercut from Puello landed on Matias. And Puello's starting to pick it up a little bit more in this round. Man, dude. See, now Puello's starting to pick it up. Good shot from Puello. Ooh, a lot of good body shots from Matias. Good right hook from Puello. A lot of good body shots. They clinch again. I just can't watch another clinch. All right, let's see. It's a good fight, man. Morale won. Yeah, not God, Zod, not Jesus, Matias. 5-2 Matias. You think Dalton Smith wants this smoke? 4-3 Matias. Nah, I'm not Filipino, man. I like your commentary. I appreciate it, Jerome. Yo, you should have been here for the morale, man. My girl had to tell me to chill out. I was screaming in that fight. Shakur would definitely get the job done. Matias rarely used his head movements. I agree. He's high towards some black and Korean. Matias, all in this fight, goes one, gets stronger at that. Your commentary is fire. I appreciate it, bro. Matias is definitely tough. Shakur Stevenson. Oh, shit. You're biased. Who you calling biased? You calling me biased? This is definitely a fight where I can see mixed scorecards because it really just depends on what you like, you know? 5-4 Puello. I can respect that because Matias definitely, I think someone said it in here earlier, but he's taking a lot of shots because Matias doesn't use his head. Yeah, Matias doesn't use his head, so because of that, he's always there to get countered. He's always there to get an exchange back if he gets caught. So at any time Matias lands a good shot or good combination, Puello seems to fire it back when he wants to, and when he does, he lands. So, oh man. And anytime Puello's in mid-range, he dominates Matias. So if Matias is not able to make it a firefight and go to the body like right now, Matias landing good body shots, but Puello is willing to fight him in there too. And Puello is a tough guy, dude. He has a good inside game. He's fighting Matias. You know, the pressure, just pushing the pressure might be kind of a taste that some people like. Like, I do like Matias pressing the action, but I do see Puello working in that action. So, good fucking left from Puello. Yo! Did Matias kind of get wobbled a little bit? Matias is just walking towards Puello, but I feel like these shots might, I don't know, I might have saw something. Puello might have landed a good left, a good straight left. Matias once again walking Puello down, but Puello clinching again. Matias once again walking him down. Oh shit. Very strong lead left hook by Matias. They clinch immediately afterwards. Puello on his back foot a little bit. Clinching immediately again. He might have got hurt from that shot. He instantly clinched. These clinches might be something where some people view as smart tactics and some people might view it as like it's excessive. So if you don't like the clinching, like all the engaging clinching that Puello is doing, the ref is warning them from clinching again. So Matias is starting to tee off though. Matias is starting to pick it up, but Puello backs him up. Puello's fighting Matias back. Oh shit, Matias is starting to tee off on Puello. That's a Matias round. That's a Matias round for sure. That's a Matias round for sure. Yeah, I did start. Great fight. Puello's clinching and headbutting. Yeah, I think I got Matias ahead right now. Simply just because of the fact that he's just walking right up to Puello. I think I got Matias up, but I can see mixed scorecards. So there's going to be scorecards all over the place because Puello definitely fights in mid-range, and he does have success because Matias does not move his head. He's there to get countered. He's easily able to get hit. Matias seems like he has the more effective punching because he digs to the body, and Puello clinches immediately, kind of more like, I need to kind of get this guy off me, right? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, if it wasn't affecting him, he can kind of bully him. But he's kind of more like having a fight in a way where he respects his power, he respects the pressure, and that alone is telling. So, is anyone going to get knocked down? Where's the power? I don't think neither one's going to get knocked down because the pace that they're fighting and the way that they're able to take all these punches amongst each other is simply because these two guys are in great condition. Good lead uppercut from Puello. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Did Puello hurt Matias? You remember earlier when I said it was a straight left that kind of looked like it hurt Matias for a little bit? These two guys are... Yo, this is giving me like Castillo Corrales vibes, man. You're making a good call in this fight. Don't change it up. Keep it. I appreciate it. Yo, Puello is having great success right now. This mid-range is giving Matias a lot of problems. I know the clinching stuff, it seems excessive, but it's part of the game, and he's using that to... Oh, shit! Good combination from Puello. This is a close fight. Oh, shit. Matias is initiating a clinch. Holy shit. Puello is starting to really tag Matias up. Matias seems a little off balance. He's starting to get hit flush and clean. He's just walking into these punches from Puello. Matias has a great chin. He's in great shape. He has a great poker face. There's no way some of these shots do not sting. He said Matias was hurt in the stream, but nah. He's forcing the fight, taking shots on the way in. Puello's 6'4". See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it depends on what you like, right, Jay? Like, you might feel like he's forcing it while Puello's in control of it because you respect the game of clinching. Some people may not like the game of clinching and think it's a way of responding to, but Matias is the one initiating the clinching right now. Keep that in mind. The guy who's never really clinched, Matias is the one that initiated the clinch. Matias looking tired and sloppy a little bit right now. Matias is just walking forward, fighting in the style that he's used to fighting. And he's getting countered by Puello. Puello looks still strong, comfortable, moving around. Puello is the one that doesn't even look. Yo, Puello looks like the same fighter from the first round to the 12th round. Matias is putting the same pressure from the first round to the second round. I mean, to the 12th round. But he does not look like he has the same type of look. Like, he's moving. Like, but he looks a little bit more fatigued. He looks like he's forcing it, like I saw a little bit. Not clinching ain't skill, man. I mean, it's part of boxing, man. Puello has Matias has a great chin. And although Matias' punches may not be effective as far as body shots with pressure, but Puello is doing fars, uppercut, good shots is what can take Matias I was pressuring him. I mean, look, at a certain point, you have to recognize Puello landing these great combinations in these mid-range exchanges. And he does fight back at certain points. So it does feel like we have to look at that as well. And I don't have an official scorecard. So I'm just kind of, you know what I mean? I can't actually give you who I think wins. I'm going off a feeling. And I feel like the tide has been going back and forth. At a point, I feel like Matias was winning. But Puello right now seems like he's in control of the fight. It's a really, 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 really competitive fight. But Puello is definitely edging this last 2 rounds out, which could be something that could change how someone scores this fight. Matias' pressure right now is there, but it's not effective. And Puello is just landing at ease. He's landing all these good jabs. The clinch is there to break the pressure in that short range that Matias can land good body shots. He's not able to land those body shots because now the ref breaks them up. Puello's back on his back foot, and Puello's picking them apart with these jabs. Puello's able to get off the ropes. Matias is missing a lot of his shots. Kind of looks a little frustrated just trying to get to Puello. Puello's starting to land a lot more consistent shots, and Matias is not the one looking like the fresher fighter of the two after all those great body shots. Puello looks like the same fighter he did the first round. Matias looks a little bit more slower on the feet. Looks like he's missing a lot more of his shots. Looks a little bit more tired. Kind of tilting over a little bit more sloppier. Still, that pressure and pace is still the same, but him as a fighter looks a little bit different. Thanks for calling a fight in a normal fashion. I appreciate it. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. I could see how people feel like Matias can win this fight. I can see how Puello wins this fight. I think depending on what rounds you want to give Puello early in the fight, because he's probably gets some good work in certain rounds that people give Matias that you don't give Puello the round, but may not appreciate what he's doing. But this is clear. These last two are clearly Puello. First round and the last two. So that's already 3 I can remember off the top of my head that Puello's won. So that's 3 already. I know Matias won some rounds. Yeah, man. This is going to be a close fight. I could probably even think of 4 rounds off the top of my head that Puello won with a lot of close rounds. Obviously, there's some rounds that Matias definitely won as well. But this could definitely be a 6-6 kind of fight, to be honest. Did Puello box Matias well the whole fight? You know what it was is that Puello fought a little bit of boxing and a little bit of fighting inside. But he did clinch a lot to kind of break the action of Matias up close, which was smart. And the ref did warn a couple times, but never anything of substance of like preventing Puello from doing that. So Puello will box a little bit, then get caught in the ropes, and Matias would tee off and land a lot of good body shots and start to really dig deep, you know. And then, but the thing is, Puello will fight in those exchanges as well. And because Matias is easily able to get hit because he doesn't really show any sort of defense, Puello was able to fight back in some of those exchanges, which kind of almost neutralizes some of the work that Matias does. So because of that alone, it kind of has a fight where it's very active. And depending on what you like, because Puello, right when he gets off the break, he starts to work that mid-range a little bit, unless he gets pushed on the ropes, where you can probably give Matias those moments because he really digs to the body. But then again, Puello's also working a little bit. Not as ferocious and vicious as Matias, but he's landing clean, flush shots as well. And you got to recognize they're headshots too. Uppercuts, good mid-range shots, and they're flush. So it's a tough fight, and I don't know. I feel like Puello might have edged it out. I'm seeing a lot of people seeing Puello. Yeah, I see a lot of Puellos in here. 8-4 Puello. Puello might have done enough since he's the champ. Good scrap. Puello might get based off the sharper shots. I hope Matias wins. That style's killing boxing. While I'm hearing you, Ron, this sounds like an even flow going in Puello. It really does feel like it, because the thing is, the rounds that Puello won, he won. I don't think they were questionable. Matias had certain rounds where even if he won, Puello was fighting in those rounds where if you like that style, where mid-range he's landing clean, sharp, 1-2, boom, boom, and you may not really feel like the body shots are affecting Puello, because understand, Puello looks like the same fighter first to 12th round, and those are good body shots, but if you don't feel like the body shots are effective, by what I mean, like landing in some sort of fashion where it changes Puello's movement, how he's being perceived, he's just still boxing, it kind of can probably nullify the opinion that those body shots were as effective, while Puello is landing boom, 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 and he's fighting those exchanges. So it really feels like you described it best, Eric, an even flow going into Puello's favor. I really think that Puello has a great chance of winning this fight, while Matias may have won the fight off of a style, aggression, moving forward and all that stuff. But after a certain point, you have to also recognize that he's getting hit in all these exchanges as well. He's not completely just mauling him and Puello. There's clinching that Puello does to break the action, which you probably can feel like, man, he's not comfortable. He don't like the pace. Matias really pushing him, and he's really scared and not fight. And I understand that philosophy and why you score that fight. But it really feels like Puello had the cleaner rounds when he won. And it really feels like at a certain point, Puello has definitely edged the fight out. That's just what I feel. I don't have a scorecard, so I can't really give you my round by round. 7-4 Puello. Puello won in your opinion. Props to Matias. Maybe 7-5 Puello. And that's that experience that I was kind of why I wanted to pick Puello, because he's used to being able to fight pressure fighters. Gary Antoine Russell, Akhmedov, and knowing how to handle that. So, all right, we got the decision coming up. One team, 114. So there's a draw. Okay, 114, 114. Another judge, two other judges have a 115, 113. So another close scorecard. Majority decision. Oh, and they gave it to Matias. Puerto Rico got a new champion. 7-5. Two judges, 7-5 Matias. One judge has it 114, 114. I'm not mad at the decision. I'm not mad. Those are good scorecards. A draw signifies how, there's great work upon both. Matias had a lot of pressure, and depends on if you like that pressure. And if you feel like the clinching was excessive, that definitely works against you. But if you got judges that feels like you're more in control, and they did recognize Puello had a lot of great rounds. And like I said, Puello definitely won the first and last two. That's 3. There might be some other rounds. Boom. Now we got 5. But they liked the aggression from Matias. They liked a lot of the early work Matias was doing. I'm not mad at the scorecard. You know what I mean? I'm not mad. It was a good fight. Just do a rematch. It to me, it felt like Puello, in my mind, was gonna get the decision, but I scored typically in more boxing fashion. However, I can recognize those exchanges a little bit better. But going into the second half, I did feel like Matias was slowly edging the fight at some point. So Puello was kind of working from maybe a lead that Matias had, and that might have been at some point the deciding factor where Matias probably won enough of the earlier rounds, where when the later rounds came, even though Puello seemed a lot more dominant, Matias still had enough early on from the scorecard. So, but it was a good fight. I I could see it going either or. I'm not really mad because I think all three judges scored it in a way where you see that they both appreciated good, solid work on both half, and they just kind of had a couple rounds they were torn on, and it just ended up being 115, 113 on both. And then 114, 114 was another judge. So you can't get mad at that. You really can't. It's really, what do you like? This was really a fight, what do you like? I really honestly think that at a certain point, if people really think that Puello was effective by boxing and his exchanges was good, I could definitely see you picking Puello. If you felt that Matias was aggressive and Puello was clinching a lot and Puello was kind of fighting in a way where his punches weren't as effective, and you thought the body shots, even though they didn't break Puello down, but they were effective, strong body shots, and you felt that outweighed the little combinations that Puello was doing, and you think those were working, then you're going to give it to Matias, right? So it really is kind of just a fight where if you like a certain style or you think a person's more effective at what they're doing, then that's the one who you think is going to win. But that's a good fight. So that's a good fight. I really can't be mad at either decision. Like, I don't know, I feel like Puello won that slight. Yeah, I can't even scream robbery in a sense because it was a close fight. It was a close fight. It really was, only because they had contrasting styles that present kind of a fight where if you liked one's work better, you're going to give it to him. If you like what Puello was doing, you're going to give it to him. If you liked what Matias was doing, you're going to give it to him. That's all this fight was. It was not a fight like, I don't know, what's considered like a highway robbery. Like it's not a highway robbery. It's really a preference fight. If there was a fight where if you preferred a preference of a fighter, but he couldn't get any of that off, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that fighter had a style you liked, but he could, like, all right, here's a good example. Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, right? When Amanda Serrano fought Katie Taylor in the second fight, she had a style that a lot of people felt was effective, and she was having that opposed on Katie, and Katie couldn't really get it off. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why people thought the second fight, Amanda won, because that style seemed very dominant of the fight, and Katie kind of had to work her way off of it. It seemed very strong. This felt like they were both even keel, and you had to pick which one you liked. But it was a close fight. It was a close fight. It was really a close fight. It just really comes down, what do you like? I definitely can see hardcore fans demanding Puello Matias 2 and these type of even flow fights in old school boxing would definitely lead to an actual rematches. Yeah. I just don't really feel like either one really took it from each other. And if you want to give the champion the benefit of the doubt, you know, then I can see it. 7-5, either or, 6-6. It's not terrible scorecards. But Puello was definitely landing clean, effective shots. So you have to highlight that. So, I don't know. I'll have to rewatch it again, which I probably won't. And I might see it the other way. I might say, all right, Puello. Right now it feels like Puello won. But I could watch it again and be like, all right, Matias won. You know? And then I can watch it again and I could be like, yeah, but Puello was a little bit more effective. And he was a little more cleaner on his shots. But I can go back and be like, yeah, but them body shots, you got to count those body shots. So, yeah, man, that's just what you like. Boxer versus brawler, man. So I give either one the win. So not even mad. Felt like Puello won, but early on I felt like Matias was going into the second half with the lead. So, anyways. Boom, reset. All right, this is gonna be interesting, y'all. We're gonna get ready for the Shakur Stevenson Zepeda fight, which I'm really excited about. Let me get this coming up next. So far I'm 2-4-2. Good assessment, close fight. Are you actually gonna? No, I can't stream the fight. No rematch for Puello. Damn. Yeah. But keep this in mind. If Pitbull wins his next fight, then Pitbull will be considered the mandatory for Matias. So we're this much closer, y'all. We're this much closer to a Pitbull Matias fight, y'all. I want you guys to think about that. Even though we didn't get, like if you're a Puello fan, you didn't think you got the decision of the fighter you thought won. We can still potentially get Matias Pitbull, which is a fight that a lot of people is going to want to watch. So we might get blessed with that type of fight. And if this guy does beat Pitbull, which was a rugged, tough fighter that he faced in the last fight, that's going to be an exciting fight as well. So you got to also think of the positives. You know, we are this much closer to Pitbull versus Matias, which is a fight that I think everybody's going to enjoy and be excited about. You know, that's going to be a fight where it's not going to be styles clashing that are contrast, but two styles that you know they're going to go head to head and they're going to fight until someone stops. And that's just really how that kind of fight goes. So both men did an astounding jab, but judges do have a preferred style, and I'm not mad either rematch warranted. I agree 1,000%. So tough fight, man. It was a tough fight to score. And because there was really no moment where either guy visibly looked hurt or beaten up, it kind of took away the dramatic effect of being able to be like, oh my God, this guy, like kind of like the Morrell fight. The Morrell fight gave us the excitement, while these two guys were so well conditioned that it kind of made it a little, it was a great fight, but a little boring in a way where they were almost kind of like fighting in a way where, like, regardless of whatever style was being opposed, like, that's all we were going off. We couldn't go off the idea of, like, this guy was hurting this guy. And it's like, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm almost done talking about that fight because it's just, it really just comes down to what you prefer. So, Pitbull is too small for Matias, no. I mean, yes. But you can say that about Rolly, too. You know, and he was able to brawl in there with Rolly and take Rolly's punches. You know, Pitbull took Rolly's punches better than Ryan did. Think about that. So, but I did ask Pitbull, like, why fight at this weight class when you can go down? You're small, but he wants to stay there. So, should Matias change his style, throwing a combo and clinching every 5 seconds, since that's what Paro and Puello were allowed to do to him? No, I wouldn't say so because he got the victory today. So whatever he did today worked. So by all means, keep doing what works. You know, when Puello did that style, he ended up becoming the loser tonight. You know, two of the judges thought Matias won. So by all means, he doesn't need to change his style. His style won the fight. So just understand that there's going to be judges that like some of the clean shots that Puello was doing, and then some people are going to appreciate the aggression that Matias does. And really, it comes to sometimes the luck of the draw, what type of judges you get, because really, at the end of the day, it does seem like a lot of people in here thought Puello won the fight, but that could just be a feeling because I don't have a scorecard. You know what I mean? So I have to watch it, score it, and then I can really kind of debate it. Can't really debate it because I don't have a scorecard. But it was a good fight that I can recognize that could have went either or. I mean, these two guys landed almost equal amount of punches. I mean, it's CompuBox. CompuBox is always full of shit. But 205, 210. Puello threw 470 according to them. 564. Matias was the more active fighter. So they were throwing a lot of good shots. We got to understand Puello was throwing a lot of power punches as well. So I don't know, man. You got bringing Diddy. What does that even mean, Michael Ortiz? When we look at old fights like Leonard Duran and McCallum Money won, where no one looked like the convincing winner, would always grant rematches, and that's why today that is what boxing needs to say. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I really think that David Morrell and Captive should be a rematch going forward. Puello and Matias should be a rematch. Those are rematches that need to happen. So maybe they'll be able to get into it. So any man who wears jewelry is femme in my books. Who are you calling femme? Oh, you're talking about like boxers that wear jewelry? Oh man. What time's the main event? So we got one more, Abdul. We got the Shakur Stevenson fight coming up, and then we got the Edgar fight coming up. So missed the first fight. Who really won? You're talking about the so quick recap for everyone that's coming a little bit later. Susumi had a showcase fight, which he ended up stopping Ruiz in the second round. Morel and Katiev. I thought Morel lost the fight because it was 5-5, but he got dropped in the 5th round. So that, by all means, turned that into a 10-8. So Katiev had one round that was more significant than, one of the rounds that Morel had. 10-8 versus 10-9. But a lot of people, based off Morel, felt like Katiev was a cheater, so they were happy Morel won. Puello Matias, we just saw that fight, and we just talked about that fight. Really just comes down to your preference. I think either guy has a good case of saying they won the fight. And then now we're getting ready for Shakur Stevenson, and then we got Edgar Berlanga coming up. So, oh man, these bots. All right. Salud says, I know Southpaw TV. Southpaw is a supporter of your boy, so I'm a supporter of him. That's just how I roll. So, Chet Collins brought Diddy up. Ask him. I see it, yeah. I thought Turkey just had Matias' next opponent in the ring. Yeah, I believe so. I think that's who his next opponent is. But if Pitbull wins his next fight, he'll win the interim WBC. Matias has the WBC, so at some point, you have to force that fight, right? Diddy out here taking GOs. What time's the Pacquiao fight? That's next week, next Saturday. So Shakur wins if his hands keep up. Hey, I'm actually excited about the Shakur fight. Because either or, let's say that Zepeda is not able to land on Shakur. Shakur is going to have a guy who throws a lot of punches where it gives an opportunity for clean counter punching. And on top of that, a lot of defensive movement. So we'll be able to see. We'll be able to see some elusiveness, Anytime you get a guy that's considered a slick defensive fighter and a guy that's an active fighter, as long as there's not a lot of clinching involved, right? According to Brotherhood, then we can have a fight where we can see some special defensive highlights. And that's what I'm hoping to see in this fight. I appreciate good defense. So, like Pernell has had highlights. Canelo has highlights. Floyd has highlights. Those signature highlights come from a guy who throws a lot of punches so that you can show them, like Ali, you can slip and dodge X amount and counter in between and get out the way. So it's very important to understand that this is a really great fight for Shakur, even if he doesn't destroy or knock out Zepeda, to still look effective when it comes to the art of boxing. And he can have some highlights defensively in there. And that's what I'm looking forward to, seeing if he can get some good counter shots in and then slip. So, Squid Ink says, Shakur is not a defensive fighter. He's a backstepper, distance control fighter with a peanut brittle hands. What a way to describe Shakur. I mean, he does do he does do the step back, right? He does the step back, which we've seen Jared Anderson do pretty often, right? He does a lot of step back. That's kind of his range, his defensive range. I don't know, man. I mean, brittle hands. I mean, I don't know if that. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. This fight. Listen, this fight is either going to make me stay supporting Shakur Stevenson as a top lightweight fighter, or question Shakur as a top lightweight fighter. And it has nothing to do with the fact that he has to knock him out. But it makes me wonder what he's capable of doing, because this is a fighter that's going to go after him. He's going to throw a lot of punches. He's going to take a lot of chances. He's going to create a lot of openings for himself. So I'm hoping to see something a little special. And if he doesn't really present anything exciting, somewhat, because I can appreciate a fight that doesn't just go into a slugfest, right? So, but you know, we just gonna have to see. We just gonna have to see, right? What up, Mr. Quake? Morrell's so overrated. He lost. Yeah, I mean, dude, that second half, Morrell was. I can't say Morrell was overrated. I think we didn't really. I'm speaking for myself. I didn't really know a lot about his opponent, but now I found out he was an Olympian with over 300 amateur fights, power puncher. David Morrell was in the second weight class. I can see why, you know, that was a tough fight for him. And the guy apparently failed a drug test before, so you know there's some questions to be raised. So it's overly clinching and being running about the same thing. To a certain, I mean, it really just comes down to like, what are you doing in that situation? Like, if a guy is mauling you, you might end up naturally having a clinch. If a guy, I don't know, man. I feel like running is when you're moving and not throwing punches. And I feel like over clinching is where you have no inside game and you can only clinch to kind of prevent any type of action because you're incapable of throwing anything valuable inside. So, and if you do both, then yeah, it kind of turns into like a running situation. But if you kind of use it in your advantage to reposition, stop the flow, and then you can kind of reposition yourself a little bit. If you're moving a lot, but you're boxing, you're jabbing, and kind of resetting them. But Ron, excessive clinching is a way to hide bad stamina, bad defense. Trust me. It's case by case, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it did feel like Puello did do a lot of clinching. You know what I mean? But he wasn't warned. I mean, he didn't get a point taken away. He was warned only a couple times. So why stop, right? Some people clinch in a way to stop a bigger guy from entering in the inside. And some refs allow it. Some refs don't allow it. And maybe that's what it is. We need to get a ref in a fight with Puello and Matias where clinching is considered very bad, where you can get a fight that kind of works more in favor of the fighter that you feel like is doing the more effective work. So, I don't know, man. I have mixed feelings about it, you know. I'm definitely case by case. I have every fight I'm like, oh, okay, that's okay. And then I might contradict myself in another fight. So I can admit that. So I can probably openly admit that I probably have some sort of contradiction amongst that. So, but I'm human. So at least I can admit it, right? This is a great night of fights. Watch my boy Shakur touch him up tonight. That's what we're going to see, man. We're going to see. I want to see the Valdez Shakur. That fight was, I'm not going to lie, a little boring. But Shakur did what he was supposed to do, and he outclassed Valdez. And that's not Shakur's fault that Valdez couldn't get in range. So Shakur should win, but something tells me Zepeda will prevail. I don't think so, man. I just think Shakur is just going to I think this is the one that Shakur is just going to just show everyone once again, you can't touch this guy, man. Zepeda will win tonight. Y'all let me know how many punches Shakur lands, please. I think that's the issue, though. People want to see Shakur let his hands go. And if you really think about it, when he fought Artem, he was letting his hands go. When he fought Robson Casico, I mean, he landed a lot of low blows. But he was letting his hands go. He did miss weight. But he was letting his hands go. So, I do feel like he's going to be there to counter Zepeda. I think Zepeda's offense is active but leaky. And I think at a certain point, if he's able to consistently land a lot of shots on Zepeda might at a certain point of fight, might take a couple step backs a little bit. You can't be a guy that constantly takes punches all night and kind of like, or maybe get a flash knockdown. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm telling y'all right now, I will be heavily critical on Shakur Stevenson tonight if I don't see some sort of something that clearly lets me know, like, he's clearly above the crop of a lot of these guys. You know, this is a fight where we can compare certain style matchups and certain barometers at this weight, because we haven't seen Shakur fight, you know, what's considered a very extremely active fighter with a style that's going to present a lot of pressure. But Shakur, I lied, De Los Santos, but De Los Santos didn't do too much. But anyways, man, we'll see how this fight goes, right? I'm going for Zepeda and Hamzah. Got my money on those two. I feel like Zepeda isn't going to throw a lot of punches and won't cut off the ring well. That might be the case where if Shakur constantly counters him, and Shakur does have good footwork. Not saying like Lomachenko like turning around and all that stuff, but just like enough where he knows how to circle properly, and jab on his back foot. You know, Shakur would drop him tonight. Hey, if Shakur goes in there and messes up Zepeda, like, I don't want to hear nobody say, like, because I don't really rate Zepeda super high, right? I do think Zepeda can maul a lot of the lightweight fighters in the division. But when you get to kind of that top guys in the division and you cross over, I feel like that's when Zepeda actually starts to not look like Zepeda. And this is his first kind of fight in around this area where we're going to see if there's a clear, distinct difference of how he looked in the other fights to how he would compete against Tank and Shakur and Keyshawn if he was in the weight, and if Abdullah gets, you know what I mean? Like, at a certain point, you have to look spectacular in one of these type of fights, and I just don't think Zepeda will be able to perform like that against these type of guys, but we will see, you know? You know, Shakur's lightweight resume doesn't really scream out like he can dominate Tank or dominate if he wasn't cool with Keyshawn, you know, if they weren't cool, dominate Keyshawn, like, or Lomachenko. Like, this doesn't really give me anything outside the fact that he's a good defensive fighter. He knows how to kind of fight in a certain way when he needs to, but he shows attempts to be offensive with the Padley fight. But Padley was a short notice fighter, so we can't really, you know. De Los Santos is probably the best opponent out of those guys, but that didn't really materialize in a great fight. And then Artem, who was a bronze medalist, you know, like, you can still see like he's green as a professional. So yeah, so these two guys are getting ready to get in the ring, kind of giving you a screenshot update on what's going on. Zepeda's getting ready to walk into the ring, so if you guys are just waiting, we got Zepeda getting ready to do his ring walk, as well as Shakur Stevenson. Terrence Bud Crawford's with Shakur to walk him out. Shakur's going to outbox Zepeda. Who should I bet on, Sheeraz and Berlanga? I don't know. I really don't know brutal science. Shakur's going to stop him. Woo! I like your video so much. Appreciate it, Toothless. What time they going to fight? We're getting ready, Frank, for the co-main. Flea Lifestyle. That was a good fight. I did wish my Dominican brother would have won, but he will live to fight it. Yeah, man. I mean, Puello is a good fighter, and honestly, that was a debated fight on who won. And it's not like he hasn't had debated fights. Like, he had a debated fight with Sandor Martin, and he got the decision. So just think of it like you win some, you lose some, even though you had a great performance. Sandor Martin is a guy that never gets a break, and I thought he had a good case of also saying he beat Puello in his last fight. So just today just wasn't his day with the judges. So, but Puello looked good. Matias looked good. I think it was just whatever the judges saw today. Berlanga Sheeraz, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a tough fight. I think Sheeraz is more polished, technically, but Berlanga is the bigger guy. Well, been competing at a bigger weight. Anytime you fight a good fighter, you get better. Regardless of whatever anyone says, Berlanga fought Canelo, so he's gonna get better. He's probably gotten better, and he has a big punch. We haven't seen Hamzah at 168, so it's a lot of questions, and that's why that fight's so interesting. Do I feel like it's a main event fight? No, but we will see how that fight plays out. But until then, we got Shakur Stevenson, Zepeda, about to walk in the ring right now. If Zepeda comes in at him, Shakur bring the fight to him like how Bud does. If Zepeda comes at him, Shakur gonna bring the fight like him. Oh, like you're saying that he's gonna fight like Bud a little bit if he comes in. I mean, we're gonna see, man. I'm excited for this fight, man, because a lot of people have really used Zepeda as a measuring stick for how Shakur is gonna look. I really think Shakur is going to win the fight. Like, I really think he's going to have a relatively comfortable time at a certain point in the fight, and it's up to him to make the fight entertaining or not. But regardless, I think his skill set is a lot more than Zepeda, and I think that this is the type of fight he's waiting for to have, so he can show you those extra things. I've seen him spar, many times in the gym, and I know what he's capable of doing, but there really hasn't been kind of a known name fighter that really going to go after Shakur like the way that people portray Zepeda. And something weird goes on with De La Hoya fighters where we count those De La Hoya fighters out often a lot. At least I do, right? I can't speak for everybody, but at least I do. And somewhere along the line, they always find a way to do something. I make jokes about Golden Boy at times and stuff like that because they don't feel like they have the strongest stable amongst the other people because their roster is very small. But then you always get a buzzsaw comes in. Virgil Ortiz or Ryan might do something, but then he fails his test. Or Floyd Schofield knocks out like a Tevin Farmer. So this could be something weird where Golden Boy just once again comes out with something like Oscar's like, I told y'all. I hope they send Berlanga to the hospital. So Zepeda's in the ring right now. We're waiting for Shakur. Shakur better be careful. Turkey isn't letting slick fighters win tonight. True, but I think Shakur is a lot more able to handle that pressure than Puello does. But I think Matias's pressure is probably better than Zepeda. But we'll see. I'm just going off of just feelings. Tonight I could be completely wrong, and that's why we watched the fight. So here comes Shakur. Me too. It's Hamzah keeps the jab pumping. Berlanga going to have trouble if Sheeraz can take a punch. That's the thing. If Sheeraz can take Edgar's punch, then Edgar is in some shit. So Shakur is getting ready to get in the ring right now. There's a difference between a boxer and a fighter. I feel like Shakur wins. People respect the boxer a little bit more. Yeah, Padley. Yeah. Shakur wins by running. All right, Shakur's coming out to 50 Cent Many Men. I'll give you guys a little updated screenshot of what Shakur is wearing coming into the ring. Zepeda put his hat on. I'm not a Shakur fan, but I don't be fooled by Shakur's power. Duke can crack just like Floyd. No way Zepeda would go out there. I mean, he has respectful power in a way where you just, like you said, you can't just get caught over and over and over. And that's the case with Shakur. He's accurate. If he decides to let his hands go, I think at a certain point, any person who gets hit consistently and often is going to, they're gonna get hurt. You can't just take 10, 20 punches and not. So if that's the type of performance Shakur puts on tonight, well, then expect Zepeda to get completely washed. But you have to understand, Shakur is going to have to let his hands go. Zepeda is going to have to create opportunities for Shakur to counter. And Zepeda, if he fights intelligently, can make this a very ugly fight that even if Shakur wins the fight, he loses kind of that aura about him. So Shakur has to look sharp because I think he's the guy that everyone's expecting him to look the most special out of everyone on this card because the main event is the toss-up. When the Shakur fight starts, it's coming up right now. Tevin Farmer was putting hands on Zepeda. Shakur would drop him. That's what I'm saying. That the setup is there for Shakur, where you feel like because Shakur is supposed to be way better than Tevin, and Tevin was able to make those fights competitive, right? Then what any lesser performance should we have from Shakur? He's been anointed. He's been publicized. Dre's co-signed him. Bud's co-signed him. Floyd's co-signed him. Bob Arum and Top Ranks put a lot of money behind him. Clarissa Shields has co-signed him. These are really top-notch fighters. Bam Rodriguez, he is a guy who has been constantly being pushed in our face to be one of those guys. And so at a certain point, you have to be able to have a performance that really allows the public to really see your potential. And this fight has all the makings of a very impressive star-breaking performance. Edwin De Los Santos was kind of supposed to be like that a little bit, but this one really is set up to be like that, So at the end of the day, We really want to see what Shakur can do with a guy that's going to say, I don't respect your power. I'm going to run after you. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to do what De Los Santos did. I'm going to be all over you. I'm going to throw a million punches. I throw 500, 600, 700, 800 punches in every 3-4 rounds. I'm a knockout artist myself. I have the style that's going to beat you. I'm going to run you over. You're going to run. You're not going to be able to hurt me with your brittle hands. You won't be able to drop me with your brittle hands. I'm like a tough fucking fighter. And there we go. So it's set up for that. And Shakur can make this a kind of a fight where he stands out. But I think he's gonna win. And I think at a certain point he's gonna be comfortable about it. The question is now, can he make it entertaining? Can he get the boxing fans and the casual fans as well together to be like, I need to watch some Shakur Stevenson fights after this? You know? People stop making predictions, just enjoy the fight. I mean, that's why we're here. You can make predictions, but at the end of the day, none of that stuff matters. So Shakur's power is just loud mouth. Chill out. But we'll see. This could be the fight where many people was brought up. Maidana and Broner, where a guy who's been actively built up to be one of those guys in the sport of boxing, and this guy who comes in with a very buzzsaw, active, aggressive fighting style, and he completely just mauls them over, and we're all just watching the screen like, we've seen this kid for how many years in boxing, and he finally fought someone who kicked his ass up and down. And tonight's the night that it happened. Holy shit. What did we watch? Right? It could be one of those nights. Shakur deserves to be the favorite. Zepeda will have to be at his best to have a chance. Zepeda got cracked by Farmer. Zepeda should be technical and be boring. That's the truth. Were you expecting to box Shakur? Matias versus Russell. Oof, that's a good fight, man. As long as Russell don't get tired, this should have been the main event. By name-wise, yes. Zepeda should be very careful throwing body shots. Shakur is too fast and crisp on those counters. I'm expecting to see a lot of counter shots from Shakur and a lot of make you miss and then make you pay. Maybe he can get a flash knockdown. Shakur will make fighters respect the boxers more. This is the difference between a boxer and a fighter. Yeah, man, I'm very excited for this fight. Like, I'm really am, you know, because I really believe those narratives that's put on Shakur is there for a reason, and I understand that. But understand that fighters do also rise to the occasion, and they do rise to certain fights. And at certain moments and certain times in fights where a certain fighter has been fighting a certain type of way for a while, they get their breakout kind of performance, which shows a lot of their tools and elements that we really didn't get to see. And then you're like, whoa, that boy was getting busy, right? So this is really one of those type of fights where even though that people don't think Shakur is more likely to knock this guy out, but my question is, what if he does? What if he does? You know what I mean? Oh shit. Did I fuck up? Alright, hold on, my bad. Let me switch you to 10 seconds. I think I messed up on someone's comment. Alright. Sorry, I don't know if you were a bot or a person. I moved you back to 10 seconds. I just saw some spamming. Who is Zepeda better than Shakur has faced in a title fight? They've been distant Shakur. Watch what they get. All right, we're moving to coming up next off. We're getting ready to start it. I'm going to do live commentary, y'all. Shakur got to sit on his punches tonight, or he'll complain about his hands late rounds. Oscar's very confident, man. Oscar has not been wanting to make this fight for quite some time, so we shall see. All right. Southpaw versus Southpaw. Zepeda is putting some pressure on Shakur. Shakur is showing already ability to kind of move side to side very well. Zepeda is trying to keep that foot constantly ahead of Shakur. Shakur is throwing a couple jabs. Shakur is already trying to counter a little bit. Zepeda is putting a lot of pressure. They clinch in the corner. All right. Zepeda showing that he has a good straight left. I think it might have landed on Shakur a little bit. Shakur showing good step back, throwing some combinations. Shakur lands a couple good jabs. This fight's already at a high pace. Shakur's throwing a jab. It's already a good pace. I like the pace of this fight. It should be an exciting one. All right. Zepeda's trying to get physical with Shakur on the inside. Shakur threw a nice left hook that landed on Zepeda. All right, both. Zepeda tried to throw, miss. Shakur tried to throw, miss. Shakur threw another punch and missed. Shakur is not, quote, running. He's sitting a little bit in the inside, but, defensively moving backwards at times in range. This is going to be a fight. Shakur landed a good right. Good stab jab to the body from Shakur. Zepeda tried to jab out of reach. All right. A lot of pressure from Zepeda. A lot of these shots are ineffective. Shakur lands a good counter. They both throw a hook and land on each other. Zepeda throws a jab to the body. Lands on Shakur. Shakur throws a 1-2. Zepeda throws a jab. And this is a very active fight. Very exciting fight already. Shakur lands a good right. Throws a nice 1-2. Shakur throws a right and barely misses. Good jab to the body. Zepeda is putting a little bit pressure now. Trying to close the gap. Shakur dodges all three jabs, but eats a left hook to the body and a right hook to the body. Zepeda's putting a lot of pressure. Zepeda threw a right hook that landed perfectly good in the body. Yo, Shakur's in a fight. This is a good fight. Zepeda's throwing a good right hook to the body. Shakur throws a 1-2. He eats a jab to the body. Shakur throws to the jab in the body. Woo! This is a fight. This is definitely going to be a fight. This is going to be an exciting fight. We're going to have to see if Shakur is going to be able to like and stay in this pace. Good jab to the body from Zepeda. Shakur lands a right hook on Zepeda. This is definitely going to be a fight that's going to require really good conditioning. Good jab to the body from Shakur. Zepeda's letting his hands go. Woo! We got a good fight, y'all. Very good start. Very good start by Zepeda. This is a good pace. I like the pace. The question is, can Shakur keep up with this pace, and does Zepeda keep this pace going and not get frustrated? Because somewhere along the line, someone's going to have to take over. It's either Shakur is going to neutralize a lot what Zepeda does and kind of have him not be as active, or Zepeda is going to run over Shakur. Ooh, boy. They getting active, boy. This is a good fight. See? Zepeda's not strong enough. Shakur will win. Trust me. You're going to see the same performance he put against Herring. Please answer me. What's going on with Sheeraz? The main event hasn't happened yet. It'll be after this. Shakur should run the way he fights, but I think this is going to be the pressure. Put it on the show will be his nightmare. Shakur's power is going to be the difference. You can see it. Good left hook to the body from Zepeda. Ooh, Shakur landed a good left. A good sneaky right lands from Shakur. Very competitive fight right now. Someone's definitely going to have to take over. Ooh, Zepeda landed a good combination. A left barely lands on Shakur, but a right hook to the body follows up. Zepeda's activity is going to be... Ooh, good right hook to the body from Zepeda. Shakur answers back with a right hook. The activity from Zepeda is high, but Shakur answers with a right hook and a right hook to the body. Zepeda throws a combination of 3 punches. Oh, shit. The big thing about this is Shakur's going to have to do something that's going to get Zepeda's respect. Because if not, there's going to be some moments where people are going to give Zepeda the rounds because of the activity of Zepeda alone. Zepeda landed a good left hook to the body and lands a good right hook to the body. But then Shakur threw a right. It's kind of one of these fights where Zepeda, if Zepeda's the busier fighter, he might win the round because Shakur's activity needs to maintain this. And Zepeda's throwing a lot of shots and he's landing a lot of shots. And Shakur is firing back, but the activity Do you like Zepeda throwing 3 to Shakur throwing 1 or 2? You know, good right hook to the body from Zepeda. Zepeda's active with the right hook to the body. Shakur's throwing a nice 1-2, but that right hook to the body's landing a lot on Shakur. These body shots are solid from Zepeda. Left hook to the body. Shakur missed with Shakur got caught with a jab. Shakur's missing with that lead right hook a lot. Zepeda's going to the body. Shakur with a good counter left hook. Uppercut that lands on Zepeda. Zepeda's definitely effective to the body shots. He's actually landing good stab shots to the body. Right now, I think Zepeda is winning this round. His activity and his consistent shots to the body is definitely outperforming Shakur right now. Shakur is definitely relying on a lot of clean 1 shot or 2 shots here and there. But then exchange hooks. But Zepeda's getting busy. But Shakur throws a nice left hook and a right hook to the body. Zepeda's activity is really high right now. Shakur needs to get some space. He's going toe-to-toe with Zepeda. Right now, Shakur's smiling, but the activity that Zepeda's putting on, by all means, if it's effective or not, it's a good right hook to the body from Shakur, but Zepeda's activity, right hook to the body, Zepeda's activity is winning the rounds. Zepeda's activity is winning the round. Zepeda is throwing more and he's landing more. Shakur is answering back, but he's not landing more. He's not throwing more and he's not landing more. And for some reason, Shakur is not using his defensive skills to create distance and space. I don't know if he's choosing to fight a certain way or if Zepeda is putting him in that position or Shakur wants to show that he can fight in this type of fashion. I don't know what it is, but Zepeda won that round purely off of that activity. So we got a lot more rounds, but I'm going to have to give that round to Zepeda. I give the first 2 rounds to Zepeda, personally, because of the activity. Zepeda's landing more. He is throwing more than Shakur Stevenson. And that alone has been the reason why I gave Zepeda 2-0. But we got 12 rounds. This could be a long night for either or. But as in right now, Shakur definitely needs to figure out how to either neutralize it, get some distance, or let his hands go. And Zepeda is pushing Shakur right in the corner. Zepeda's digging to the body, and Shakur is not having any success with that lead right hook. He's missing pretty often. You know, it's almost like Zepeda's aware that it's coming. So Shakur needs to do some jabs to create some distance, double up. Good jab from Shakur. Zepeda's putting some pressure on Shakur. Shakur's showing a little bit more defense right now. Good body shot from Zepeda. Oh, good solid left from Shakur. Oh, good right hand from Shakur. Right hand. Oh, they are ripping punches. They are exchanging. Shakur's landing clean shots while Zepeda's being active. At a certain point, does these guys have the gas tanks to go this far? Zepeda's putting a lot of energy into this. Can he keep this pace? Zepeda's just a buzzsaw. He's throwing a lot of punches. He's just hitting an arm, hitting him. He's hitting him on the face. He's hitting him in the body. There's a lot of shots landing on Shakur Stevenson from Zepeda. This is a fight. Shakur tried to do a pole count and Zepeda didn't bite on the bait. Right, landed on Zepeda from Shakur. Shakur starting to land a couple more clean flush shots while jabbing, keeping Zepeda off him a little bit. This is starting to feel a little bit more like Shakur, but Shakur gets caught in the corner after landing a good hook. These two are exchanging in the corner. It seemed like when Shakur landed a good shot, Zepeda starts to tee off on Shakur. And the activity alone, like I said, Shakur is landing good shots, but Zepeda is just being active, being a hard worker, throwing punches and bunches. If he gets caught with 1 or 2, he throws 4 or 5. And he's throwing a lot of shots to the body. He's landing on Shakur. So keep in mind, Shakur is landing good shots, but Zepeda is landing more and being more active. Shakur is landing solid clean shots, but Zepeda's landing a lot of good body shots and a good right uppercut landing from Zepeda on Shakur. Shakur is getting tagged a lot. Shakur is smiling a lot acknowledging the work that Zepeda's putting on. But it's a definitely tough fight for sure. Oh, Shakur gets caught with a right hook. Oh, Shakur gets caught with a right. The ropes keep him up. The ropes keep Shakur up. Oh shit, Shakur got caught with a right. Holy shit, the ropes kept him up. Shakur landed a right and he's getting caught with this right. Yo, Shakur's getting caught. Oh, I know I didn't start the clock. I'm sorry. I'll start it on the next one, but oh, that was a Zepeda round. Oh, that was a Zepeda round. Yo, TM, thanks for that. But I'm so into this fight. Shakur got rocked. Let me repeat myself for the people who did not have this broadcast on their television screen. Zepeda rocked Shakur Stevenson with a nice right hand. Got him up on the ropes and was like, bow! And Shakur slipped, got rocked, whatever you want to call it. If you want to give Shakur Stevenson the benefit out, or you want to say Shakur got. But that was a right, in my opinion, that caught Shakur Stevenson off guard and sent him flying on the ropes. He was lucky the ropes was there because he would have went down. That should have been a mother knockdown. Shakur should have got knocked down. That should have been a knockdown. 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 I'm just saying, that should have been a knockdown. That boy should have went to the floor. The ropes kept him up. That should have been a knockdown. I got 3 rounds to Zepeda. Should have been a knockdown round where he actually legitimately rocked the defensive wizard Shakur Stevenson. And it's not, look, but Shakur's firing, he's fighting. This is a fight where he needs to get off the ropes. The activity alone is going to be his biggest problem, because even if he lands good shots, Zepeda is just landing more and throwing more. And that alone, that workmanship is going to be valued. Shakur is starting to be a little bit more defensive, trying to make sure he's not getting into the brawl. He's on his back foot, using the jab. But Zepeda's looking like I told you, these Golden Boy fighters, for some reason, when they have a moment, they come. Oscar be having these little guys. Shakur on the ropes, showing a little defensive, catches Zepeda, showing Shakur's. Oh, but he gets ripped by a left straight. Yo. Oh, and he gets caught with a left again. Oh, shit. Zepeda lands a right. Oscar might be right. This might be like a Floyd Castillo kind of fight. Zepeda is putting so much pressure on Shakur. Oh, shit. We might be entering a new era of new guys, man. Zepeda is cutting the ring well. He's being active. He's throwing the jabs. Shakur's throwing some good shots here and there, but the activity is just not enough. Zepeda is just busier. The work rate, the activity, just being busy. Oh, but a 1-2 kind of buckles Zepeda. Zepeda tries to fire back and he misses. Solid chin from Zepeda, but that was good counter punching on Shakur. And Shakur's starting to show some defense. He's starting to slip and slide a little bit. We're starting to see Shakur actually turn this slowly into a Shakur Stevenson fight. Slowing the pace down a little bit, making Zepeda a miss, freezing him. Countering effectively, lands a good right and a good stab jab to the body. Shakur is starting to slowly turn this into a Shakur Stevenson fight. He's starting to slip the punches. He's starting to slip. He's starting to make Zepeda miss. He's starting to make him miss, and he's starting to make him pay. This is Shakur starting to take over a little bit more. He's in the shoulder roll. He's starting to slip a little bit more. He's doing a little bit of Floyd Mayweather-esque. He's slipping, he's dodging, he's in the corner, he's having some fun. Good counter right hook to, oh dude, Shakur is starting to take over. Shakur is fighting his way out of the corner and lands a good left hook, and Zepeda is missing. Oh shit. Oh, a good left and a right from Zepeda. And a good right lands from Zepeda. Ooh, that's a round. It depends on what you like. I might be, like I might go into my bag and say, I need to find a round to give to Shakur. I'm going to give that round to Shakur, right? I'm going to give that one to Shakur. I'm going to give him that round. I'm going to say 3-1. 3-1. If you want to say 4-0, all right, cool. I'm cool with that. But I'm saying 3-1 because I felt like Shakur was able to kind of really turn that into his kind of Shakur shoulder roll kind of fight. 39-37 Shakur? You think so, Philip? Nah, man. Zepeda round. Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm going to my bag and say, let me get a round for Shakur. I think Shakur can win that round. So I'm going to say 3-1 Zepeda. I'm giving Shakur that round. I see 2-2 from Anonymous Gang. Okay. Zepeda got to know who he's up against. Now, shit. Boom, boom. Now, keep in mind, they always talk about certain fighters, right? They download. After a couple rounds, they start to take over. Your best chances of beating, not comparing to Floyd, but you know what I mean? The first 4 rounds is the rounds that you can kind of make something happen. But then the download session happens, right? So let's see if Shakur is able to download what he was able to do, because I saw some adjustments from Shakur. But Zepeda starts off in the beginning of the 5th round being extremely active, throwing a lot of punches, jabs to his chest, being active once again, which could be Shakur's kryptonite, not being as active. And, you know, Zepeda's digging to the body, digging to his chest, throwing a lot of activity, and that alone will be the reason why Zepeda can win these rounds, even if they're close. So 3-1 from what you see from Shakur. Really? It can't be from that 3rd round when he got. But good right from Shakur. Good jab from Shakur. Good right hook to the body from Zepeda. Another right hook to the body from Zepeda. So let's see if Shakur can download and slow the pace. A couple good jabs from Shakur. He's starting to box a little bit more. Starting to slip a little bit. Starting to make Zepeda miss a little bit now. Shakur looks a lot better on the ropes than he did in the beginning of the fight. Oh, Shakur's trying to counter off the ropes. He's starting to slip, making Zepeda miss a lot more. These shots aren't landing, but the activity's still there. Zepeda's trying to throw the right hook to the body, misses. Shakur's bouncing back and forth, jabbing off the ropes, going side to side. Oh, good left counter from Shakur. And Shakur's starting to get his defense down a little bit. He's starting to block a lot of Zepeda's punches. He slips. Shakur's starting to slowly take over a little bit. You can see his defense is starting to really kick in now. Zepeda's having a lot harder time to land these shots. It's far from the first couple rounds that we watched. Zepeda's being busy, but these shots are not landing. These shots are not landing. There's a lot of activity. Shakur's not being able to land with that lead right hand. Oh, he gets ripped across from a left hook from Zepeda. Another left hook from Zepeda. This is a great fight. Honestly, to tell you the truth, this is a very good fight. Oh, and a 1-2-3 from Shakur lands flush on Zepeda. Zepeda tries to fire back. Shakur blocks a good amount of them. Oh, good left hook from Shakur. These guys are rumbling. Zepeda's work rate is high. Even if he misses like 3 out of the 5, he might land 1 or 2 here and there. Good right hook to the body. And Shakur rips a right hook to the body and eats a right from Zepeda. Zepeda definitely lands on Shakur Stevenson, as I repeat. He definitely lands on Shakur Stevenson. But Shakur is able to slow this down a little bit, and he's showing some of his defensive skills, and he's able to slip a lot of those type of combinations as Zepeda goes. However, once again, the activity from Zepeda might win him the round of some of the judges because Shakur is not landing as often. When he does land, they are effective and they're very clean. When I mean effective, as in like you can score those punches as clear as day. Like that was a solid flush shot. But then Zepeda comes and returns with 3-4 fights, which you're kind of like, you know, like, so ESPN says Shakur Stevenson 4-0. Where? I mean, look, that was a competitor round. Like, I'm going to say that's a competitor round. I might fancy Shakur a little bit because I like how he started to be a little bit more solid in his punching. Zepeda missed a lot, and I'll probably have a 3-2 in this case. And I think at a certain point, if Zepeda can't really land a lot of shots and Shakur can slow the pace down like he's been doing, I feel like he's going to eventually turn the tides. But Zepeda's activity is still there, you know? Good left hook from Shakur. But these are solid, effective punches I feel like Shakur is landing on Zepeda. And Zepeda is kind of retaliating with a lot of activity. But that was a great, hell of a first 3 rounds from Zepeda. Shakur is definitely slowing the pace down tremendously. And he's countering well with a right and a right to the body. Shakur is starting to tee off on Zepeda. These counter punches, his defense. This Shakur is starting to show his brilliance when it comes to being able to sit in the pocket, dodge a lot of shots, and then fire away with a good couple shots to return fire. Shakur looks like he's more in control of this fight than he was in the first couple rounds. He's keeping good distance. He's able to read Zepeda's speed and his combinations, and he fires with a good left hook. Guys, I think Shakur is getting in his rhythm. I think he's slowly getting to download, as they would say with these boxers. Shakur Stevenson might turn the tide right here. I'm being dead serious. Shakur. Oh, good combination from Shakur right there. Shakur is starting to take over. Zepeda's aggression is not nowhere near as what it was. He's just kind of walking in. Throws a couple of good hooks to the body. But, oh, he gets ripped by a lead right hook by Shakur. Shakur is definitely in control of this fight. Zepeda needs to mix it up a little bit more. He needs to make this a lot more tough. But I don't know if he's getting tired or if just the counter punching from Shakur is just starting to take effect. Oh, good left hook by Shakur, guys. If Zepeda had a chance of winning, I don't know if it's going to happen right now. Good combination from Zepeda, but he's looking a lot more confused. His combinations aren't landing. Shakur, oh, good 3-punch combination from Shakur. Shakur is teeing off. Shakur is starting to take control. Zepeda is starting to get punished a little bit. Shakur is starting to punish Zepeda. He's starting to let Zepeda tee off and miss. But those jabs, those hooks, those body shots from Shakur is starting to really start to take Zepeda apart. Shakur is the one that's landing the harder shots this round. The harder shots, the more effective shots, the more eye-catching shots. Zepeda's landing kind of like these little mini combinations, but Shakur is smiling, and I think he knows right now that he is in full control of the pace of this fight. And Zepeda's output and his landing has dropped tremendous. At this point, it completely looks like Shakur, in my eyes, has tied it up 3-3, and probably in a lot of people's eyes, it might be Shakur Stevenson ahead. Hugh says, get off Shakur's rainbow, boy. Hugh, I don't know about you, but Shakur right now is in control of the fight. Look, the first 3 rounds I gave Zepeda 1, 2, and 3, all 3 rounds. But then Shakur 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. And he's starting to fade. His combinations ain't landing. Shakur's landing clean, solid punches. As much as I was giving Zepeda credit in the first 3 rounds, I'm giving Shakur the same amount of praise and credit the next 3 rounds. So you can come in here with all that, get off Shakur. Listen, Shakur was getting messed up in the first 3 rounds. He was. Now Zepeda's getting messed up in the next 3 rounds. All right, cool. We're in the 7th round. Zepeda really needs to find a way to get inside Shakur's defense. He lands a good right. Starts off the round pretty good. He starts to dig some right hooks to the body. Shakur, once again, just being patient, trying to keep this fight at mid-range. Zepeda's starting to land a couple more shots to the body. Shakur still keeping distance. Misses that lead right hand. Shakur high guard, blocks Zepeda's combination again. Eats a jab from Zepeda. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. All right. Zepeda's activity. Good left hook from Zepeda. Zepeda's trying. He's active. Shakur is not really throwing too much. I don't know if he's trying to like tire him out a little bit and let his arsenal kind of be burnt out before Shakur starts to take over. But Shakur tries to throw a combination himself and misses. Zepeda landed a jab on Shakur. Shakur lands a good shot, blocks Zepeda's combination again. Oh, good solid counter from Shakur. Shakur's on the ropes right now. Zepeda's trying. Oh, Zepeda landed a good right on Shakur on the ropes, leaning back. Shakur's pushing Zepeda off the ropes. Shakur's starting to go shoulder to shoulder. Zepeda pushes him off, bumps him off. Shakur lands a good left on Zepeda's guard. Shakur's throwing some combinations. Zepeda goes to the body. Zepeda's active this round. Shakur's activity is a little bit lower than he was in the last round. Zepeda hasn't really landed anything super significant, but he seems like the busier fighter. The fighter that's throwing a little bit more, trying a little bit more. Even if they're little punches here and there to the body and whatnot, they add up. A little jab on Shakur from Zepeda. Zepeda on his back foot right now. Shakur's starting to put the pressure on a little bit, but he backs up now. Zepeda tries to go after Shakur. Probably the least eventful round of the fight so far. Shakur tries to go a left hook. I don't know if my stream messed up. I can't tell if it landed. Shakur landed a good right on Zepeda. Shakur's throwing some combinations that's missing a little bit. Zepeda's missing a little bit. Nothing really too significant has landed amongst these guys. Zepeda's activity. Good combination from Shakur. Shakur might steal the end of this round. Very close round. Could be a toss-up. Really depends on what you like. That's a very close round. That's a very close round. I need to get a notepad. All right. I'm going to go 9, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10, 9. I don't know. Toss up. 10, 10. Maybe Zepeda. I don't know. I'm going to make the 7th a toss up. How'd you guys feel like the 7th round went? I really am actually torn on that one. Zepeda's throwing but landing on some 2-8 shit. He is. That's what I'm kind of seeing. Good play-by-play. Appreciate it, too honest. I got 3-3 with the 7th. Kind of close, but help me out, guys. How do you see the 7th? All right. Let me start the clock of the 8th. Shakur won the 7th? Okay. All right. I mean, I have it tied, so it wasn't really an eventful round, but he won that round easily. I mean, I put it 10-10, man. I'm trying to be like neutral. You know, I'm trying to appreciate both sides. It just seems, oh shit, Shakur landed a good combination. I do feel like Shakur's more in the control of the fight than Zepeda. Like at a certain point, the later the rounds go, the more it's going to favor Shakur Stevenson. So I don't really see this fight going in Zepeda's way. I feel like Zepeda definitely had a great first 3 rounds, but for the most part, I feel like this later half is going to favor Shakur. Good combination landed by Shakur and Zepeda. Zepeda is definitely not as ferocious and active. Shakur is landing a good left hook over the top of Zepeda's jab. Zepeda is not able to close the gap, let alone land shots. Shakur is being a little bit more effective. A little wide every once in a while. Shakur seems to wing every once in a while. A little bit wide every once in a while, but that's just Zepeda just stepping back in between combinations. But the more effective punches definitely feel like Shakur Stevenson. The more flush shots, like that left, Shakur is definitely landing the more flush shots this round, especially just comparing to Zepeda's little random combinations that just kind of land here and there on the side. But Shakur is landing clean and flush on the face. Couple good body shots from Zepeda, trying to rough up Shakur. Shakur throws right hook to the body. Zepeda's trying to rough him out by bumping his shoulder and pushing Shakur, but Shakur seems calm. Good body shot from Zepeda. I feel like Shakur is starting to take apart Zepeda at this point. These shots seem way more intentionally placed. Zepeda's landed a good combination on Shakur right there. Oh, shit. Zepeda's starting to land on Shakur. Oh, shit. Good left hook from Zepeda. Good left hook on Zepeda landing on Shakur. Zepeda's starting to tee off on Shakur. Damn, dude. And just like that, Zepeda landed a good combination on Shakur. Shakur ain't really firing back. Big T in the building. You have my 14-year-old son off the edge of the bed listening to you. My guy, my son fired up. Keep up the good work, my brother. I appreciate it. Look, I am just a guy who just gives my honest opinion. Not saying that we're all going to agree on the scorecards, but look, I really have no reason to give anyone more credit than what I think I see. I don't have a flag waving for Shakur. I don't have a flag for Zepeda. I don't want to see either guy win or lose. I really don't care. And I think at that point, I give that round to Shakur. However, end of that round, Zepeda did tee off on Shakur. So I'm keeping that in mind when people want to say, hey, Zepeda might have won that round. I thought Shakur won that round, but Zepeda did catch Shakur with a lot of good shots. So yeah, Zepeda definitely lands on Shakur Stevenson. But it seems like, once again, I got Shakur winning right now. But I can respect Zepeda's work. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Is like, I'm trying to say I appreciate the work that Zepeda's doing, but I'm see the separation that Shakur has. He lands these right hooks at kind of more at will when he wants to. I mean, I take that back. He actually misses the right pretty often, but he just landed a good combination on Zepeda, and Zepeda's just not able to land as... Oh, good combination from Shakur. Good solid left, right. These are clean, solid, flush shots from Shakur. It's hard to not give him credit. I think Shakur is starting to really kind of pull away from this fight. He lands a 3-punch combination again, sending Zepeda's head flying back a little bit. Zepeda, once again, hasn't really landed anything. Oh, good uppercut from the left side from Shakur. Then he throws a left hook that lands on Zepeda. That left hand on Shakur is just landing brilliantly on Zepeda, landing a right, but Shakur barely misses with a right. These are great exchanges, but Shakur seems to just kind of get the better of it. Just at the end of the day, man, Shakur is landing the more telling shots, the ones that make Zepeda heads go back. You can hear the crowd go ooh when Shakur lands the shots. You just do. You do. You just do. And Zepeda's work rate and his ferocious attitude is still there. He's still a very dangerous fighter. But Shakur is starting to understand the pace and the rhythm, the timing, and he's starting to realize when it's safe to throw and when to get out the way. And Shakur is just putting on a really solid 9th round, dominating Zepeda. And it's not taking away that what Zepeda is doing. He's putting on really good aggression. Just Shakur is just landing at kind of a more comfortable. Oh, and a good solid left just rocks Zepeda's head back. This is the separation round for sure. If there wasn't one in a couple rounds earlier that you guys didn't feel, good left from Zepeda. If you didn't feel like there was a round earlier that separated the two, this is the separation round if there was one. The one that's clear as day if you were on the fence. If you were kind of already seeing what Shakur was doing, you would feel like he was already ahead, that's fair. But this is clearly a clinic. This round is showing Shakur is able to get out of the way, land very telling shots, knock Zepeda's head back, sweat flying back, comfortably sit on the ropes, and then return fire at will with combinations and then get out of the way. This is clearly the most dominant Shakur Stevenson round by far because Zepeda can't land and Shakur is landing when he feels like it. It's a very exciting fight because Zepeda hasn't shown any type of quit. He's trying, and you see Zepeda trying. You see Zepeda working. You see his energy. You don't see him kind of withering away. You just see the brilliance of Shakur landing clean flush shots, and you're starting to see the bruising around Zepeda's left eye. It's starting to get a little black, a little darker, and that's the consistent accuracy that Shakur Stevenson has landed in this round, in the previous round leading up to it. If anything, Shakur Stevenson is pulling away for sure. How do I have this? I have it 3-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have it 6-3. Shakur Stevenson. First 3 rounds, Zepeda. One of them should have potentially been a knockdown if the ropes wasn't there. Outside of that, Shakur Stevenson, for the most part, has had his most dominant round, and he looks solid. Get out of here, Brotherhood. Shakur is doing his thing. He is looking absolutely in full control of this fight. And if Zepeda does not land anything significant, guys, I think this is going to go to decision. Shakur Stevenson, 12 rounds. I think Shakur is going to win the rest of the rounds. And we'll wait and see if that happens. But Zepeda right now still showing a lot of heart, not giving up. He's still chasing Shakur Stevenson. He's still throwing combinations. You can tell his punches still have heat. He still has power. And Shakur lands a good left hook after Zepeda kind of landed a body shot here and there in a combination. But Shakur looks like the more accurate fighter. Anything can happen. Zepeda's punches still look like they have a lot of fire in them, a lot of crack when it lands to the body on Shakur Stevenson. But once again, the clean, precise, solid shots are from Shakur Stevenson. Zepeda is just stuck hitting elbows and shoulders and gloves while Shakur hits face and face and face. That's the type of fight that I see that's going on. And Zepeda is trying, but Shakur's work rate of just being just a patient defensive fighter, letting his hands go at the right time, and then moving away when Zepeda wants to come at him, that's winning him the fight. He's clearly the more dominant guy. Zepeda has Shakur on the ropes. He's pushing Shakur on the ropes, but he's comfortable there. Zepeda's trying to make it rough. He's trying to really make it one of those type of fights. Shakur's probably just letting him burn his energy out. But in those exchanges, Shakur is always the one that lands the clean, fresh shots. Zepeda is trying. Shakur really hasn't landed anything super significant, but he's still landing the more precise shots. And Zepeda is just hitting arms and elbows. And a left hook from Shakur. Oh, good right from Shakur. Zepeda is just not being able to cut off the ring, not being able to keep Shakur on the ropes, not being able to keep him in the corner. Shakur, when he wants to be on the ropes, he's on the ropes, but when he doesn't, he gets off it. Zepeda is just missing and missing and missing and missing and missing. These type of shots that Zepeda is throwing with bad intentions are not landing at all. Just not. Just a pure defensive, well-placed shots, good movement. Shakur Stevenson in for control. This is that type of performance that fight fans want to see. Show that you can box in an entertaining fashion and fight when you need to fight and get out the way when it's intelligent to show those boxing fans you are an intelligent fighter. But a great counter punch from Shakur Stevenson lands on Zepeda. Zepeda's punches just don't seem like they have that type of ferocious energy like I was talking about the round before. He just kind of seems like he's burning himself out now at this point. These seem like they're slowly becoming solid punches to arm punches. And Shakur hasn't still landed anything significant, but he's landing more at will. Shakur Stevenson, not the best round, but the round that really, once again, just shows how much better Shakur Stevenson is in the later rounds against Zepeda. Another round, Shakur Stevenson. Shakur gave the people what they wanted. Clap, cool, says. And I'll be honest, man, the way Zepeda was going at it, I felt like Zepeda was about to do it. I really thought he was about to do it. But at this point, Shakur is definitely standing his ground and moving when it's intelligent. I want you guys to understand. Shakur is moving when it makes sense. And he's in there kind of getting ready to counter when it makes sense. He's not running. He's effectively boxing. He's effectively moving at the right time, exchanging at the right time. I think Shakur Stevenson, it says boring ass giant. What's that mean? He's running the turkey push the shrink button ring. Oh, I mean, look, there was supposed to be a shrink button, right? For sure, Shakur is going to win. I think at this point, we can safely say that the best way of beating Shakur Stevenson is in the earlier rounds. You have to be able to jump on him and land some vicious and catch him kind of cold. But for the most part, every round after the third has, in my books, been Shakur Stevenson. And now we're going into the 11th. Zepeda's landed a good little right there on Shakur. Shakur clinches up on Zepeda. Curve punching with a puncher. What else y'all want? He's doing his thing, man. This is the type of opponent he also needed. Show that, hey, there's danger with this opponent. But look how Shakur was able to overcome it. Zepeda's still trying to put pressure, jab him to the chest. And Zepeda's putting in a good effort. He's trying. He's trying. Good right hook from Shakur. Shakur showing that Floyd Mayweather shoulder roll on the ropes and counters and fires with a left. And another 1-2 lands from Shakur. And Zepeda throws 5, 6, 7. Misses all, but lands a jab at the very end of that exchange. Look, if you guys don't feel like Shakur is showing great defensive skills, then I don't know what else you want. But good body shot from Zepeda lands right there. Shakur fires back to the body. They go shoulder to shoulder. Shakur showing a lot of very... Oh, shit. Good right by Zepeda. But he definitely needs to, not get too comfortable because Zepeda definitely still show... Oh, good right from Shakur. Honestly, at the end of the day... Oh, good left uppercut on Zepeda from Shakur. Listen, now you're glazing? Look, I'm glazing? Come on, man. I'm not glazing, dude. Shakur is clearly in full control of this fight. And I'm enjoying the work that Zepeda is doing, but he's getting outclassed. He's getting outclassed. He's getting outboxed. Zepeda can't cut off the ring. His combinations are there, but they're not landing. And that's the thing. Zepeda is in great shape. He's in good shape. He's trying. Oh, a good left from Shakur. Shakur goes side to side once again. Just shaking his head. Just going side to side. Now he's starting to go on his back foot a little bit, making Zepeda chase him. Shakur showing some defense. Lands when he wants to. Man, Shakur is blocking a couple good body shots landing on Zepeda in there, but nothing that's going to make him win this round. Oh, man. Can Zepeda close the show? Can he do something that can end this dominant performance? Oh, good right from Zepeda. Oh, he slipped on the ring. Shakur landed a left, and then Zepeda landed a right. So, good exchange at the end, but... Say activity more, please. Activity. I'm sorry. It's not even out. Yeah, I don't even feel like I'm glazed. He's running the Turk, push the button. I know, but Brotherhood's kind of trolling a little bit though. That's my guy, man. He has a little hate on Shakur, but he's kind of just obviously wanting to see Shakur lose. That's all. But look, if you're not a Shakur Stevenson fan, I get it. If you don't like Shakur Stevenson's antics on social media and stuff, I get it. But at this point, you have to call it for what it is. Shakur is definitely in control of this fight. And you have to appreciate Zepeda trying. I want to see Zepeda more. He's a dangerous fighter, but he's just being completely outclassed at this point. So, I would love to see Zepeda and Pitbull or Zepeda and other fighters, to see where they're at, right? But Shakur is just completely just showing, at the end of the day, my screen says 12 out of 12 right now. This is an obvious fight winner, I guess. But going into this fight, the bookies had it right. Shakur Stevenson by a far margin favorite. It was very suspenseful in the beginning of the fight where Zepeda arguably could have potentially knocked Shakur Stevenson down. But at the end of the day, I gave Zepeda 3 rounds. Shakur is just dominant. Shakur's accuracy is just way better. He's not allowing Zepeda to get any shots really significant on. And then at a certain point, you just have to just say, look, Shakur's the better man at the end of the day. He's a guy. Oh, good counter with the left, and he fires back and counters again. Zepeda lands a jab, which Shakur trying to do a shoulder roll, but the 2 significant shots in that exchange was from Shakur. Zepeda landed a good left on Shakur. Shakur has to be careful and not be reckless. The thing that I can say, though, is that Zepeda is a dangerous fighter from 1 to 12. I can say that. Oh, good combination from Shakur. Lands a good 1-2 on Zepeda, and Shakur pushes Zepeda back. They're in a clinch. The ref comes and breaks him up. Shakur once again on his back foot. We're in the 12th round. You can see it on the screen right now. Shakur's doing his thing. Zepeda's getting a little bit more punches off, though. Shakur on the ropes. Zepeda's trying to jab to the body. Shakur leaning on the ropes with the shoulder roll. Tries to counter. Misses. Zepeda right in his face again. Shakur lands a 3-punch combination. Shakur sticks his tongue out. Just kind of like, oh, I know I got you. Good jab from Zepeda, but Shakur just walking on the ropes, and Zepeda can't cut off the ring. Shakur just putting on it. It's just an easy fight to score at the end of the day. Shakur Stevenson has 10 rounds per ESPN. I mean, I give Shakur probably 9. But Zepeda's landing some good shots in Shakur in the last 40 seconds left. Got to be careful. Stay focused. Glazing. Call it what you want, man. This is a great fight. Next fight will be boring. Shakur landed a good left. How many punches Shakur landed, bro? I mean, I don't have CompuBox up. So Edgar Berlanga will be the next fight coming up. Boring. I mean, if you like boxing, that's what Shakur Stevenson's giving you. Good boxing. And he lands a couple lead right hooks. 10-second clock. Zepeda got to land something to knock him out. It ain't going to happen. Shakur on his back foot, running away with the win. That's it, man. I give it 9-3 Shakur Stevenson. Great effort for Zepeda, but at the end of the day, the more accurate. Shakur Stevenson sitting in the corner. They take the mouth guard out. Have to say and still, man. Good effort from Zepeda. Yeah, where is all the Shakur's a runner hater? Shakur stood in the pocket tonight, fought Zepeda. Just say you don't like him if it is what it is. You only expose your own low boxing IQ. I give Zepeda praise for those first 3 rounds. But Shakur was able to just completely turn the tide, at least in my opinion, by the 4th round. My man says 7-5 Zepeda at his finest. Pure hater. Yo, I salute the hate. Like, you were committed, brotherhood. Yo, clap it up for my brotherhood sports, man. 7-5, 6-6 draw. I applaud my brother. Applaud my brother right here, man. Shout out to him. He also graduated from college recently. But applaud my brother. When the hate is a full-time job, he dedicates it at his finest. So I applaud, but ain't no draw. He's trolling, y'all. He's trolling, y'all. But 11-1 Shakur Wabaka. I know we don't always agree, and I always respect your opinion too, right? But I thought Zepeda got more than 1 round. If anything, 2. You gotta give him 2 rounds. You gotta give him 2. I gave him 3. 1, but it doesn't matter, man. Shakur, bro, you do a good job. Y'all appreciate David. ESPN has 11-1. I mean, look, I think at the end of the day, if we're arguing Zepeda won 1, 2, 3, dude, at the end of the day, man, Shakur clearly washed him from 4 on out. He washed him. Shakur washed him. 7-4 Shakur. See, even if you gave Zepeda 4, there's no debate. Sounds like 9-3. I felt like it was 9-3. Some people felt 11-1. Some people felt... At the end of the day, man, rope-a-dope. Shakur was brilliant on the ropes. He was able to anticipate the combination punching. Zepeda definitely is talking to Shakur, and even they can recognize they lost the fight. Shakur's just giving him props and saying, I appreciate you. And you can tell he's like, I appreciate you taking the fight, yada, yada. But you already know, man. Yeah, Brotherhood's just annoying. He's just trolling. I'm looking 7-5. You think 7-5? Shakur 7-5? You think 7-5? Well, even if y'all even say 7-5, which I think is really giving Zepeda a lot of benefit out, you still got Shakur winning, right? So even if you gave Zepeda almost every benefit of doubt known to man, Shakur still wins. Even the hate from Brotherhood even saw a draw. Shakur was in the corner by choice. He's clearly trolling. He's clearly trolling Big Drew, but I understand your car. I respect your viewpoint. I enjoy the commentaries. Always, man. I always try to give the other fighter the benefit of the doubt, too. So that's why sometimes my scorecards kind of seem a little bit more closer because I was appreciating what Zepeda was doing. But Shakur, 118, 110. That's from the first judge. 118. 110 from another judge. 119, 109. Meaning that two judges gave it 10-2. One judge gave it 11-1. One gave it to Wovako. One gave it to the other. Shakur Stevenson, by all means, dominated Zepeda. Wasn't even a hard fight to score. If you gave Zepeda the benefit of the doubt, you still couldn't even give him the win. Regardless, hats off to Zepeda. Listen, everybody applaud Zepeda because he was actually really trying to put on a good fight. But at the end of the day, Shakur really showed tonight that there is levels to a certain point in boxing. And that's what Shakur did. He showed levels, completely night and day levels. He did watch Zepeda though. I'm 3 for 3 tonight. Shakur went 7-3. Cook that boy. Bronny James made a layup tonight. No, next fight will be Berlanga. So let me make sure I got this right. We got one more fight tonight, y'all. One more fight. Boom. Let me make sure I change the fighters to. All right, Edgar Berlanga, Hamzah Sheeraz. Let me put up the coming up soon while everyone's. All right. Yes, shout out to Zepeda. I really do give Zepeda like props for trying. But it was a style matchup that by all means if Zepeda just couldn't crack it, it was just gonna be a nightmare. So they said, cry all you want now, Zepeda fans. Ha 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 ha. You was glazing Zepeda earlier. I gave him the first 3 rounds. Dallas. I gave Zepeda all first 3 rounds. All right, now here comes the I gave Zepeda round 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. That's mine. But once the 4th round came over, domination. So if you want me to call the fight on what I'm hoping happens, you'll never see that. I don't hope for either one of these guys to win or lose. I'm calling it what I feel like is going on. And Shakur had adversity in the early rounds. He did. Even if you gave Shakur the early rounds, he had adversity. But he took control in the second half by far. Like, wasn't even a question. So, if you really want to call it down the middle, you have to give Zepeda credit in the early rounds. You have to. But at the end of the day, man, I picked Shakur to win. I'm not wrong. So, if you pick Shakur to win too, you ain't wrong either. We both right. So, good fight by both fighters. Entertaining to me. Before the fight, I said Zepeda's levels below Shakur Stevenson's skills department. And yes, this was definitely a fight where Zepeda had to climb the hill. And he tried. He tried really hard in those first 3 rounds. But Shakur took over. He took over. Fun fight. Fun time, Miami. Peace out. We got one more fight. But I appreciate you, Grant, staying if you wanted to stay for the Shakur fight. We got one more fight, Edgar Berlanga versus Hamzah. This was actually my main event, but we got one more fight. So Lamont Roach versus Shakur, that'll be a good fight. Now, Marlon, you get a little crazy with the Shakur praise. I think I get a little crazy in general, man. I'm just trying to call the fight. You know what I mean? Do you want me to just be monotone? Like, you know what I mean? Shakur is landing a good shot and Zepeda. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I gotta be eccentric if you want to be in here, right? Because it has to be a little fun, right? But at the end of the day, man, Shakur really did actually dominate Zepeda. And it was a very fun fight to watch if you're a boxing fan. If you wanted to see an all-out war, well, Shakur's defense didn't allow it. And that's what you have to understand. It's not the fact that he was running. It was the fact that he just wouldn't allow Zepeda to touch him. And that's where you have to appreciate what Shakur did tonight. Well, my brother from another mother, you got a new follower, my 14-year-old son. He said, I'm turning on my notifications. Well, I appreciate it, man. I'll be definitely live for the Pacquiao fight. Ron, you're amazing, Brody. I appreciate it. Don't want to award volume punching. Can't, you know. You called a great fight, scored 9-3, I scored 11-1, still similar. And really, to me, for people to understand how I score, is I try to score in a way where I can see both sides. I don't score off the preference that I like. I can like a lot of different things. But when I see a round that I can see both sides, then I'm going to kind of maybe potentially every once in a while give that fighter a round, because I'm trying to look at it at a point where if I'm this type of judge or that type of judge, my scoring kind of may be a little bit similar or a little bit different. But at the end of the day, you can't win a fight with 3 rounds. So 9-3, 11-1, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Those scorecards were terrible. Adrian, your wife got fetish fight. Yo, y'all are terrible. So next fight, Edgar Berlanga versus Sheeraz. I mean, I'm not going to expect the level of that type of activity and defense. I'm expecting a guy who's going to try to show that European boxing style, staying kind of long, but using the jab and kind of turning, using the jab. While Edgar Berlanga, who might be kind of aggressive and use some serious power to try to get his guy out of there. But if he's not able to break Sheeraz down, we can potentially see Hamzah kind of box Edgar Berlanga a little bit. Now, the knockout feels more safe if Edgar's the one that does it, but the bookies had Edgar as the favorite in the beginning. Now Hamzah is the favorite. The money lines changed from what I've Googled and seen. So, and to me, it kind of makes sense because Hamzah seems like the more polished fighter, but he is moving up in weight after a controversial fight at 160. Edgar, who hasn't really had a significant one at 168, went the distance from with Canelo, shows that he can take a punch, but once again, hasn't been able to really convince the boxing public that he is really one of those guys in the division. He has a lot of support, New Yorkers, Puerto Ricans, that's one thing. But really, this is a fight that's really going to allow us to see what level he's at after he faced Canelo, because he's definitely going to learn from the Canelo fight. But is it still not going to be enough to be able to handle a guy where Turkey's obviously pushing and backing to be a future Canelo opponent? He's moving up in weight, has a good jab, he has punching power as well. I'm very curious to see what the main event. I don't have a pick. I'm expecting someone to potentially get knocked out. So, you think Shakur beats Tank? It's a tough fight because, Shakur is an accurate puncher and he does show great defense, but Tank is, I think, a better aggressive fighter because he's athletic. He has better counter punching than Zepeda. I think he can, really tough out a fight. If Shakur's not allowing him land, then Tank can make it a fight. He can make it a fight. But, depending on the state where Tank's mindset's at, it's going to be tough because Shakur is very elusive. He's very slick, but Tank has that equalizer. He has a one-punch nuke. He has a bomb. But you can see Lamont Roach was able to neutralize those type of things. And remember, guys, Shakur, if you want to call it Shakur hating on Tank or Shakur just using his IQ, I can't really call it. But Shakur called the Lamont Roach 50-50 with Tank. He's been in the ring with Tank a long time ago when they sparred, and he sparred Lamont a long time ago. So he knows what those type of guys present in the ring. And he was able to say that fight was going to be 50-50. He said it's going to be a tough fight. Tank also said that was going to be a tough fight as well. So, the thing about Shakur and Tank, unfortunately, is that they are the number 1 and number 2 guy in the division now. And because those guys have inconsistent performances amongst each other, Shakur looks, Tank looks like a beast. Tank looks like, Shakur looks like this. So those two guys have consistently made the boxing public change their mind pretty often because you see something in one where it's positive and then you see a weakness in them and in the other, but they just kind of go back and forth. And they kind of are like, what have you done for me lately? Shakur hasn't really looked like that guy for a little bit at times, while Tank has. Tank right now doesn't really look like that guy, but now Shakur looks like a beast. So it's really a 50-50 fight. I think you kind of have to edge Tank just a little bit. But at the end of the day, that's because he has a puncher. He has a great puncher's chance. He's a very athletic, explosive, intelligent boxer, puncher who can turn it into a brawl as well as box on his back foot. But Shakur has great defense. He has great IQ. But as you can see, he got rocked by Zepeda early on. You know, he probably could have went down. He probably would have went down if the rope wasn't there. So there is also that opportunity where Shakur can get caught by Tank flush, just like Zepeda caught him. And we all know Tank is a way more devastating puncher than Zepeda. He's probably a better IQ fighter. But at the same time, his output isn't like Zepeda. So it's going to be a different type of fight. It's going to be a counter punching fight. It could be boring. Or it could be a fight where if he sets up the right shot, catches Shakur. Or Shakur can make it a frustrating fight where Tank is high guard trying to catch Shakur but can't cut off the ring. And it kind of becomes a very easy fight to score. So it's just a fight that we all want to see. Does Tank walk Shakur down and walk down those punches and not respect it and say, you know, I eat that shit? You know, it's really one of those type of fights where we're really like, let's just see it, man. You know, that fight's been in the making for a very long time. I don't know if it'll ever happen, unfortunately. I think it should happen, but we just have to wait. Tank has to get past Lamont Roach. These guys are getting better, you know. You know, I think Tank is fighting a good opponent. Lamont Roach is a good opponent because those guys have shared the ring. They have similar, styles. Lamont knows Tank's style. So, but at the end of the day, man, we can all say Shakur proved he has no chin, got hurt by Chef. That's only one round he might have won. Lamont Roach versus Stop Zepeda. If you want to award volume punching, go watch dudes hit bouncing back. Then they don't land a Shakur or Tank at all. Yeah, man. Those two are by far the best fighters in the lightweight division. You know, Zepeda moved up. You know, Abdullah's young. Floyd Schofield's young. We're far from really being able to crown a decisive winner in that division until they face each other. So, shout out to Shakur Stevenson, man. That's all I got to say, man. So, Hamzah Sheeraz has entered the ring. I'll show you guys a quick screenshot if you guys don't have the broadcast. Let me screenshot. Zepeda rocked him with a jab. Tank shutting him off. Hey, yo, I respect both opinions, man. It's just a fight that we have to see because they're really just showing that they are that much better than everyone that's in the division. But Lamont really can't upset the apple cart, though. You know, he might be the kryptonite. But Hamzah is in the ring right now. The face at the end of the fight will tell you the story. Sometimes. You know? You're talking about like how they feel, like they look sad, or like the face like they're all beat up. Because sometimes, you know, they could be all beaten up, but Shakur's top 5 pound for pound for me. I mean, I got a lot of respect for Shakur, but that's a nasty top 5 to get through. Usyk, Crawford, Inoue, Bivol, I don't know, like, that's a nasty, you know, who else can we, you know, the Bams floating around a little bit. Arthur Beterbiev it could be top 5, you know. Canelo could be floating around if you want. Like, then Edgar Berlanga is walking out with Fat Joe right now for the song Lean Back. And then there's Remy Ma walking right next to Edgar Berlanga. Let me get a screenshot for you guys. Kerr had a great showing like I thought. This was the fight where he really needed to show he belongs at that top of the lightweight division. And he showed it, man. There's levels. But it still holds, just like Tank showed holds, that anything can happen when they face each other. And there can only be one winner. So I want that fight. So as you can see, screenshot Edgar Berlanga with Fat Joe. Remy Ma's in the back. I took a really piss poor screenshot. But here we go, man. So Canelo has really boosted Edgar's confidence and status, and now he's going into arguably his next toughest fight in Hamzah Sheeraz, and let's see if it actually translates. You know, he had a fight with kind of a journeyman that didn't show anything, so we can't really use that as an equation outside the fact that we know he's a puncher. But this really will show where Edgar Berlanga is at the 168 division, because he is facing a very solid opponent coming up from 160, but has been praised to be a very technical, solid boxer from the UK. We shall see. Shakur is boxing genius, makes adjustments during fights. And that's the thing you have to understand, not you, but everyone else, is like, who kind of hates on Shakur, is like, he does show adjustments, and that's very important to pick fighters. Fighters that show adjustments and consistently adapt their game style, their fighting style in real time, are the elite fighters, because they show they can fight multiple different styles. And that's what really separates, you know, the one-dimensional fighters. If this doesn't work, move on to plan B. If that don't work, plan C. If that don't work, plan C. So Floyd Schofield is the guy who would stop Shakur. I mean, he has the punching power and he has the athleticism, but once again, he doesn't have the experience. He doesn't have the activity. He's very young. And at the end of the day, if Floyd Schofield does not get Shakur early, he's going to get downloaded as well and get picked apart. So, but is it a fight I want to see? Of course. You know what I mean? After he knocked out Tevin Farmer, it definitely presents a threat to any 135 pounder out there. But I think Shakur is aware that Floyd Schofield can do that, so he'll be on his P's and Q's to make sure it doesn't happen. But he looked explosive, and he kind of made it look effortless against an Asian Tevin Farmer. But we're not going to take away the win, because Zepeda and Tevin went to war. Shakur dominated Zepeda this way, and Floyd dominated Tevin that way. So it'll be interesting to see Floyd Schofield versus Zepeda, really. If Floyd Schofield is able to knock out Zepeda, oh my God. Oh my God. Tevin's not even close to Shakur. Y'all drunk. But it's the fact that those two fought opposing opponents, because that's how people are going to look at it. Those two had a competitive fight. Like, in that sense, they both dominated in separate different ways. You know what I mean? And for people to understand the difference, Pacquiao and Floyd have fought similar opponents and dominated them in different ways. And still, it didn't really equate to how when they fought each other. And yeah, I know, oh, but Ron, this fight was past time and this and do. I'm just using it as like a simple analogy. You know, two people can fight similar people or opposing opponents that fought each other. Styles make fights. So for Shakur to have that similar Mayweather shoulder roll style, I see him eclipsing Mayweather Jr.'s ability as a great, because Shakur is more willing to engage with exchange. Come on, man. Eric, I got love for you, but we ain't going to act like Floyd ain't been in the fire and showed the grit and also showed levels as well, you know? Like, come on, man. Floyd, I mean, I respect what Shakur's doing, and everything becomes hindsight afterwards. You know, we got to let Shakur's career play out. But right now, Shakur still has a long way to go. It's easy to kind of brush Shakur off like I'm doing. But I know you're making a hot take, but Mayweather was for sure a super special guy who really showed levels that was absolutely insane. If you ever been to a Floyd fight, his reflexes is so cat-like. I've been to Shakur's fights too. Not saying he doesn't have great defense. Floyd's athletic reflexes was so cat-like. I don't even know if it was. This is what's so crazy about Floyd. I'm assuming if it's his athleticism, cat-like reflexes, but at the same time, is that his IQ to be able to preemptively understand that punch is coming and he's prematurely moving away? Like, dude, Floyd in his prime. I really wish a lot of you guys. Eric Bell needs to be timed. I mean, we gotta wait till Shakur's career ends out. He could do something crazy, but Floyd's reflexes in real time, like not watching on TV, when you watch them in real time, is so. Dude, I'm gonna just start cursing on it. He is so insanely fast. So fast. It is not even human to compare it until you get to guys like Roy Jones Jr. and all those other guys. What was it? Floyd was a beast as Pretty Boy, but Money Mayweather Jr. dropped the bell. Well, Shakur is in Money Mayweather. Like, Shakur is in Pretty Boy era. Like, he's in his Pretty Boy era. You know what I'm saying? When did Floyd retire? Floyd's first retirement age. All right. Floyd's first retirement age. When did he first retire? What was it? After the Ricky Hatton fight, right? How old was Floyd when he fought Ricky Hatton? I guess you kind of can say that's Money May. Yeah, dude, he was like almost like at Pretty Boy era still at that point. But yeah, I probably Mayweather would Shakur. I just do. We can't do that. But I respect your opinion, Eric. All right. Are these two are in the ring? Let me call the Edgar Berlanga fight with you guys. But I respect your opinion. Hindsight is easy because we know how Floyd's career planned out. We don't know how Shakur's would go. So a lot can change over time. So that's why I don't like comparing the present to the past because it's unfair. You know what I mean? It's really unfair anyways to have that comparison because I'm always going to pick the guys who've already accomplished their career versus guys who's trying to prove themselves. It's like when Floyd was fighting. It was unfair to compare him to Sugar Ray and those guys at the time and say, oh, he won't be Sugar Ray and stuff because his career hasn't ended. You know what I mean? So, all right. Edgar Berlanga on his back foot, trying to show some boxing ability. And Hamzah with the high guard, European style. Let me get a screenshot for you guys so that maybe I'll call it on this so you guys can see a little bit of the range. The size difference, what Edgar has to overcome. Ooh, good lead left hook by Edgar Berlanga landed on Hamzah. Good jab from Hamzah. Hamzah tries to go a 1-2 and Edgar shoulder rolls it. Good job from Edgar. Good stab jab to the body from Hamzah. Good right. Catches Edgar Berlanga after he misses with the lead left hook. Way slower pace than the Shakur Stevenson fight. But you feel like both these guys can knock each other out. Good jab from Edgar. Edgar inches forward a little bit. Tries to throw a jab. Hamzah walks up. Lands a jab. Definitely a jabbing fight as we speak. Let's go Hamzah. Let's go Berlanga. Chat's torn. Berlanga's the loser if the other guy. I'm going to comment on your comment, FMJ, after this round. Edgar showing some defense. Slips some punches. Tries to throw a left hook and misses. Hamzah catches him. Oh, good right from Edgar. Catches Hamzah. Best punch in the round so far. Edgar's showing a lot of poise. He's not showing this reckless behavior that he's shown in the past. Very interesting. Oh, good right. Catches Edgar from Hamzah. Edgar walks up. Tries to throw a left hook. Hamzah throws a good jab. Hamzah catches him with a left hook. Edgar catches him with a good jab. I think they might have exchanged jabs. Both high guards. Hamzah on his back foot while Edgar's inching forward, trying to walk the taller man down. Edgar misses with the left hook. I'm going to give that first round to Hamzah. Edgar's the ace side, so I'll go 9, 10 right there. Edgar won't get knocked out. Blood. Shred ass going down. So to answer your talk to your comment, FMJ. Not gonna lie, What I realized about Shakur, he throws the same punches and combos, just precise and accurate. Yeah, I mean, he has shown a consistent punch selection, but at the end of the day, it might change with a different opponent. You know what I mean? So I don't want to base that only off that fight and say, all right, he's going to fight another opponent the same way. You got to approach every fight differently. So I have seen him fight differently at times, but you know, he really does have a stab jab. He likes rolling and countering, and yeah, man, every fight's different. But I get what you're saying by that. And that fight, he was kind of like, you know, Sheeraz guard just screams, knock me out. It just feels like Edgar just might have the more devastating shot, while Hamzah might have the more crisp shot, if that makes sense. Like, Hamzah might be a little bit more polished when he wings that right hand, but Edgar just seems like he has the natural strong man, you know, because that right hand just landed very flush on Edgar right there. Very crisp, but Edgar just seems very heavy-handed, so that ring is massive. Yeah, what happened to the small ring, right? I'm going off what you're saying. I mean, I'm going to just call it for what I see, man. You know, it's simply because Hamzah landed a really good right. Good jab from Edgar. Another good jab from Hamzah, though. Edgar needs to try to cut off, try to break that reach that Hamzah has over him. And it's going to be hard because Hamzah is using that jab. I feel like Edgar's going to kind of recklessly kind of walk himself into something unless he's trying to set up a big shot and catch Hamzah over the jab. Because he has a good right hand that can go over the top of Hamzah's jab. And usually the taller fighter, when they step in with a jab, it takes longer for him to pull it back. So if Edgar can time it, he can really get Hamzah out of position. But his jab is definitely shorter than Hamzah, so he's reaching a lot. And he has to be careful that Hamzah doesn't counter him over his jab. Oh, good left hook catches Edgar from Hamzah. He actually switched it up, gave Edgar a different look. And a double jab was pumped out, and one of them caught Edgar. Edgar might be in some shit. We're in the second round. The stream is not behind. Smiley, you gotta say it like Jamaican to make it funny. Sheeraz. I don't know how to do it in Jamaican accent. I'm sorry. I feel like there's a little redness going on Edgar's right side after eating that left hook. A lot of good defensive movement from Edgar, but not a lot of solid offense. Kind of giving Hamzah a good opportunity to win this round. Good right hand landed from... Oh, good jab from Edgar, though. Hamzah is fighting a very disciplined fight as well as Edgar, but the reach and height from Hamzah is definitely giving Edgar a lot of problems trying to reach in. Edgar definitely... Hamzah tried to counter Edgar's jab with the right hand, but he missed. Edgar's getting stopped. Judy says garbage. Bet. Not really exciting round. Not saying that anything super significant landed outside of Hamzah. Probably landed a good left, and maybe I think there was a right as well in there. So Edgar's still having a tough time trying to overcome the height difference between the two. And Hamzah's trying to set him up by trying to counter him over the jab. He uses the right hand, but he did actually switch it up with a lead left hook. And so that alone has confused Edgar, and that's why he got caught. Gave him a different look. Bumba clock. All right, I could do maybe... That's an easy way to do it, a Jamaican accent. Bumba clock. Edgar Berlanga going to lose. I mean, he is losing right now. I got Hamzah 2-0 as we speak. All right, man. Let me try to slow some of these ugly ass bots in here, and that's just kind of like, who's gonna go to a link like those bots? Like, dude, get out of here with that. All right. Oh shit, I didn't start my next round. Round 3 has started. Hamzah landed a good hook. Not really an exciting fight. Kind of feels like battle of inches, and Hamzah is definitely the one that's able to use his height and land some good shots, like a good jab and a good right and a good left every once in a while. But other than that, Edgar is just kind of slowly trying to enter the range of Hamzah and try to make it a close range fight. Still can't cut the distance between the two, and Hamzah's just making this a difficult fight for Edgar. A nice jab for Hamzah. Having to remind myself I paid pay-per-view money for this as the main. Oh, good uppercut. Lead uppercut from Hamzah. Catches Edgar overextending. And that's what Edgar has to do. A little bit has to try to make it a tough fight. But Hamzah lands a good jab and a good left hook. Edgar's starting to get caught with a lot of shots. Edgar might have to turn this into a dogfight. But Hamzah looks like he's able to fight in the inside a little bit. Eats a jab from Edgar. As of right now, Edgar's trying to ease in, but he's getting outboxed by Hamzah. Hamzah definitely has a sneaky lead left hook on the inside. Good jab from Edgar. Should this have been the main event? No. But whatever. Edgar does what he does. Bro, you do a great job. Appreciate it. Yeah, these bots are crazy. It was 9-9 round early on. I mean, dude, this not a very eventful fight, but Edgar is not landing anything significant. Meaning that I have to give these rounds to Hamzah because he's landing at least a solid right or left here and there. Sheeraz just taking advantage of his height and reach, keeping Edgar at the end of his stick. Edgar really has to really cut the distance off if he wants to make some. Edgar's landed a good jumping left hook though. Edgar's going to have to turn this into a dogfight. They're starting to swing a little bit. They're starting to swing. They're starting to exchange hooks. They both have to be careful. Edgar's going toe-to-toe right now. Nose to nose. This is where Edgar needs to be at. Eats an uppercut from Hamzah. Edgar's starting to fight Sheeraz a little bit. But the more effective punches comes from Sheeraz with the sneaky uppercuts when they go. Dang, dude. Very, very great uppercut. 3 uppercuts from Edgar. Right from Edgar, maybe slightly after the bell. Sheeraz doing a Carlos Monzon and Guayo on your boy. Yo, these taller fighters, when they go head-to-head with a fighter, the leverage of these uppercuts, like from Fedora and Paul Williams, and those, Hamzah is landing these uppercuts very flush, but it gave Edgar the idea to retaliate with uppercuts, and he landed a few on his own. So I know Edgar got to stop playing. I mean, it's kind of hard, man, to kind of get through. These bots are just ridiculous. Ron, who you got winning, Crawford, Canelo? My heart's going for Crawford, and you can never doubt Crawford, but my mind's telling me to pick Canelo. So when the fight gets closer, I'll be able to make a more accurate prediction, but it's so far out. I just want to go with the safe pick right now. I don't want to go with the heart pick because I've already kind of went with a heart pick already coming up with the Pacquiao fight. I don't want too many heart picks this year and then lose. Oh, Edgar lands a left and a right on Sheeraz. These guys are definitely hook happy, and when they get close, uppercuts is the weapon they choose. But Hamzah is able to use that jab to keep Edgar off him a little bit. But Edgar's starting to throw some right hooks. Probably Edgar's best round so far, being very active. Couple jabs from Edgar. Gets blocked from Sheeraz. Both wing a left hook and miss. This fight better not go to distance, man. These bots are crazy. I can't hear your I can't wait to hear your prediction assessment before and during the fight. I'm going Crawford. I respect it. Oh, good right uppercut and a right from Hamzah. Edgar is showing a great beard because those are solid quality shots that he ate. He tries to retaliate with a right. Edgar's toe-to-toe again, throwing a left and a right uppercut. But a good left hook to the body from Sheeraz lands on Edgar. Edgar throws a left hook himself. Almost like Edgar's like, oh, you have a good left hook? I'll throw a left hook. You got a good uppercut? I got a good uppercut. But Sheeraz throws a right that sends Edgar's head back. Oh, and a sneaky left uppercut from Sheeraz when they go toe-to-toe lands on Edgar. Sheeraz is winning this round so far. The quality punches is coming from the taller man, moving up from 160 to 168. But Edgar's showing toughness. But he eats a right from Sheeraz, and he eats a left hook to the body. And Sheeraz is starting to let his hands go. Oh, and a good left and a right. Oh, Edgar went down with a left-right combination. And Edgar's on the floor. And he's just like frustrated. He's like, oh, until he gets up. He's a little bit tired, a little fatigued. Maybe he's hurt, whatever you want to call it. He went down with a left-right-left combination. He's bloodied. His nose is bloody. Hamzah's going for the kill. Double left hook. Oh, Edgar got to hold on. Edgar got to hold. He's a left and another left and a right. And Edgar goes down again. Oh, he's not getting up. He's not getting up. There's no way he's getting up. Edgar's slowly getting up. The ropes is keeping up. There's no way he's getting up. He's up. There's no way. There's no way it's gonna beat the guy. He's dizzy. 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 Is the ref gonna stop it? 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 Saved by the bell. Whoa. Let me give y'all a screenshot of Edgar eating. Oh my God. Oh, it's gonna be over. Sheeraz is a smart puncher. Like I was telling y'all, each round was Sheeraz. At this point, Edgar Berlanga, I don't even know how he got up from that second. Dude, that right hand sent him crashing. Let me give y'all a screenshot for my brothers that I ain't, He got dropped twice. Oh my God. That was a scary combination. The second one was terrifying. The right hook really sent Edgar into another dimension. Whoa. One thing I like about Sheeraz since I follow him is that he does take advantage of his height, like Hearns and wins, including Fedor. Look, Edgar is in a bad situation right now, being dropped 2 times. Oh, he's a right and sweats over the place and he's down. The ref stops it. It's over. Hamzah Sheeraz brutally annihilates Edgar Berlanga. He moved up from 160 to 168 and destroyed Edgar Berlanga way worse than anybody that's been in the ring with them. Canelo Alvarez didn't even do that. Told you, Monson and Goodall. Canelo Alvarez didn't even do that. Edgar Berlanga was demolished. Edgar dropped his New York stats. Edgar Berlanga was demolished. Wow. Let me give y'all a screenshot. Let me get y'all a screenshot of him just completely getting pummeled. This is what happens when you think you're at the top with same with Shakur. This was really Turkey's want to make this as a main event for Hamzah. And you know what? We needed a vicious knockout. This card didn't give us a vicious knockout outside of the start early prelim. But Hamzah delivered rip hype train. That boy got smoked. Like I said, this was a fight where the technically better fighter was Sheeraz, but he is moving up in weight. He's coming off a controversial draw. Edgar, who's known as a puncher, typically looks like fighters get better when they fight elite fighters. He did show that he got better, but that reach and height and just the accuracy, the placement of the shots, the punch selections. Dude, Sheeraz is just that much of a problem at 168. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new motherfucking monster in the 168 division. David Benavidez is out. Hamzah Sheeraz is in. By all means, you can say Carlos Adames beat him, but Sheeraz right now did something that Canelo Alvarez couldn't do. Listen, let me get you guys a screenshot. Hold on, let me get you a screenshot where Edgar is just completely annihilated. Hold on, let me see. I got to try to time this right. Let me try to time this right. All right, this was kind of the moment when it was over. I missed it. I didn't get the actual shot. But this is where you can see Edgar slumped down and Sheeraz hit him with a clean hook, and the ref stepped in and he had to stop the fight. So, what's Edgar going to do? Sing? Thank God Berlanga is out. Yeah, Mr. Grandy, you did call it. Make Caleb Plant. Yo, you can technically now make Edgar Berlanga versus Caleb Plant now. Yo, it's honestly, share the screenshot. Yeah, let me see if I can actually get the actual hit though. Hold on. All right. Oh my God. Oh, okay. It was a left hook. It was. All right. I'll give you two screenshots. I'm gonna give you the right, and I'm gonna try to show the left. This is the right. You can see all this is flush. The right. All right. Now let me get another screenshot real quick. And then kind of missed a little bit, but you can see followed with a left that just caught Edgar Berlanga. So a right and a left. He went crashing down. That was the third knockdown within probably like in 2 minutes. Ref had to stop it. Ref had to stop it. First, Matias wins the title, then Zepeda gets robbed. My God, it's a comedian. Now Sheeraz wins. Women. Oh my God. Berlanga was always trash to me. Damn, man. Y'all brutal out there. Canelo exposed. Get a screenshot of him crying. He's not crying. They dapping it up. But in all fairness, Edgar Berlanga sells a fight well. And he's a good boxing character. Although hateful, he's a true boxing character and will be a measuring stick for a fighter like Ariel. Yeah, man. Sometimes, man, you just aren't on a level of some of these guys. Canelo clearly. And then Sheeraz might be Canelo's future opponent if he gets past Crawford. So this might be a future Canelo opponent. Makes things very interesting now because, you know, you got a guy that destroyed a guy that you went 12 with, and it took him, 5 rounds? And he dropped him 3 times and got him out of there. Canelo might have a new opponent if he continues to want to fight, you know, because at the end of the day, Turkey has him on a 4-fight contract. This is a fight where they want to see him and Canelo get in the ring with. This could be the UK fight. Canelo always wanted to fight in the UK. Yeah, he effed him up in his backyard, yeah. Thank God the hype train's gone. Berlanga, ha ha ha. Lonnie B said it, man. He did. He did call it. He did call it. I think Plant KO's Berlanga. Hey, I want to see that fight. Edgar's gonna have to It's gonna have a celebration in Puerto Rico. Yo, y'all terrible. He got those pink pants underneath the shorts. Yeah, Lonnie B did call it, man. I'm glad a lot of y'all saw that. Lonnie, he did call it. I'm deporting Berlanga back to Puerto Rico. If you're gonna talk shit in boxing, you better back it up, man. And Berlanga is nothing full of shit. You'll be worth the penny and watch after this. Berlanga can beat a new Rosado. Yeah, that's a good comparison. You know, Berlanga lost his New York status. You know, New York boxing, man. You guys got to rely on Shushu Carrington to carry the torch, or Richardson Hitchens. Should have listened to Lonnie B, man. Berlanga's future is this. We got a guy who's up and coming. If he can beat Berlanga, he gets the title shot. I mean, Edgar tried, man. Sheeraz is clearly a guy who has the physical attributes that gives a lot of these guys problems because he's so tall for a 168 fighter. He has great hooks. It's boxing, man. I believe that Zepeda at least tied him at the most that split decision, that score margin was way too great. Really, Daryl? Think so? I don't see that. I thought Shakur dominated after the third round. Too early for Sheeraz for fight Canelo. I mean, at the end of the day, we got to see how Canelo looks against Crawford. You know, if he loses to Crawford, I mean, then at that point, anyone really is out there, and Canelo could be food. So, Canelo loosen that chin up just like Munguia. He could say fighters ain't the same after he faces him. So, I mean, he can make that case. Those long arm Bam must be cheating. It's like water in long arms. All the leverage will KO anyone. PR is part of the U.S. First round not Berlanga. New York City takes this out. At least Matias got the dub. You know what I mean? Puerto Rico got a world champion today. Yeah, the fight's over, man. Damn, New York. I didn't want y'all to feel like that. Shushi's going to do something bad to Inoue. I don't even know if they're going to even face each other. Berlanga runs his mouth better than New York. Send Berlanga back to prelims. Do you think Shakur regained the main event status with tonight's performance? For sure. For sure. But opponents do help. And you got to make the right opponents to make those type of fights. You got to have a guy that's willing to go in the fire with Shakur and really give him a really tough first 3-4 rounds. Because after that, he kind of has that Floyd effect where if he downloads you, it gets harder after a while. So I hope that Berlanga didn't spend all that money. Yeah, because that might be his last payday. I was right. Morrell, Shakur, Sheeraz win. Yeah. But I didn't think Morrell won that fight, though. But he did win on paper. Yeah, the fight's done. Edgar got stopped. Here. This might be easier for people coming in. Yeah, Hamzah cooked Edgar Berlanga, man. I didn't give a single round to Edgar. Who won? Berlanga against Old Boy or Secure Statement against her boy? Y'all with these nicknames. Gervonta Davis beat up his baby mama today in Florida. That was just, well, the news broke out like the other day. Shakur dominated tonight. Hitchens is a beast at 140. If you know, you know. I've been covering Hitchens for a very long time, too. Last time I actually saw Hitchens in person, I watched him spar Cormel Moten, which was very interesting. Yeah, that was an ass whooping right there. Sheeraz win, right? Yep. Berlanga got knocked out. Berlanga was calling for the timeout every time he got dropped. Y'all are brutal. Tank a woman beater needs to pick on some of his own size. Damn, Edgar got stopped. I didn't really think that fight was not going to go the distance, you know. Edgar had a puncher's chance. Sheeraz has the technical ability to set up shots. And, yeah, he caught Edgar clean and flush, man. The better boxer and the better fighter won. The better technical fighter, too. AZ all day. Benavidez. That yard fight's going to be exciting. What all the unnecessary scrutiny Hamzah received after the first title try 160 says a lot, along with him putting the 160. I agree. Because I was one of those people that kind of was like, damn, they really pumped this guy up. You know, I was a little questionable about the Ammo Williams performance because, you know, he won. He dominated. He stopped Ammo. But I didn't really have a lot on Ammo. So I was kind of questioning. And then the Carlos Adames fight, which I give Carlos a lot more credit. But, you know, they really were like Hamzah was going to cook him. And Carlos showed me another level of stuff he can do. So, for him to go to 168 and stop Canelo, one of Canelo's previous opponents like that, great technique too. Like Hamzah had really great technique. You have to give him credit. It wasn't like him just winging punches. He set the shots up. He was patient. He really lured Edgar Berlanga into kind of a fight where, you know, Edgar couldn't box him, so he kind of came in. He beat him there. And then at that point, he set up his shots. Sheeraz big time. Berlanga was calling for a timeout watch. Berlanga got leaned back. Yo, that's wild. Yeah, the Morrell fight was good, but the first time Morrell ever bit down. It's that experience that he learned from the Benavidez fight. Frank Warren boxers lit. De La Hoya is laughing hard. Facts. Morale lost. Tank wears pink furs and carries a purse. AZ, you're terrible. Berlanga would never sniff an intercontinental title, let alone a world one. He actually won an interim title, right? I thought he won some sort of WBA title, actually. That's why people don't judge a fighter for an off night like Hamzah last fight. Styles make fights too, man. You know, and sometimes moving up in weight might be beneficial or might not. You know, we'll see in this Devin Haney fight. He's moving up again. Maybe it might be a great move. It might not. We'll have to see. So, oh yeah, Oscar's laughing his ass off right now. Facts. Berlanga's trying to be the modern day. Oh, Hector Camacho. He could never be that. He ran his mouth and got knocked out. Yeah, Hector Camacho won a world championship very young and fought a lot of legends. You know what I mean? And he showed a great chin. No one's ever stopped Hector Camacho ever. If he was getting a beating, he took his beating from De La Hoya, Tito Trinidad, Chavez. You know, I would compare. I don't want to do that. I just leave, Hector Camacho. Shakur would dog walk Kid Austin. I would favor Shakur, you know. I knew Hamzah would win. I mean, technically, he was the better fighter. I said I see Berlanga KO'd early in chat, which you did. You did. You know, and a lot of questions was answered today. Sheeraz is definitely a very technical fighter. Very strong. Sheeraz is definitely a good candidate for any of these 168 fights. Put him in there with Billy. Put him in with Diego Pacheco. Put him in there with the guy that beat Caleb Plant, Resendez. Put him in there with a lot of 168 guys. Alicia Iglesias. I want to see him with a lot of those guys. So at the end of the day, he's here. I got to respect it. You know, not saying I praise Edgar Berlanga as one of those guys, but this is definitely an impressive knockout win victory in the way he did it. So he finished the job when he had to. So I like Shakur over Tank. That's respectful. I want to see what De La Hoya's got to say. Someone got to get to De La Hoya today. I knew I picked the co-main event right. That's easy money for you then. Terrible squad. People really thought Berlanga was going to win. You know, the thing about Edgar is that he has a puncher's chance. And because Sheeraz had a questionable performance at 160 and he's moving up, you really don't know, what you're going to expect. So it was an unknown fight. Technique-wise, Sheeraz was better. But moving up 8 pounds, fighting a guy who's known as a puncher, solid chin, it was respectful to be kind of wary. It started off as Edgar being the favorite. The betting odds switched later on, and Hamzah became, by all means, the favorite one tonight. So, got smacked up by a British Pakistani. And respect, man. Look, boxing and ass whoopings comes in all different countries and all different ethnicities, man. So, you always gotta remind yourself, anybody could beat your ass. So, and that's what happened. Fat Joe said, I don't know this guy. One thing I respect, Fat Joe has stuck with his guy. So, Camacho was better before the accident. I think Hector Camacho was better before he got hurt. Because once he got hurt, he kind of fought very defensive, right? It's kind of like, I don't want to really say like Adrian Broner to me when I was growing up was like Hector Camacho for my dad growing up, because he was like a flashy guy, multi-divisional champion. But I think my OBS froze. Sorry, y'all. All right. Didn't Berlanga said he betted, side betted? He might have. New York got shut down, though. Sheeraz was very impressive. He destroyed. Yeah, he was impressive. I can't take away, even though the fact that everyone was like, oh, we knew Edgar. It's how he did it was very impressive. So if he was that much better than Edgar, it's time to show it. And that's what he did. His setup shots was very good. I got to give him credit for it. Hector Camacho is my favorite fighter of all time. Rest in peace. Absolutely. And he's never, ever, ever been stopped. And he always fought top elite guys. Took his ass whooping, like a man. So I don't think Shakur could beat Tank. He might and can get that Mason fight and unify. You know what's interesting, Daryl? When Shakur was getting ready for the Jamel Herring fight, he always said that his secret weapon to prepare himself for that fight was sparring Abdullah Mason. They are both with Jay Prince, so I don't think the fight will happen. So my personal opinion, I just think that at some point, I think that's just what it is. Let me see. All right. We got some content that I'm going to play. We got some correspondent responses that I'm going to be able to show. So, let me go to FightHype real quick. Let me read a couple of your guys' comments, and let's watch some videos that we got in the aftermath of today. Because as you can see, we got people on the ground getting great content. Shout out to Johnny Boy Boxing. Shout out to King Los. My guys out there getting some good content right now, and I'm gonna play them so that you guys can see. Let's see exactly. Let me read a couple more. Same hook came out though. He was already exposed and they knew it. Hey, that's ring IQ. So yeah, man. Hamzah, the Pakistani Lion, smoked him. Respect, man. Pakistani got good Tekken players. I've been watching esports fighting games, and now they got a beast at 168. With all that energy Edgar Berlanga bringing during the fight pre-hype, he was focusing on the wrong guy, man. He should have been focused on Hamzah. Focus on De La Hoya. All that attention was on the wrong thing. Berlanga, an overhyped fighter, he got paid. That's it. Oh boy, hit Berlanga and he could not walk. Good job, FightHype. God bless. Shakur can't beat Tank in the center of the ring. The only way he can win by points because he has no power. Well, a win's a win. If Shakur can outbox Tank, that's a win. A win's a win. So, all right, let's watch some content real quick, man. All right, I'm definitely gonna see an uptick with a lot of people on Shakur Stevenson today, and a lot of people on Sheeraz. So, all right, so let's watch Shakur's immediate reaction real quick.
Shakur, how you feeling after the victory, bro? You did phenomenal out there. Easy work.
Damn, that shit look like a hot mess.
What did you think about Shakur's performance tonight?
Oh man, magical.
Easy work. Amazing, right?
Magical. I'm not surprised though.
What's next for Shakur?
Sky's the limit.
Appreciate you, Jay Prince.
Guys, we need to pull Shakur out. He needs to see the doctor.
Man, ass whooping comes in all race and all ethnicities. You know what I mean? You know, stereotypes is never a good thing when it comes to boxing. Skills pays the bills, right? Cliche line, but Andy Lee did a great job with Sheeraz. Yeah, Andy Lee's a great trainer, man.
Coach Wally, your reaction, your grandson. What do you think about the fight, man?
I think it's a great fight for him, you know. I think he fooled around too much and made it a little bit, wasn't difficult, but I think he could have done a better job.
But listen, you know, Turkey had a lot to say. You know, it seemed like he was always targeting Shakur and trying to troll him. Shakur stood in the middle of the ring and traded with William Zepeda and withstood everything William had to give him. What's next for Shakur?
Well, we get the next opponent, man. It's going to be fun. Like I said, we always looking to go ahead and fight the best opponent. So whoever's up next, I hope Devin or Tank, one of them, we want.
Wally, I'll let you enjoy your victory with your family.
Good job, Los. Good job. Yeah. Good job, man. All right, since we're, I'm going to go to some of the other ones, but since we're fresh off the Hamzah and Edgar, let's... Oh, shit. He dapping up Slim. Oh, he got YouTubers, man. He got YouTubers in there. What's that dude's name? Sneeko. There's YouTubers out here. Slim. He got a YouTube fan base. Damn, they call him the King of New York. Yo. Oh, they messed up their King of New York chant. Damn, bro. They called him the King of New York. All right, what is it? Edgar Berlanga rushed to the doctor after brutal knockout. All right, let's see. Berlanga lost his New York card. Andy Lee was definitely a beast early in his career, man. That Peter Quillen fight showed he had a lot of heart, man. Where's Fat Joe? I don't know, man. Edgar goes back fighting Uber drivers. Damn. Ooh, boy. All right, let's see. Terrence Crawford reacts. Let's see. Terrence very short a lot of time.
Hey, Terrence, what did you think about Shakur's performance?
He looked great. See, I told y'all. Very short, very simple. Ray Diesel, Marcus Taylor. I know a couple of these guys walking around. Have you guys seen that clip with the sparring that Ring Magazine did? This is him. This is Marcus Taylor. He sparred Shakur and a couple other guys. Really good fighter, actually. Just hasn't really got an opportunity. That sparring was wild, though, man. That definitely was a hit behind the head, but... Alright, let's see. Got Shakur, watch Terrence, watch Edgar. Let's see this little back and forth I didn't get to see because Edgar's definitely not getting Puerto Rican passport now. Y'all crazy. Flying London right now, changing my citizenship. Yo, said the Subway. How did he go 12 with Canelo? Remember, Canelo's like a 154 pounder, kind of. I don't know, man. Styles make fights. He did fight like what he considered a giraffe. Well, that giraffe is serious. So, all right, Big Baby Miller and.
What was the answer? We fight or what? No, you didn't tell nobody. I heard you didn't want to fight. We gonna fight or what?
Yeah, I told you yes, and I told him yes.
So we gonna fight. You can fight. We can fight.
Yes, I told him yes.
So September 10th, no, you never told me. I asked you right now. So September undercard, we can fight.
Like I told you on social media. I told you yes, I told him yes.
You hear that? September we gonna fight. Terrence Crawford, Canelo undercard. He said it right here first in New York. My little brother Anderson said he gonna fight a real big baby. Let's make it happen. All right, y'all heard it from me now. We gonna see now. If it falls through, I never lie about shit. I don't cap. In my city, I don't never cap. So he said he gonna fight. We gonna see.
What happens in that fight, Joe?
I'm not gonna fuck up. Come on.
Oh, yo, what the fuck? Big Bang just coming in here and said, yo, I'm bringing y'all together. Yo, Zay low-key a little, like, enjoying himself a little too much. Loki can kind of probably do this because he probably is the best heavyweight amongst the three.
We all a big happy family, huh? It's just family. Just business.
Who wins the fight day? Anderson, how does that fight go?
Hey, hopefully it happens. I don't do all the theatrics like him. Like I told him on social media, I accepted the fight with Turkey. I accepted the fight with him. So if it happens, it happens. I don't do all the lollygagging and talking and doing extra shit. That's why y'all don't see me on social media being him. But
there's a lot of talk about you and Anthony Joshua. Can I ask you about that? Big Baby said, look, Anthony Joshua's looking to take that fight with Jared Anderson. Can you tell us any more about that?
I can't speak on anything that's not signed or sealed. So
in talks?
All I can say is that Turkey thinks highly of me and fully supports me, and I appreciate that with 100%, appreciation. So I can't do nothing but follow what he allows me or wants me to, to be the best I can.
Would you prefer a fight back before that, just to get back in the ring? Sorry,
Jay was about to be official. How long ago did you accept the fight with Big Baby?
I mean, the second he called me and asked me, I told him that I'd fight him. Let's just, get the terms under agreement and what we can both see fit.
And no paperwork yet?
No paperwork yet. Nothing signed.
I think there will be a post conference. It's just everything just happened, so I gotta see. There should be.
I can't even tell you right now. I don't have no information on that.
All right, thanks, Jeff. No problem.
Peace, guys.
That's if he actually shows up. No comment. Some of these fighters might have to go to the hospital. That was kind of vicious how that went about. So earlier, let's see. This is how he rolled up on the scene. That's what's his.
Edgar, it's time.
Okay, Scarlett.
With Sheeraz. About Berlanga's fight today. With Sheeraz. Win by knockout. Yo, Richard, how you feeling, my boy?
Fuck out. Edgar knocked him the fuck out.
What round?
First. Y'all know Edgar. What up, bro?
A lot of these people do support Edgar, so if someone said no music in headphones, y'all trolling. Y'all trolling. Rana, enjoy the commentary. I'll be back in your live chat next week to see Patman hopefully make history again. The first undisputed heavyweight title fight in the UK. Yeah, I'll definitely be covering. That's going to be oh my God. There's how many fights that day? Oh, man, I totally forgot. Oof. Dang, dude. I had that's 2 pay-per-views that day, man. I forgot to pay for the packet one. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's very, this is a very expensive month. Let's see. Let me see if I got some more stuff coming in as we speak. Hold on. Let me switch over real quick. Terrence has no personality. Is that your sarcasm? Yeah, the fight's done, man. The fight's done. Edgar got put to bed, man. Doof is looking in the laughing stock of Puerto Rico. The boxing world is glad he lost his unknown Middle Eastern Pakistani boxer burn into making a joke to us and Latino people. Shakur has the skills and more personality than Crawford. Why y'all so mean to him, man? What is this? Jose go to bed. Dance gives you the bundle. Shakur should have been the main event. Just get a VPN, watch ESPN Mexico. All right, cool. So waiting some more content coming in. Middle Eastern Pakistan. Fat Joe is so 2004. Yeah, but that's more like his people supporting him. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I can't be mad at that. But Crawford is not a star. Terrence Crawford. Why you always so mad, man? What's Crawford mentor Shakur. Berlanga versus De La Hoya next. Stop playing with De La Hoya, man. De La Hoya might put the paws on. So let me see if I'm gonna check if we got some post-conference stuff. Anything that's coming in? That's okay. Edgar Rush to Keyshawn Davis. Okay, we got a Keyshawn Davis reacts. Keyshawn's there. All right, cool. Let me post it up for y'all. Everyone, dude, I've been hit up so many times. Like, am I gonna be at this fight? And I was like, nah, man, I won't be. But let's see. Let me see if we get some Keyshawn right here.
My guy Keyshawn, what's the word, my guy? How you feeling? What can you tell me on Shakur's victory, my guy? What's your thoughts on Shakur's victory?
All right, so you heard that's Golden Boy PR screaming.
Keep boxing.
The guy cannot do this here.
You guys, the commission is time.
Damn, Jane is popping off.
Shakur's victory, my guy. What's your thoughts on Shakur's victory?
Keep boxing.
The guy cannot do this here.
You guys, the commission is
Yo, Jane is like, hell nah. She is wilding. Hey, it's funny. The way I'll be watching some of these videos, it's just knowing the people who's like in the videos that you guys don't really know. Some of you might know if you guys really been following boxing for a while. To me, I just crack up. Like, why is Jane screaming? Well, I know Zepeda's on the card, so, but they got her yelling to get the media in order. Or unless she's yelling at fighters. She's yelling at the fighters, so she's probably yelling the fighters to get in there. But Zepeda is the Golden Boy fighter. Why don't she just can't tell Zepeda? I don't know, man. Maybe there's other stuff in this ring stuff that I don't know what's going on. Shakur versus Keyshawn. Keyshawn didn't even say nothing. Well, what up, Raphael 32? You know, I mean, you understand he hasn't really made a public statement about the situation that went by. So ideally, you know, he's probably just laying low, keeping it cool. He's there to support Shakur, not to talk to media and things like that. So just kind of keep it low profile. A lot of these fighters are low profile now. So typically, if some interviews roll through on FightHype and stuff like that, you know, if it's not PR set up, some are relationships. So I just know that at this point in time, Keyshawn is just, you know, he's still kind of going through the public perception of what people have kind of turned that situation and kind of like laying low. So, you know, he don't really want to talk to nobody, really, you know. Shakur answered questions tonight, and that was his chin is sus. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's boxing. Zepeda seems like a very powerful guy early on, where when he's fresh, he can land some serious punching power, and he caught Shakur with a good shot, which I felt like if the ropes wasn't there, he may have potentially would have went down. So at the end of the day, it's boxing. People get hit, people get rattled, and for the most part, I think Shakur showed great adjustments. You know what I mean? He showed like what fight fans want to see, not what is considered running, but being able to box on your back foot when you're in the pocket, know how to leverage that situation and know when it's smart to get in and get out, you know? And then when they're putting the offense on. That's great defense. I don't know. I guess I never even. I mean, I think it's like people haven't really seen him hit flush. So the question is like, can he take a punch? I guess what he's saying. Like people was asking, because he's never been hit hard before, what happens when he does take a good shot. He wore it well. You know what I mean? He handled that pressure really well. I think he was rattled. If the ropes wasn't there, he may have potentially went down. Not saying he would have been hurt, but it rattled him, you know? But he had great composure, made the adjustments, let Zepeda throw a lot of punches. You know, Zepeda was on him too. Like, Zepeda really made it a fight where Shakur really had to show his adjustment and his inside game and his control and his defense. Shakur did well. Sheeraz did well. Berto Puello and Matias both did well. Morel and the other dude, the Russian dude, did well. Dude, a lot of people had really solid performances. I know Edgar got destroyed, but he showed improvement. You know, he was a lot more patient. Not really saying this was a pay-per-view card, but I enjoyed the card. At the end of the day is what I'm saying. So it felt like an actual quality ring card compared to the last one. So I enjoyed tonight. Tonight was a good night of boxing. Mayweather is not remembered. Jeez. Yes, the ropes held Shakur from going down. That's what I thought, you know. So he was lucky that was there. Let's see. Shakur did well adjusting in the fight. He did. And honestly, like, when it comes to, this is my thing when it comes to like picking fighters to watch and actually recognizing if they're going to go to the next level, is the adjustments. Can they fight on the front foot? Can they fight on the back foot? Can they show defense when the person's coming after them? Can they show defense when they're stuck in a corner and they actually can't get out? Can they show good counter punching on the offense? Can they show good counter punching on the back foot? Can they use a jab? Can they go fight to the body? Can they take a body shot? Can they roll the punches? That's what we look for in boxing. A guy that can show those elements in all different times. And Shakur is slowly showing, once again, wrinkle after wrinkle, more of that. So seems like the post-conference is ready to get kicked off. For some of the guys that's kind of coming in a little bit later, I'm going to play a couple different clips that we've already watched. Give me a sec. I got to get my...
Shakur, how you feeling after the victory, bro? You did phenomenal out there. Easy work.
Damn, my laptop died. Let me see what's on social media at the meantime.
Hey, Jay Prince. What did you think about Shakur's performance tonight?
Oh, man, magical.
Easy work. Amazing, right?
Magical. I'm not surprised, though.
What's next for Shakur?
Sky's the limit.
Appreciate you, Jay Prince.
Guys, we need to pull Shakur out. He needs to see the doctor.
Sure ain't no main event star. Damn. When are you going to get into UFC? I've covered UFC.
Your grandson. What do you think about the fight, man?
I think it's a great fight for him, you know. I think he fooled around too much and made it a little bit, it wasn't difficult, but I think he could have done a better job.
But listen, you know, Turkey had a lot to say. You know, it seemed like he was always targeting Shakur and trying to troll him. Shakur stood in the middle of the ring and traded with William Zepeda and withstood everything William had to give him. What's next for Shakur?
Well, we get the next opponent, man. It's gonna be fun. Like I said, we always looking to go ahead and fight the best opponent. So whoever's up next, I hope Devin or Tank or one of them, we won.
Wally, I'll let you enjoy your victory with your family.
You gotta read.
All right, let's see real quick. Sheeraz is the only star tonight. I mean, that was a great performance. You guys think any boxer can win the ring against a massive lion or no? What do you mean lion? Zepeda's punches were slow and sloppy. I hate his style. He started off really good, man. He definitely has power, man, but I'm not into volume punching that are sloppy and not really power punchers. It was just a night and day difference, man. I mean, Shakur had a battle adversity early on. You have to give Zepeda credit for that. Like you do. You do. There was a threat early on and Shakur neutralized it. I'm gonna put this big baby up again while we're waiting for the post conference.
I heard you didn't want to fight. You gonna fight or what?
I told you yes, and I told him yes.
So we gonna fight. We can fight. We can fight.
Yes, I told him yes.
So September 10th, no, you never told me. I see right now. So September undercard, we can fight.
Like I told you on social media. I told you yes, I told him yes.
You hear that? September we gonna fight. Terrence Crawford tonight undercard. He said it right here first in New York. My little brother Anderson said he gonna fight a real big baby. Let's make it happen. All right, y'all heard it from me now. We gonna see now. If it falls through, I never lie about shit. I don't cap. In my city, I don't never cap. So he said he gonna fight. We gonna see.
What happens in that fight, Joe?
No, come on.
We all big happy family, huh?
It's boxing.
It's just family. Just business.
Who wins the fight game? Anderson, how does that fight go?
Hey, hopefully it happens. I don't do all the theatrics like him. Like I told him on social media, I accepted the fight with Turkey. I accepted the fight with him. So if it happens, it happens. I don't do all the lollygagging and talking and doing extra shit. That's why y'all don't see me on social media and being him. But
there's a lot of talk about you and Anthony Joshua. Can I ask you about that? Big Baby said, look, Anthony Joshua was looking to take that fight with Jared Anderson. Can you tell us any more about that?
I can't speak on anything that's not signed or sealed. So
in talks?
All I can say is that Turkey thinks highly of me and fully supports me, and I appreciate that with 100%, appreciation. So I can't do nothing but follow what he allows me or wants me to, to be the best I can.
Would you prefer a fight back before that, just to get back in the ring?
Sorry, Jay with Sportbox TV official. How long ago did you accept the fight with Big Baby?
I mean, the second he called me and asked me, I told him that I'd fight him. Let's just, get the terms under agreement and what we can both see fit.
And no paperwork yet?
No paperwork yet. Nothing signed or sealed. No, I don't know where you keep getting all this rah-rah from.
Fight be when how long will down the line?
I can't even tell you right now. I don't have no information on that.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
No problem.
Thank you. Peace, guys.
All right. I'm gonna keep playing some videos while I'm working on some videos right now. So if my commentary is non-existent, I'm just gonna play videos, press conference and stuff like that, just so that you guys can understand the stuff that's going on while I'm kind of working on some behind the scenes. But continue chat amongst each other. Oh shit! What the hell?
In Shakur Stevenson.
Was that Sean Paul?
Defended his WBC World Championship
God
against a
dang
very
it.
tough William Zepeda. 3-division
I
world
hope that didn't
champion,
hit.
28 years of age. That's the kind of opposition that will show you just how great you are. And I believe tonight was an absolute honor to sit just a few yards away from watching this man at work. An unbelievable talent and just scratching the surface of how great he will be in the sport of boxing. So well done, Shakur Stevenson, on defending your championship. Yeah. Gonna just pass over to Shakur to say a few words, and then please raise your hands for questions. Anthony will take you.
Thank you, Eddie. What's up, y'all? Oh, y'all want me? Oh, my fault. I just want to say thank you to all my fans and all my supporters. I appreciate them the most because they stood with me through the dark times, when everybody was talking bad about me, when the world was against me. My supporters stayed with me, so I appreciate them the most. But yeah, let's get to it.
Right here, Shakur, congratulations, Amilcar Barnett, Maestro Boxing. I was speaking to your grandfather a couple days ago, and you've said this for years, that with healthy hands and an opponent that's willing to try to win consistently throughout the fight, that you would show what you're really made of and your skills there in the ring. Describe tonight what you're able to do in the ring, and talk about your opponent, William Zepeda, please.
My opponent was a hell of an opponent. He came here, he pushed me to another level. He made me make adjustments in there, he made me think a little bit. And I had to show y'all that I'm a dog too. Y'all keep saying that I'm a runner, I'm pillow-fisted, so I kind of stood there in the pocket and at times and let y'all know that I can get busy too.
Shakur, was there anything that he hit you with that got your attention at least?
Yo, people think that I got hurt. I was just watching the video because he threw a jab and I kind of was off balance. And when I was off balance, he kind of kept throwing, so it looked like I was hurt. But I promise you, if I was hurt, I would tell y'all.
Score right here. Andreas Hale, ESPN. I'm curious, because you were the co-main event. Did you feel disrespected through this whole thing, and do you think you proved a point tonight that you should never be the co-main event again?
At the end of the day, things that's out of my control, I can't do nothing about. So I just handle what's in my control, and what I did tonight was in my control, so I put on a performance for y'all.
Hey, Shakur, this is James Bell of the Boxing Source. You were talking about, those folks talking about you saying that you were pillow-fisted, but during that particular fight against William Zepeda, you showed that you could pretty much, punch from what I say the hip and just, really give every emphasis behind your punches and send that message in comparison to the arm punching from William Zepeda. So do you think that was part of your message that you were going into with this fight coming tonight?
Yeah, I was trying to let them know that I could punch. I had to get his respect. There was times in there where it's like he was trying to walk through my punches, but then you seen him slow down, and he had to respect my punches, so that was my main thing tonight.
Shakur here, Chris with Boxing with Chris. Can you talk to me about his power? Because it seemed that after a while you stepped to him. Was the power what you expected it to be tonight?
He got a little thump. He got 27 knockouts, man. We at the highest level of boxing right now, so he got a little thump. He got thudding power. It ain't like one punch kill you power. It's like thudding. When he punch you over and over and over, you can feel it. So he's tough.
Hey, Shakur, what's going on? This is Najee from Cigar Talk. Congratulations, first of all. This is a fight that we've seen you, I guess, fight the most. Like you said, in the pocket. You stayed on the ropes a bunch, sort of rolling shots. Can you talk about the game plan? Was that the game plan to actually fight him this time?
Yo, it's crazy. Everybody in my corner, Andre Ward, Bud, all of them told me, stay off the ropes. But I don't know. I've been kind of, feeling comfortable on the ropes sometimes. I feel like fighters open up on the ropes. So when I was on the ropes, I kind of took advantage of opportunities when he would open up and I would counter him with shots. So they right. I agree with them. I'm going to make sure I work on it and make sure I don't stay there too long. But, yeah, that was part of the game plan, I guess.
And lastly, a lot's been made about the hands, you know what I'm saying, whether it was hurt or not. Was there any point at all during this fight that your hands had any trouble?
Hey, man, I'm a dog, so it is what it is. I'm going to push through everything that I got to push through.
Yeah, congratulations. Tell me at what point you thought you will be, winning now?
What point I thought?
Yeah.
It just was like a state study. He would kind of come on at times, and I had to, fight him off of me. So I had to stay steady, stay focused, and I kept telling myself, dig deep, champ, dig deep.
Radio Raheem down in the front. You seem happier now than you've ever been after a fight. I've seen these press conferences. Today you got the big smile on. You're congratulatory. Everyone around is congratulating you. Terrence Crawford said your performance was marvelous. You call yourself a dog. When a dog tastes blood for the first time, it's hard to get him back on kibble. Is this the kind of performances you want to do leading forward and getting this kind of accolade?
Hell no. I ain't gonna lie. I want to put on performances, but I also kind of took more punishment than usual. So I want to get back on my boxing, make sure I don't take a lot of punishment in there. So, I don't plan on getting hit no more.
A lot of people were concerned when you were in the corner, not just on the ropes, but in the corner. It seemed like you were taking a lot of shots. Were you taking punishment then, or were you slipping and downloading what Zepeda was able to do?
It was sometimes he would get stuff through, so that's what I want to take away. And it's always things you can work on and get better. So when I get back to the drawing board, I'm going to go watch it and see what I need to do different. And once I see it, I'm going to make sure I get on top of it.
Both, I've talked to you, Eddie, and you, Shakur, about, in my opinion, your win over Oscar Valdez being your best fight. Eddie,
yeah, the
and
audio is a
Shakur,
little
would
rough.
you now consider this your best win?
It could be because he pushed me to another level. He brought out a side of me that y'all didn't get to see. So I showed y'all something tonight. So at the end of the day, it could be one of my best wins, but I'm not going to take credit away from the Jamel Herring performance, the Valdez performance. I'm a performer also, so that's what I'm here for.
Shakur, what did you think of this whole first time here? People maybe weren't sure what kind of crowd they would get. It seemed awfully lively. What was your impression?
It was lovely. It was a hell of a crowd. The crowd was excited the whole night. I kept hearing them say different things. Some people were cheering for Zepeda. Some people were cheering for me. It was a hell of a show. Hell of a show.
Oof, that audio is a little rough. Oof.
Oh, Africa. I was looking at everybody. I was trying to see what everybody else was thinking. So I had to make sure like everybody was sure that I was winning. Because, you know, you get different type of voices and people got different opinions. So I kind of like pay attention to every single body. And I judge off that. Yeah, I got like good intuitions.
Oof. I gotta lower this every time it does that.
So Clarissa was really loud and like, she was giving me that energy like, yeah, Chip, keep doing what you're doing. So I kept doing it. So.
Shakur, congratulations. Andres Cantera from W Deportes Mexico. After this victory, who's next?
Huh? Who's next? I told y'all who I want to fight. I can't keep saying the same thing. I already told y'all who I want to fight. The best versus the best. That should be my next fight. I told y'all I'm a dog. I'm top level, elite level fighter. So let's make boxing great again. Let's put the best fighters in the ring with each other, and let's see who come out victorious.
Right. Hans Temsnode, Ring Magazine. Eddie, I spoke to a lot of people today. The same thing they kept saying about Shakur is Floyd Mayweather. Just reminds them of Floyd Mayweather. Does he remind you of Floyd Mayweather, or who does he remind you of?
I say he's a generational great. Floyd was a generational great. He's not Floyd Mayweather, he's Shakur Stevenson. But for me, he's also 28 years of age. And it's just the IQ. And it's a lot of them, you know. I mean, that Bud's the same. Like, they're unbelievably smart, talented fighters that see everything during the fight. And watching him, it's like, I watch a lot of boxing every single week. You don't see fighters like Shakur Stevenson. They don't come along very often. They come along once every generation. And he's right. You know, I know that, you know, that Gervonta's got to get himself back in the ring, but Shakur Stevenson against Gervonta Davis is the best fight in boxing. He's two young fighters in their prime, tremendous fighters, and he wants to test himself and prove to everybody he's the best. So I think everybody here tonight, watch someone that you're going to remember for a long time. Guys, thank you so much. Big round of applause for the WBC lightweight champion of the world.
All right, let's see. Let me see what we got. Something new that popped up. Oscar De La Hoya reacts. Let's see.
Oh my God. Sheeraz, congratulations. Berlanga. Oh my God, you got knocked out.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh, something Canelo Alvarez couldn't do.
Hey, I'm sorry. This dude De La Hoya is wild.
Oh my God. Sheeraz, congratulations. Berlanga. Oh my God, you got knocked out. Oh my God. Oh, something Canelo Alvarez couldn't do. Sheeraz, congratulations. Berlanga. Oh my God, you got knocked out. Oh my God. Oh, something Canelo Alvarez couldn't do.
Oscar is wild. Yo. Oscar just awarded. This dude gotta be. Yo, I'm playing that one more time.
Oh my God. Sheeraz, congratulations. Berlanga. Oh my God, you got knocked out. Oh my God. Oh, something Canelo Alvarez couldn't do.
Yo, that is wild, dude. That is absolutely wild. Let me see. What else? I didn't play this Conor Ben. I'm gonna play it.
Just, it's a break in the fights anyway. You got a bit of time.
Who going for the night, Carter? Who going for the night? I like to see the main event, Berlanga Sheeraz. I like to see the main event. I like to see who's got that. I think Zepeda could cause an upset. Yeah. I'm coming for Berlanga Sheeraz. Yeah. New York loves you. New York loves you.
Conor Ben.
Shakur said he's coming to the UK to fight. When did he say that? Yeah, well, he's more than welcome. Come. I'll welcome with open arms. I'll go home with no injuries, nothing. New York loves Conor Ben. I appreciate that. Thank you,
Conor.
Conor J with support.
Conor FightHype.
Exactly, FightHype.
What's good, my guy? Conor, the rematch got announced, brother. Tell us a little bit about that. How you feeling? Conor, the rematch. What can you tell us, brother, man? How you feeling about that?
Yeah, excited, mate. Just excited to get back in that ring, man. I miss it. You know what I mean? I was back in the gym on the Monday straight after the fight. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I was back in the gym on the. I was back in the gym on the Monday straight after the fight.
Yeah.
So I'm always good to go.
I hear that.
Oh, you done me dirty.
Yo, Conor, breaking news yesterday, man, with Gervonta Davis getting locked up, domestic violence. How do you feel about that?
He's a scumbag. He's a scumbag. You don't ever raise your hand to a woman. Ever.
Absolutely.
I don't care who you are, what you've done, you can shove your world titles up your ass. You never lay hands on a woman.
Absolutely.
Scumbag, he's a little rat.
Absolutely.
Conor J with Sportbox TV official. I know you've been asked this before, but what's your prediction for Canelo Crawford and how do you see that fight?
See, I think that's a hard fight because I've gone up from 147 to 154. I noticed the difference just going up to 154. Then I've gone up to 160, noticed more of a difference. Crawford's going from 147 to 154 in finished his knockout streak in fighting Madrimov, which was a tough fight, to then going up to not 160 but then to 168 with no rehydration clause.
Colonel, last question. The beef between Roy and Floyd, what is your thoughts on that? Roy calling Floyd out?
Roy's a go. Floyd. Roy's a go. You can't knock that.
Connor, enjoy the night, brother. Thank you so much.
Let's see.
I've never seen him in a dull fight when he's at his best. And that's
Hold on. Let me cut this out real quick. What's next? What do we have in the arsenal? So a couple more reactions or so. All right, cool. What's up, y'all? There's a lot of stuff that's coming in I got to work on, and obviously there's a lot of videos that'll be tuning in or worth tuning in for. So I wanted to just sign out while I'm having to go full court press on some of these videos. Appreciate you guys coming in on the live. Dan R. Raphael, no comment. Al Cheeks, what a name. Max Dupree, BA, everyone, Bloody Punches, Joey Jordan. This whole experience over the weekend with the chat and everything has been super cool. And obviously, we're going to do something for the Pacquiao card, the Usyk Dubois. I think there's like a BAM fight. There's too many fights, to be honest. I don't know if I'll be able to do simulcast because I think 2 of them might be going on at the same time. So we'll definitely prioritize the PBC card because, you know, the bigger names, right? The more competitive fights will be on that card. So for this point, I really wanted to just, once again, just thank you guys for rocking with me, staying here for an abundance amount of time, and really just making these live streams extremely fun. Appreciate everyone that took time to donate. Now he's just another stupid egg. Y'all are vicious. Of course, as you've seen, I was playing a whole bunch of videos that are constantly dropping as we speak. So if you subscribe to the channel, stay tuned. Obviously, there's videos dropping all over the place, right? So definitely want you guys to get your video on, right? Don't want you guys to miss any of the content that's dropping all over the place. And just kind of enjoy tonight. So very solid card. Today was a fun watch along. And you know, like I said, these lives can't be great without you guys being in here and being involved. I mean, at a point, the stream, I think we peaked about like 1,400. I think when Shakur was fighting, Zepeda was the peak. It dipped down with the Edgar fight, which I think we all expected that Shakur probably should have been the main event with Zepeda. But either or, Sheeraz did amazing. Shakur looked great. Zepeda put a great effort. Matiz and Puello had an all-out, action-packed fight. David Morrell's fight was awesome. I mean, it was a great card. I can't even really knock it. I don't really have anything negative to say. I think the only thing that I kind of questioned was the David Morrell decision, but that was a very close fight to a certain degree. I really, once again, thought it was a difference of a knockdown. But anyways, appreciate all you guys staying in here, staying locked in, dropping some content, you know, throughout the week. With some extra interviews. You know, I got to probably get Lonnie B. Yeah, I saw your message, Real. I'm just working right now. I literally saw, like, it's a very, like, the stuff that I'm seeing on social media, things I have to grab. But I promise you, once I get some downtime, I will message you. All right? So, I'll chat with you in my DM. And if anyone wants to follow me on social media, once again, Twitter is the spot to really get at me, but you can get on me on Instagram as well, like Real did, and I'll holler at you. So, and I responded back. I saw it. So, but other than that, y'all, you guys have a good night. You guys, I think there's like a post conference going on, whatnot, or if you guys want to stick around while we post ours. So, but other than that, you guys have a good night. Brutal cam chat full, yeah. Shakur, blah 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 blah. All right, cool, perfect. Everything looks all good on my end. Thanks, Dan R, man. You guys have a good one. I'm going to get working on some videos. Remember I said Sheeraz for the embarrassment win. I fell asleep, just woke up to this. Yo, that was bad, man. Awesome. Thanks, Wanka, man. Appreciate you guys always supporting. Like I said, next Saturday, stay locked in. We're going to have another wild, screaming, reacting watch party, as always. And once again, I appreciate you guys tuning in and supporting the platform, as always. And also, shout out to King Los and Johnny Boy Boxing. They're the ones out there covering the event right now, getting all the content. So, really, it got a big up to the guys on the ground. You know what I mean? Because without them, they also play a huge factor on the platform, and they also contribute. So everyone who covers for FightHype is a huge part, because at the end of the day, yeah, you can hear me ramble and talk about boxing, but also you guys really want to hear from the boxers themselves. So it takes time for those guys to go out there and get the content. You know, sometimes these fighters don't want to talk, but they do every once in a while, and we're able to be blessed to get those. And for that, those are the two guys out tonight, and also the two guys at the Katie Taylor event. So at some point, I'll do some stuff, get them involved a little bit here and there, so they can talk about their experience, about stuff that I wouldn't be able to speak on because I wasn't there. So, but if you guys get some time, check out some of their content that they're doing that's dropping on the platform. Right now, we got the Hamzah Sheeraz full post-fight press conference. So if you guys want to check that out, I'll post a link to that right now. So if you guys want to head over there and watch that, let me get that link real quick. So I'll send you guys over there. Go check it out. Redirecting you guys there. Actually, let me see if there's a way for me to redirect you to a video. Hold on. Let me see if I can actually do this. Details. Let's see. Let's see. Redirect. What happens to Bumlands? He got knocked out, man. He got knocked out. All right, let's see. Where is it? I thought I saw it. Playlist. Customize. Live chat. Analytical. That's not it. It has to be details. Playlist. Let me see. Show more. Alter content. No. Recording, license, stream location, distribution, sports. There now. First like. Thanks, Ron. See ya. Yeah, if you guys want to head over to that link right now, I'm trying to figure this out. That's where we have the post-fight conference of Hamzah. Where's this redirect? How can I redirect you guys? This is live chat. Redirect. There we go. To a specific video. Can I do this? Is there a way for me to redirect you guys? I might. Give me 1 second. Brutal. Does this pop up? Let me see. No research. How can I redirect you guys?